Hello, everybody. That was interesting. I knew part of a 12-hour thing you're going to have something go wrong, so we had a misfire, but it looks like we're live on everything right now. Looks good.
Yeah, it's
And
live in my group. Absolutely, yeah. Just a note there though that when you post it, you posted part one again, so it might be a little bit confusing for people if they think they're watching part one.
Okay.
I've just edited it in my group to say part two, but you might want to just get to that a little bit later on. But this is definitely part two if anybody's watching.
Yeah. So it's so great to have you, Bradley. Sorry, you kind of made our lunch break, so we had to do a really quick retooling of ourselves and things like that. So awesome. So why don't you tell us a little bit about this? I'm gonna turn off my camera for a minute, and I'm gonna hand it over to Simon to kind of talk with you about this.
Okay.
Yeah, so I mean, Bradley, we've not met before. I know you've did a webinar with Daryl, must have been 3 or 4 weeks ago now, and background is SEO and lead generation. So I mean, it'd be great if you could just give yourself an introduction. I'm sure a lot of the people tuning in are aware of you, but if you could just, for everyone's benefit, just explain where you're coming from and what you're going to talk about, that would be great.
Sure. Well, I do local SEO and lead generation for tree service contractors. I got started in SEO in 2010 timeframe, really the end of 2009, 2010. I was an electrical contractor myself.
Right.
So I had my own contracting company, and I was trying to learn how to generate leads for my own business. And I could barely turn on a computer at the time, but I realized I was asking some of the other contractors I worked with, like how they were generating leads. And a lot of the guys that were, the contractors that were generating a lot of work were getting a lot of it from online, generating leads online. And so I just decided to try to learn how to do it and got started studying SEO and how to manipulate Google essentially, and started getting pretty good at it. It took me almost 2 years of, it took me 6 months to really to rank anything to begin with. But after I did that, I was able to, I did it for my own business, but as well as I'd set up some test sites for some other contractors just to use as like guinea pigs, testing grounds. And within about total of 8 months from when I had started, I was able to rank all 3 sites and Google at the time called Google Places, a Google Maps listing. And so I started talking to other contractors that I worked with on job sites and said, hey, look, there's, would you be interested in leads if I was able to generate? And they said, yeah. And so next thing you know, I started doing lead generation for various types of contractors, HVAC, plumbers, roofing contractors, landscapers, all kinds of contractors. And so I realized I could make as much money or more at home from the comfort of my own home behind my computer desk as I could climbing ladders and pulling wire. So I started, started doing that for generating leads. And eventually in 2012, I believe it was in March, I think of 2012 is when I opened up my agency. And that was just to kind of like stabilize my income a bit. I live in Virginia. So most of the, contractors that I was generating leads for also work in Virginia. And we have, our renters are bad enough to where, construction work is somewhat seasonal in that it not as much of it during the winter months. And so after a couple of years of having my income drop considerably during the winter months, I decided to open up an agency and try to start, getting client retainer money on a monthly basis, which could kind of stabilize my income. And so I opened up what was called Big Bamboo Marketing LLC. And I started taking on clients in any type of industry. So all different kinds, insurance agents, real estate agents, all different kinds of stuff. And worked myself to death for years doing that because you have to know so many industries and you got to know the vocabulary. You got to know the keywords. You got to know the pain points, both for the business owners and also for their customers, right? Because you have to be able to speak the language to the business owner, but then you also have to speak the language of the customer seeking those services or products. So, after years of kind of running around with my head, like a chicken with my head cut off, putting out fires all the time. And, I just had too many damn projects. I was spread too thin across too many industries. I decided that about a year ago, actually, just a little over a year ago, that I was going to go 100% full into tree service contractors. And I basically, I still have a couple of grandfathered clients from for many years that are in different industries. But a year ago, I decided to go 100% into just doing SEO, local SEO for tree service contractors, and also continuing to build my own lead generation business and assets for that. And so,
in the same niche as well. I mean, is it all focused on tree services, or
Yeah.
you do? Oh, okay, yeah.
yeah,
So I mean, that really isn't niche then. I mean, there's kind of landscaping, gardening, but you've really kind of nailed
tree
in
services.
on that. Yeah. And are you focused on the US or other locations as well, or is it
Just
very
the
much
US?
just the US? Yeah.
Yeah,
And all states, or just Virginia, or?
Yeah, at all states now. I've got clients in probably 5 states, I believe. But yeah, I about a year ago, I started working on a directory, a tree service contractor directory site, and I use that as a prospecting method. It's a foot in the door strategy.
Yeah,
and it's outstanding. It's fantastic. It's by far the most successful prospecting method I've ever used in my career of 10 years now. So it's really great. And so I created treecarehq.com. So tree care, like HQ for headquarters.com. And it's a tree service directory. It actually ranks #1 for tree service directory. So I get a lot of, I use it as kind of an outbound prospecting method by just contacting. What I do is I go scrape a bunch of tree service contractors, and then I upload them to the directory site. It automatically creates unoptimized listings for them.
Yeah.
And then I just send out cold emails to the contractors. It's a sequence, and I use High Level as my kind of like my marketing automation app.
Yeah.
And I send them emails just saying, "Hey, look, I'm a tech specialist with Tree Care HQ, not a salesman. I'm not an SEO.
Yeah,
I'm a tech specialist, and I'm just trying to confirm your company contact information for your free listing on the treecarehq.com directory. Can you confirm or correct the following info?" And then I put company name, address, phone number, service area, website address, that sort of thing. And anytime a contractor replies back to me to either say, yes, your information you have is correct, or no, this is incorrect, this needs updated, they go into my sales pipeline. And that starts kind of the whole nurturing sequence and everything else to try to get them in the door as either a lead buyer or a client.
I love this. This is brilliant. Actually, I'm a professional photographer as a background, and I've got more into SEO, and actually I'm mainly in SEO. But one of the things I'm looking at, and I've got some software and I've got a domain name, is doing a directory for photographers. So it's a similar kind of approach to what you're talking about. So it's really heartening to know that it's working for you. I'm definitely going to take some tips off you for that. Sounds great. Yeah,
and it's interesting because I not only originally I just started using the directory site as a foot in the door strategy, right? A conversation starter with my ideal prospect or my target prospect. But what I found is I've turned it into kind of its own asset in that I use the directory site as like a tier 1 entity asset. So in other words, when for either lead gen assets or for clients, I create and optimize their directory page on my site, my directory site, and I can add schema to it. I can do, iframe embeds to embed like the Google Business Map or whatever. Yeah. And so that ends up becoming one of like the primary tier 1 assets that I use as a link building target and everything else, so that I can essentially, I don't like to do a lot of link building direct to a money site. I try to do most of my link building to like tier 1 entity assets that have been set up, Google properties, things like that. And so now treecarehq.com has become kind of like a tier 1 asset for my own lead gen stuff as well as for clients. And it's turned out to be really good. And eventually, as the site, I'm working on a state-by-state basis. I just finished Georgia, as a matter of fact. So I've got to go. I've got to add a 6th state worth of contractors now. Actually, this week it's on my to-do list. So I'm just working my way nationally. Eventually, it will be a fully national directory. Right now, it's just up and down the East Coast because I've been working. Like I said, I'm working on. I've done 5 states, and I've got to start on my 6th. But like I said, it's just a really good strategy. I know the directory site itself has started to generate some of its own organic listings. In other words, tree service contractors are finding this directory on their own and then submitting their listings. So they go into my pipeline as well. And, there's something else over time. I can use it as a lead generation tool itself. And also I could sell advertising space on it, perhaps premium listings. I don't know that I'm going to go that route just yet, but the directory site itself can be monetized too. So
Yeah, so you're not charging them like a membership to optimize the list. It's all free, but you'll reach out to them and say, "Hi, I want to make your listing better," and we'll put it on. Then do you put like a website link and a do follow link on it for them, or is it just a sort of general listing with none of that kind of
no,
push
they get a
through to the
link.
site? They get a link, yeah.
It's no follow unless they become either a lead buyer or a client.
Right, yeah.
And so, and my team and I have a VA that, whenever a contractor replies to my cold outreach to confirm or to correct information, they automatically go into my sales pipeline. And then one of my VAs, she goes out and optimizes the listing.
Yeah.
And then I send out a video email to the contractors that basically reviews their, what we've published for them. And then it goes into my pitch for selling Google My Business or Google Business Profile SEO services.
Yeah.
So that's kind of the way that I do it. And again, it's, everything is, I'm sure you guys are aware of this. As soon as you approach a prospect, unless it was an inbound lead, and as soon as you on any sort of outbound marketing, as soon as you let them know that you do SEO, like their eyes glaze over.
Toxic.
They
totally.
throw up their barriers, and they want nothing to do with you. So
it's because they probably had 2 or 3 phone calls from other people that same day anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, we're all getting them, emails, whatever. So you just joined the queue. I've spoken to 2 SEOs already today.
And so that's why, like I said, acting as a tech specialist is a great way to get kind of lower those defenses and get in, start a conversation. And then when I send the video email, I say, "Hey, this is Bradley with Tree Care. I want to welcome you to the directory. I want to show you what we have published on your page. Let you know if anything needs edited. Just reply back via email. I'm happy to do it. It's free." And then I just very briefly, and then I say, and by the way, something else I do for contractors that reply is I run a local search grid report to show how your Google Business Profile is performing or not performing in search. And here's what I found. By the way, this link is in the email that you can check out this report yourself. And then I review the report really quickly. And then I go into a pitch, which is a video that I've already recorded. It just, explains like how I'm able to get significant results with Google Business Profiles and the time frame in which I can do it. And then the call to action is like, "Hey, schedule a call with me or reply back to the email that I just sent you, and we'll book a call and we can have a chat about it." And it's been quite successful. I've not only have I landed, several clients with that method over the last few months, but I've also landed multiple lead buyers. So these are people that didn't want to pay a monthly retainer, but they wanted to purchase leads. And so it's been really, really successful. And I'm just so glad that I've decided to finally focus in on one industry. It's made my job a lot easier because I know the industry well. So
yeah, that sounds fantastic. I mean, why specifically did you go for tree services? Because you were an electrical contractor before, and you've gone to that. But what, of all the ones you could have gone to, why specifically? What was it about tree services?
I fell into it. One of my customers that when I was an electrical contractor owns a whole bunch of rental properties in the county that I live in, and so I did a lot of work for him on a lot of his properties. And he was on one of the job sites one day, and we were just having a talk, and I had already been generating leads for some of the other contractors that I worked with at the time. And I mentioned to him that I, what I was doing, and he said, "Man, do you think you could do it for tree services?" And I said, "Probably, I'm sure it's the same." And he said, "Well, I got a friend of mine who runs a tree service company that's always looking for leads, blah, blah, blah." And so we started an engagement with that contractor that was a very unique engagement at the time, which was a revenue share model. In other words, I would generate leads for his business, and I 100% my expense. And then as soon as any job that he closed, I would get 10% of whatever the contract price was.
Wow.
And so he was only paying for leads that he made money on. And it turned out that ended up being the most lucrative engagement that I had at that point. And so up until that point. So I started doing lead generation for him, and then a couple of his buddies that also ran tree companies in other areas started doing it for them and doing revenue share model. And it turned out that the tree service jobs, they have high margins. In other words, they have their overhead consists of their insurance, workers' comp and that kind of stuff, and then fuel costs, and that's pretty much it. The rest is all labor, and so they have really, really high margins. And so, there's a lot of money in the tree service industry. So I figured, over the years, after doing lead gen in multiple industries and also having clients across multiple industries, I, had really just kind of took a survey of like all the projects that I've worked on over the years and realized that tree services had the most profit potential. They generated the most revenue for my business consistently over the years. And so I said, you know what, I'm going to go 100% in on the tree services. And that's what I said about a year ago. I went into that, and it's been great because it's been so much easier to kind of narrow my focus, you know.
Brilliant. Yeah. Just a question coming here from Adam. What tool do you use for the local grid? That must be the GMB grids.
I still use Bright Local.
Bright Local, yeah.
I've been using Bright Local since 2013, and they have the local search grids in there. You can just buy credits, and that's what I use for client reporting as well as for prospecting by generating local search grids for prospects. So that works really good, Bright Local.
Yeah, I think everyone loves those grids. They're so visual, and I think for just your average local business person that's not into SEO, digital marketing, they can see that, and I think they instantly understand it. It's so sort of tangible for them. I think those things are great. And
it's crazy because I send these video emails out, and I get replies back. It's not uncommon to get replies back from tree contractors that say, "Wow, that was the most informative explanation anybody's ever given to me about how Google works," and that kind of stuff. It's great. And so giving them that visual report and then the video email where I kind of like narrate what they're looking at. It really does help to paint me in a light of like an authority right off the bat. And it's great because again, I'm sure anybody here that's ever gotten on sales calls, you already know, like it can be it can be a combative call almost, right? Because people don't want to be sold to. But when you do a video email, what I like about that is I can convey my message to them when it's convenient for them. So I'm not interrupting them. They don't have 18.
They're not on a job. That's it. Yeah.
And I get to convey my message without having them interrupt and object, to anything. Like I can just convey my whole message, and then they can come back to me after they've watched it. So it's very non-confrontational, and I found that just tends to work really well.
I think also, I'm just sorry to cut you off there. What I like is the sound of it is it's very personalized. So you talk about them and you've got their grid, but also you've got part of it very automated as well because you've got a pitch on the end of it. So it sounds like it's going to be very efficient. You could get through quite a lot of those,
Oh, we lost you a little bit. Bradley, can you hear him?
I can't hear Simon.
Okay. Anyway, we'll carry on to that. I forgot where he was going with that, but Simon, when you come back, we can pick up where you left off. There you are. You're back now.
Yeah, sorry, I phased out there. No worries. But anyway, I'm just saying it sounds the mix of automation and personalization sounds fantastic. So yeah, thanks for sharing that.
Yeah. Like I said, I have what I call custom intro videos, which are the ones that I record for each client. And then I have what I call a common outro, which is the pitch essentially, and that's pre-recorded. And so what I'll do is I'll go in the morning and I'll spend, about 30 minutes and I'll record 3 or 4 custom intro videos. And then I send them to one of my VAs and he splices them with the common outro. And then he goes into high level account and sends the video email out to the customer.
That's great.
And then if they reply back, they either, that the card moves in the pipeline to the next stage. And usually it's discovery call is booked at that point. And then that's a 2-call close because it's always discovery call. And then I get back to them after doing some additional analysis, and then I pitch them, and that's just how it works. So it's been great.
Awesome.
That's a master class on how to pick up nonstop business. Yeah, that's really good. That's really good. I mean, we have the technology to do that kind of customized personalization. Was on here earlier just talking about his pitch ground and just the sales increase he had over last year just by making the countdown timer very specific to the person in their time zone that they're in. Because he was saying that there was a lot of people complaining that it was the Black Friday deals were mostly in the middle of the night for them, and this was something that worked out good for them. But just like that little extra personal touch, and the fact that you then do some proof before you accept any money that you're going to do the work. I think that's the sort of the magic formula of what you're doing there. It's really good.
Yeah. I mean, and like I said, I found that to be, I don't particularly like doing sales calls, and so that's why I like, having the video emails, because I get all of my messaging across in a format that's non-confrontational. And then so when we do actually get on a discovery call, like they're already pre-sold. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
so it's a lot more of a, it's a lot less, you know, there's a lot less tense, I should say, you know? So,
Yeah.
well,
All right.
today,
Well, let's
guys,
talk a little bit about, we're having great talks, but go ahead.
yeah, I was going to say today, what I was going to share with you guys is what I call the content mirroring method. I'm going to grab the screen here in a few minutes, if it's all right with you, Daryl. And I'll kind of just walk through this process and give you guys a little bit of background on it. But, you know, one of the things that I've kind of discovered over the last, you know, many months, Daryl, I did a webinar for your group earlier, or last month, I guess it was, for the Google Business Process List checklist.
Yeah.
And, you know, so on-page factors are 70% of ranking Google My Business, or Google Business Profiles, I should call them now, is, you know, having on-page factors correct, right? So the Google Business Profile itself optimized properly. If there is a self-hosted website associated with the location, that should be optimized well. The content should be tuned to be competitive, all of that. And so, but you still need links, right? You still got to have off-page factors, right? You got to have off-page signals, inbound links, traffic and engagement, activity signals, essentially. Like reviews for Google Business Profiles are also a ranking factor. They're not the be-all, end-all, but they are a ranking factor. Right. So all of these other things that still need to be done. Well, here's the thing. You guys know content can be expensive, right? Either it takes a lot of your own time to develop, or you got to pay somebody to do it. And so content can be expensive. Like well-tuned content, when I say tuned, I mean like well-optimized content that is competitive with the top-ranked organic competitors. You know, if you're going to do it yourself, you're going to spend a lot of time, or if you're going to buy it, you're going to spend a lot of money for good content. And so, you know, I wanted to figure out a way to get more mileage out of a piece of content for link building opportunities without having to produce new content all the time. And so the content mirroring method is a way to take well-optimized, well-tuned content that is already existing on your money site, or you know, in some cases, Google Business Profiles don't even have money sites for some of the tree guys I do some of my clients. They don't even have self-hosted websites because they don't care. They just want leads, and I can accomplish that with Google Business Profiles without even a self-hosted website. However, even in that case, the location landing, or the Google Business website, which is essentially a landing page, you know, we produce well-optimized content for that. And so in either case, whether they have self-hosted site or not, we still end up investing, and I have an in-house team that does it, but we still invest in developing really well-optimized content for that location. And so what I figured out a way to do was to kind of repurpose that content into multiple formats using that exact same content. So I don't need anything new, and using some of the AI tools that are available now, like Page Rewriter, Quillbot, which is a rephrasing tool, or Jarvis, if you're using that, or any sort of these, you know, kind of rephrasing tools, not spinners, but rephrasers. And and to repurpose existing content into Google My Business or Google Business Posts, YouTube videos, and then Google Site silo pages. So essentially a silo on the Google site. And then optionally, you can add in press releases too. And what happens is you build this entire kind of like content mirrored structure. And I'll show you a diagram and hear that for that in just a moment. And we'll kind of walk through that. But it gives you all these link building targets so that you can do some really nasty off-page link building, like to these assets that are content. It's mirrored content. So essentially summarized content from your money site or your Google Business landing page. But
it's like a whole bunch of people. It's like a whole bunch of people curating off of your site, but it's you that's curating from your money site, which makes it more authoritative, right? Is that what you're saying? That your content is the original. You're the OG.
And like I said, it gives you the opportunity to do a ton of link building to all of these, you know, Google assets essentially that can withstand anything that you throw at them. And it funnels down through, or kind of filters through. We always call it link laundering, right? We can launder dirty link juice through Google properties to where it comes out. It's just pushing power, but all of the negative stuff is cleaned out, right? It filtered out through the Google properties. And so
Yeah.
I'll show a diagram of that if you guys are okay with me grabbing the screen for a little bit.
Yeah, let's see
Yeah,
if it.
cool.
Some people are having some issues, but let's see if it just clears. There's like a little security thing that it might warn you about.
Oh, okay. Let me see what happens.
See that it might not happen for you. It didn't happen for me, but it happened with one of our guests earlier today. So,
I'm going to
you
share
having
the
any
entire
difficulty?
screen. Okay, you guys seeing my screen now?
Oh, there you go. Yep,
There you go,
perfect.
yeah.
Let's add you in.
Okay. All right, so here is an example diagram of this is like the diagram of the structure itself. And so I'm going to kind of walk through, guys, just kind of what the process is here, like a high level kind of overview of what this process is and what the structure is and how it works. And then I'll go into how you guys can get access to this. Again, it's 100% free. I'm giving it away. It's only going to be available till the end of today, though, before we lock it down, and then it will be available as inside the Semantic Mastery Mastermind. But you guys will get it for free, and I'm going to walk you guys through that as well. It's in it's a standard operating procedure inside of an app that I use called Flowster. You can get a free account at Flowster, which I'm going to recommend, so that you can import the template, and then you can run workflows off of the template that you assign to each project that you're going to apply this to. And I'll demonstrate that here in a minute. But it's a free account. You don't need a paid account for Flowster. So first you sign up for Flowster, then you import the template using the link that I'm going to give you, and then you would run a workflow from the template for each location that you're going to apply this method to. Okay, so I'll explain that once we get into Flowster, which, again, it's a great app, and you'll see what I mean in a few minutes. But so what I was talking about with the source content, guys, there's two ways that you can do this, depending on what kind of structure you currently have. The way that I have been building sites and locations for clients and for lead gen stuff for the last couple of years now, really, is I do long form landing page content. It used to be years ago, I would do, whatever the top level keyword was that for the service, like for tree services, for example, I might have a tree removal page on the site, right? And that would be like the top levels, one of the top level services. And so that top of silo page would be optimized for tree removal or tree removal service, right? And then there would be, long tail keywords would be supporting articles that would be placed within a silo, that tree removal silo, so to speak. And they would, through internal linking and everything else, you would create the silo itself. And those supporting posts were a way to kind of boost the, and help to rank the location or the top of silo page, which is the landing page for the service that I'm trying to sell or generate leads for, right? So that's kind of the more traditional silo structure. But in the last couple of years, I've really kind of focused in on combining all of the individual types of tree services into one long form landing page. That seems to work better for at least in the tree service industry. I found that long form landing pages tend to rank better than doing a more like optimized page for one particular service and then doing supporting posts in a silo. Again, they both work, but I've just found my own particular methods that long form landing pages work a little bit better. So in either case, because I'm not saying go out and convert all of your silos into long form landing pages. That's not what I'm saying. Whatever you've got out there, you can repurpose for this method, and in either whether your source content is a long form landing page or whether they're siloed posts. Either way, it will work. Okay. So with that said, let me just give you guys an example of what the site looks like that I've used in the training. So this is a brand new lead gen location that I set up. It's only about 2 months old. I haven't even fully applied all of the Google Business Profile process checklist stuff to it. So like the Google Business Profile itself has not even been fully optimized. It's not been completed. The process has not been completely applied to this yet. But so this is a new location. And here's what I'm talking about: long form landing page content. So there's a table of contents. This is built in with Elementor. But whether you're using Elementor that has a table of contents module, or if you can add a table of contents plugin to a site if you're not using Elementor or whatever. This is what I talk about when I'm talking about long form landing page content, because these are all section headers, right? H2 headers that these link to. So there's jump links. I don't know if you see them down in the bottom corner, but you can see jump links down there that when clicked will take you directly to that section, right? So these are become the target URLs in the structure that I just set up. Okay. So if we go back to the diagram, what I'm saying here is you can either create a 1-to-1 ratio for blog posts to GMB posts. So in other words, you would take, if you're using traditional silo structure, you're supporting post number 1, you would summarize that post and create and publish a GMB post that is essentially a summary of that blog post. In the long form landing page source content, which is what I'm using, I summarize that section header, right? So the text within that section, and that becomes the GMB post. And the CTA button, which is the call to action button in the GMB post, or Google Business Profile post. I'm not sure I like the new name. Anyways, the CTA button, either usually learn more or book. Those are one of the 2 types of buttons that you would select that you can place a URL in. That's going to link directly either to the post URL if you're summarizing a blog post, or it's going to link to the jump link, the anchor link from the that you can get from the table of contents. So it'll link directly to that section that it's summarized, if that makes sense. Okay. So for each section heading on the long form landing page, it's going to have a summarized GMB post, or if it was supporting posts within a traditional silo, then each one of those supporting posts would be summarized. Okay. So it's a 1-to-1 ratio. Okay. Then, so again, the CTA button is always going to link to either the post URL or the jump link if it's for long form landing page content. Then you just put a text-based link. So it's a naked URL link within the post body to the previous post in the silo when we're talking about Google Business Posts. Okay. So in other words, post 1, it doesn't have to have a text link in the post body at all. But if it does, typically I would recommend linking up to the top of silo page, or in this case, the long form landing page URL, not a jump link, but the actual URL of the page itself. And I'll demonstrate this here for you guys in a moment. But then the CTA button would link to the first jump link or the first supporting post. Post 2, the CTA button is going to link to the supporting post URL or the jump link for section 2. But it's going to have a text link that links to post 1, right? So again, you're siloing the GMB posts or the Google Business post together. And your target URLs, your CTA button URLs, are going to be tied, linking to the corresponding blog post or jump link. Okay. Then from there, guys, remember GMB posts, you can only insert up to 1,500 characters, right? So whatever you're summarizing over here, it's going to be 1,500 characters or less. Okay. So then what we do is go create YouTube videos using any sort of the video apps or production apps that have like text to speech options. One of them that I use is called Webbython. It's great. There's another one that does it called Pictory, Content Samurai or Vidnami or whatever. I think it was Vidnami more recently, but they were bought out by GoDaddy recently. They have a similar function. So any sort of video creator app that you can use that has a text to speech option is what I would recommend. But you take the 1,500 the 1,500 character or less text from the GMB post, and you just insert it into the video app, and it will go out and create these short little videos that are usually a minute or less, 60 seconds or less, 40 to 60 seconds, usually for a 1,500 character GMB post. And it creates these videos based upon the text that was input into the app that will pull in relevant images or video clips and all that. And it's great because when you get the hang of one of these apps, in about 10 minutes, you can produce a really nice looking video with text to speech for all the text within the post, right? So they become well optimized videos that then you silo the YouTube videos together, just like you did the GMB posts, right? So in other words, you use a playlist, which is just a container, and you insert. So you would optimize the playlist itself, the description of the playlist, put NAP in there, name, address, phone number, links to your location landing page, so your self-hosted site, your Google Business Profile website, Google Map URL, all of that stuff goes into the playlist description, and then you insert each one of the videos into that playlist, and then you do your internal linking the same way that we did with GMB posts. So in other words, you're going to take in the top of the video description, the first line of the video description will have the keyword that it's optimized for, then the brand name, and then it will link over to the GMB post share URL, not the inner page URL from the GMB website. I'm going to demonstrate all this for you guys here in a few minutes. it'll make some sense then. But the reason why we use the share URL, guys, is because Google is expecting click activity on the post share URL. You cannot push link equity through a GMB post share URL because it goes through multiple 302 redirects, which means PageRank does not pass in 302 redirects. So for link building and everything else, you always want to be building links to the GMB post URLs as inner page URLs of the Google Business website. Now, again, I'll explain what that, I'll demonstrate that here in a few minutes. But whenever you're trying to send click activity engagement signals, you want to use the GMB post share URL because that's what Google's expecting to see click activity on. Okay, so I put the share URLs for the corresponding Google posts at the very top of the video description, because one of the things that I do is I run click-through rate manipulation traffic. So CT, I always called it CT spam, right? Click-through spam. But click-through spam traffic to these videos. And then I tell the bot to click the Google post share URL so that it's sending not only a video view watch, but a click engagement signal to the Google post URLs, which will register in the Google business profile, dashboard and insights, essentially the Google Business Insights, right? And you'll notice when you start doing this that you'll get emails if you're on notification emails as a manager or an owner of a Google Business profile that your clicks are getting, or your posts are getting views and they're getting clicks and that sort of stuff. And so you can manipulate that by running traffic, CT spam, click-through spam traffic to these videos, which again, it triggers as a view. Plus, you end up getting a click-through to the Google Business post, which is a great engagement signal, okay? And there's some specific other things that I like to optimize in the video description. Like, for example, I always put a link to the playlist in the video description for every video. So that's essentially an internal link back up to the top of, or to the silo itself. But then I always put, as mentioned in the Google Business posts, I always have a link to the previous video within the silo. And that's a follow link, by the way. When you link to another YouTube video in the video description of a YouTube video, it's a follow link. That's the only type of follow link you can get out of a YouTube video, right? The rest of them, even the playlist URLs, are no follow. But a link to another video will be a follow link. So you can actually, you daisy chain the subsequent videos together by linking to the previous video within the video description, all right? Once all that's said and done, now you've got GMB posts or Google Business posts that were summaries of your long form content or your blog posts. Now you've got YouTube videos that were created from the summarized Google Business posts. And now all you do is go out to your Google site, your branded Google site for your project, your location, and you create sub pages from the home page or from the appropriate location landing page if you've got multiple locations. Or if you've got multiple services, so different silos or whatever. Semantic mastery, we always talk about what's called theme mirroring. And that's where you always mirror the structure of your money site into your tier one entity assets, which would be, a Google site would be your branded Google site. So whatever kind of silo structures you have built into your main money site, you want to mirror those same kind of structures into your Google site, right? So from whatever landing page it is that you're trying to promote, you would create sub pages on from the mirrored landing page on the G site, right? So again, this in my case is the root domain is the landing page over here because it's a single location project. It's Lynchburg Tree Service, which is just a generic name. But anyways, I have a Google site that's branded for Lynchburg Tree Service. And so the home page is the location landing page, right? So there I created these sub pages from the home page that are just embeds of these, right? You don't need any text here, guys, other than the title of the page itself. The rest is just embeds. And for those of you that are familiar with Google Sites, you know that in the new Google Sites, it's real easy. You just click embed, and you can drop a URL in there or an embed code either way, and it will pull it in. And that's all you do is you go grab the inner page URL from the Google Business website for its corresponding post. You drop that in as an embed URL, and it embeds the Google Business post, and that's your content, okay? And then you embed the YouTube video as well on that same page. But I like to embed the playlist, not the individual video. And I'm sure you guys are aware of this, but if you grab a playlist embed code, it's usually always going to show the first video in the playlist as the embedded video. But if if you actually take the embed code from each video within the playlist and you just append the playlist ID, and I show how to do this in the training, but you just append the playlist ID to the end of the source URL in the embed code, then you can actually embed each one of these videos as the video that shows at the top of the playlist. But that way, every one of these are a playlist embed on the G site, but it's got the appropriate video showing on the top of the playlist for that particular page, that sub page in that silo. And this will make sense here in a minute, guys. I'm going to go show this example. All right. But from there, again, internal linking, you just link to the next post within the page using the target keyword. And so now you've got this this G site silo with internal linking where we didn't need any additional content. All we did was embed the content that we produced in these two stages. And now we've got all of these target URLs here that we can build links to. We can run embed gigs on. Well, we can to GMB posts. We can also for YouTube videos, but you can't do embed gigs for G site pages or G sites anymore because they have an iframe breaker. But that's okay. You can run links to all three of these sets of URLs. You can also do embeds and then link building to the embeds for these URLs. Okay. And then if you have, I use the shit out of press releases. Press releases is a big part of what I do for SEO and for link building, for branding, for all kinds of stuff. So this is optional because I understand not everybody has access to as many press releases or don't have the budget for it or whatever, but this is optional, but highly recommended is doing also a press release silo. So you mirror this same structure with press releases as well. And again, this is optional, but I highly recommend it if you have the budget for it, or if you already have your own subscription to a press release distribution service and you have the credits to use. I recommend that you do this because with the press releases, you can embed at least the service that I use, which again, I mentioned all of these in the training and the process training that you guys will get today. It has the ability to embed a YouTube video. So what I do here is with the press releases is I do an exact match target anchor to the GMB post, the corresponding GMB post. You can do it to the G site page too. What I like to do is select one of these silos here and then build my PR silo with always linking as the target URL for each press release in the silo. I always select the same property type. In other words, if I'm going to use the press release silo to build links to the G site subpage or the G site silo pages, then I will always, this whole press release silo will link to the G site silo page and not to the GMB post, or vice versa. In this case, for this example, for the training, I've actually linked my target URL for the press release actually links to the GMB post URL, the inner page URL of the Google Business website. And that's so that I can push link equity directly to the Google Business post and then with an exact match anchor, because Google Posts can take that, guys. I wouldn't want to do that on the money site because remember, press release is going to get picked up and republished by 250 plus news and media sites out there. So an exact match anchor to your money site could over optimize your anchor text, but this is a Google properties. So we can get away with optimizing an exact match anchor link to the GMB post URL or the Google site silo page. Either way, I chose to use this one. And then the CTA button, remember, that's a miscellaneous or a generic anchor, right? It's going to be either learn more or book, depending on which button you select. And I usually select learn more. So that's a learn more anchor that links to the corresponding either blog post or the section header on the long form landing page. So I want to push keyword relevancy through the exact match anchor text links to here. And then it cleans it, filters it because it's a Google business property or a Google property period. And then it's going to, push that link equity through the learn more or the book button to its target URL, right? So we get a video embed in the press release. Then we get a link over to one of these target properties, right? So either the G site silo page or the Google Business Post silo. Again, I select the Google Business Post typically. And then the subsequent press release is going to have an internal link that links to the previous press release. Again, you can use exact match anchors there. Then its target URL is going to be its corresponding, in my case, GMB post URL. And it's going to have the video embedded in there, right? So the first press release can have one or two links, one link to the target silo URL, whether it's GMB silo or the G site silo, the video embed, and then it can also, it's optional, but it can also link to the top of silo within that press release if you choose to. In that case, make sure you're using a branded or a URL anchor, so a brand or URL anchor, if you're going to link to the money site directly from the press release. But you don't have to have any other links in here other than the one link to one of the silo posts, okay, on the Google property. And then, like I said, you have a YouTube embed. But for each subsequent press release in that silo, like I said, you're always going to have an internal link that links to the previous press release. And then you're going to have the link to its corresponding silo page on either the Google Business Posts or the Google Site silo. And obviously the corresponding video. All of that is to say, once you're done building this structure, again, press releases are optional but recommended. Now you just build tier 2 links to all of these URLs here. And you can also embed most of these. Again, you can't embed G sites, but you can embed these. You can also do embed runs on videos, and you can also do embed runs on press releases for those sites that allow it. The service I use, Press Advantage, does. They even give you a specific URL for iframing. So anyways, and then you can build tier 3 links to where those embeds are. Does that make sense? So you can really power up this entire structure with all kinds of different links. I use PBN links. You can use mass spam links. You can do all kinds of stuff to power these up here, because everything is filtered through all these properties before the link equity ever hits your money site. Okay. So very, very powerful strategy. And then one last thing, and again, I'll demonstrate this here, guys, to show you, but once your press releases are published, if you decide to do that, you can always go back to the G site silo pages and then click to add another embed, and then embed the press release into that corresponding page, which just adds a whole lot more relevancy to that page. And you'll see why here in just a minute. So let me give you guys some examples on this. And give me a minute while I get everything open. Any questions on that, guys?
Yeah, we've got a couple of questions coming through, Bradley. I don't know if you want to take questions from.
Yeah, sure. I can take some right now.
We'll just put. So there's a question here from Facebook user. I don't know who they are, but basically saying you're investing a lot of time and a lot of assets into a customer's Google business page. But what do you do when a customer stops paying? Just as a question.
Well, that's a great question. And see, that's one of the beautiful things I like about all of this, because, for example, the Google Site silo, that becomes, whatever gets done to the Google business profile directly, guys, that's, the client paid you for that. That's their asset you're optimizing. So, if they get what they get, but everything, in other words, like if they cancel services or decide to suspend payment or whatever, any links that you built to here directly from, external sources that you don't have access to go edit or to remove or anything like that, they're just going to continue to benefit from that. But what I like to do, guys, is that's why, typically for press releases, which is a huge part of my strategy, I have control over the organization, which an organization is essentially the brand, the media room, like the page that we set up for each project or each location, each client, for example. So if at any time a client decides to stop paying me, I can go in and tell Press Advantage that I do not want them to display the press releases anymore, and I can basically turn it off. And so now, wherever the press releases have been picked up on distribution sites, a lot of those sites will purge their press releases after a period of time anyways. So it's just, sometimes it's 90 days, sometimes it's 180 days, whatever. But generally, they will keep press releases live for 3 to 6 months, and then they will delete them from their databases. So my point is, if I go in and turn off to essentially turn the display off or basically say no index, the press releases and inside the organization page goes away. And also the press releases published on the Press Advantage domain go away. And within a few months, all of the other press releases were eventually going to purge. Not all of them, but most of them end up purging from those sites. But here's the other thing. That's why I do most of my massive link building to the G site, because I can push a whole lot of power into the G site, which then I can use to power up the Google My Business stuff and the money site itself. And if at any time a customer decides that they don't want to pay me anymore or whatever, I can go in and set to no index the G site or delete it entirely.
So you're owning and controlling the G site then. So you've got your own Gmail, you've signed on, you set up for the clients,
correct,
and then that's part of the service. So whilst they maintain and keep their Google business profile, you own the G site, which a lot of the link building's been set to. Okay.
That's correct. And so again, like that becomes one of these two things right here. I can turn those off, and so essentially they lose all the link equity that I've built into these two, which, by the way, my Press Advantage organization page is also one of my primary targets. Also, another thing, and again, this is going to be on the scope of today's training, guys, but something else that I do always is I set up what's called an ID page. An ID page is, those of you that do local business SEO, if you've ever added structured data, local business schema, there's what's called an add ID field. So an add ID page is just an HTML page hosted on an Amazon S3 bucket. And that's hosted in my own Amazon account. And then an ID page becomes an iframe loop, right? It's an iframe stack hosted on the Amazon S3 domain. So you kind of siphon some authority from Amazon itself, but then you also stack a whole bunch of iframes in there, the Google Business website, the Google Business map, the money site, if it's there, Press Advantage organization page, all of that stuff gets iframed into the ID page. That also becomes a primary link building target. So I can push a ton of power through assets that I have 100% control over, so that in case the client decides they don't need me anymore, I can basically turn those assets off, and all that link equity stops just like that. And it's just a matter of a couple of weeks until typically you start to see their positioning drop. So yeah, I like to try to maintain control as much as possible, but whatever I do directly to their Google Business profile, they get to keep that work even if they stop paying me.
That's great. Thanks. James Moore's got a couple of questions. One is, who's best for press releases? You mentioned Press Advantage a few times there. That sounds like that's your preferred option, is it?
Yes, it is. And so, guys, let me, just so you guys can actually kind of go through this as you have questions, let me drop this in the chat if I can figure out where chat is. This says private chat. So, yeah, I don't know if you guys are all going to see this or not. But to get access to this, guys, again, it's 100% free. I'll show you how to do this right now, and then we'll go through and I'll show you live examples of the structure and how it works. Okay. But first of all, guys, just go to smshort.link/Flowster. Okay. Sign up for a free account. I'll show you this. I don't know if it's going to log me in or not. Let me see.
Daryl, should we just put that in the private chat into the public chat? Is that the best way to handle that? Bradley's 2 links there. Yeah.
Okay.
Let me just share that with people publicly, just so everyone's got it.
So, guys, when you go to the smshort.link/Flowster, it's going to take you to this website here. They've got some Black Friday specials going on. You don't need a paid account right now, guys. If you decide that you like this app, I would encourage you to use this. It's a great app for keeping process docs and everything in your business. I think it's a fantastic app, to be honest with you. So, anyway, go sign up for a free account. Go to the pricing page. You'll see there's a free account. You can have up to 5 templates. What I'm sharing with you is called a template. And then you run a workflow from the template. Each time you run a workflow, you title it or name it after the project that you're going to apply that workflow to. Okay. So again, you don't need a paid account. I would highly recommend you might want it if you're going to be building processes, SOPs, standard operating procedures for your own business. This is a fantastic app for that. But I'm not here to sell you on Flowster, but you do need a free account. So first sign up for a free account at Flowster. Once you've done that, then you just go visit smshort.link/CM, which stands for Content Mirroring Playbook. So again, smshort.link/CM-playbook for Content Mirroring Playbook. Once you visit that URL, it's going to import this content mirroring template right here into your account. Okay. And you'll see that you can edit the template, which means you go in and actually edit the stuff that I put in there. I don't recommend that. What you want to do is you want to create a workflow, and then you want to name it after the location. So I'm going to say Lynchburg Tree Service, and I'm just going to put demo after it so that I know it's demo. You can assign it to, this is a dummy account that I have, a persona account, but you can assign it to, this will be your name with your free account, and then you would just click create a workflow. And once you've done that, this is what the workflow looks like. And so you'll see I've got all of my links in here, guys, that go out to the various things I talk about. Press releases, if you want a subscription, Press Advantage is what I use. There's a 3 PR per month subscription there that I don't think you can get anywhere else. But if you want single PRs, you can get single press releases from various sources. I linked to a provider there as well. But then, guys, like I said, this is a checklist essentially, and training and everything is built right into here. So you can go through, watch the videos as you complete each step. You can check it off. Then you go into the source content. There's some training here about that, and there's so on and so forth all throughout the training here. And like, for example, link building alone, this is probably the longest module. But you can see I've got some providers in here that I like to use for link building for these structures. Here is where I talk about the target URLs that you want to power up. I've got training videos to correspond with everything. I talk about the anchor text and how to develop an anchor text list for your links. I talk about how to split up the links or link distribution for any sort of link building gig that you're going to use to apply to this structure. So again, you guys can see that, like, I pretty much, this is a full-on course in here. So hopefully that makes sense. Is that pretty clear, guys?
This looks absolutely fantastic. I mean, just as a resource to give away and share is fantastic. I mean, there's obviously a lot of layers to this. I'm certainly going to watch back this part of the video again, and I do actually have Flowster as well myself, so I'm going to be happy to
great app.
that and take a look at it. Yeah, I've not got too much into it, to be honest. It does look really good. The fact you can share the SOPs straight away as you've done here is fantastic. So yeah, looks fantastic. Great.
Yep. And so there's this other module here that I was going to add some. I'm going to add some kind of supplemental training to, guys. Once I'm still in the process of waiting on all the links to be built, and also in the process of publishing the press release silo for this structure as well. I've got the first 2 press releases published. Once I get all 5 of them done, I'm going to add some additional training to kind of show it in here in module 9 to show like results, so that you guys can see some of that stuff, because this is a brand new project that was just built on November 16th and 17th. So the demonstration that I'm showing here, it's or today for Lynchburg Tree, like literally the GMB posts that I published for this process were on November 16th. So it's not even been a full 2 weeks yet. So all the link building, everything is still going on. It takes about 30 days from the time you set this structure up to kind of complete all of the, press releases apart from those, because typically I recommend publishing press releases at the rate of about 1 every 2 weeks or 2 per month. So to do 6 or 5 in this case, it would take about 10 weeks. I'm actually just publishing them at about 1 per week right now. But for the rest of these, if apart from press releases, usually depending on what kind of link building providers you use and everything else, but I like to do multiple layers. So I'll do a link building gig to target my G site silo pages, my GMB post URLs. And then so those will be like tier 2 PBN links essentially to those target URLs. Then once I get that report back, then I like to send those tier 2 PBN URLs to like a GSA spam gig or something like that, where I can really power up those tier 2 PBN links, right? So I do tier 3 links to my tier 2 links. Same thing goes with embeds. I like to do embed runs for the YouTube videos. And then what I like to do is once I get the embed runs back, like the URLs where the embeds are, then I like to do a spam, like a bulk link spam gig to power up the embed URLs. So it's a multiple stage or multiple step process. But once it's all done, and like I said, it usually takes about 30 days, disregarding the press releases, it takes about 30 days to complete the link building and embeds and link building for this structure. Okay, so it's still in progress, but let's go through this, guys, so I can show you what this entire structure looks like. Okay, so here's my location landing page. This is long form content that I decided to use as opposed. Now I've got 8 section headers here, but to keep the training a little bit shorter, I only did 5 posts in the silo, which you can see in the diagram. But again, something else that I plan on doing is going back and completing the other 3 posts to complete this kind of structure for this. But I've just got the top 5 linked to in this content mirroring structure right now. Okay. So anyways, as you can see, the first post, if we go down here, you'll see I started on November 16th, is the first post you are. This is the first post you are within the silo, So I'm just going to click to open that link in a new tab. Now, this is what I'm talking about as the inner page URL, guys. This is, and you can get rid of that question mark HL equals, and in this case, English. That's just the language code. But anything up until the question mark and that inner page URL, this is the URL that you want to build links to for GMB posts, because this is an inner page. And this learn more button here is a follow link to its target URL, whatever it's linked to. And if I don't know if you can see it down in the corner, but if I copy link location and I paste that into a notepad file, you'll see that that links directly to the tree services jump link, which is section heading 1, right? It's an H2 heading, but it's the first H2 heading on that page. So if we go back to the page, that's this jump link right here, which actually links to this section right here, okay? So you'll see that that's the learn more button. Then as I mentioned in the diagram, when I was describing the diagram, guys, I have a text link to the location landing page itself, right? These are no follow links, guys. Any sort of links, which can only be naked URLs in the post body of a GMB post or Google business post, is a no follow link, but that's a follow link. Okay. So then in the next post, and by the way, let me just demonstrate this. I usually like to demonstrate this for people, but if we go to like wheregoes.com, and we take the inner page URL for the GMB post and we click trace URL, you'll see it is a test 200 HTML code, right? It's a 200, which means there's no redirect. It's just it's test okay essentially, right? But now if we were to take that same GMB post URL, and in fact we could do that. Let's go into YouTube real quick, and I'm going to pull open the YouTube silo as well anyway. So.
Folks, if you're enjoying what Bradley is showing, please be sure to like the video and, take a look at some of this other stuff that Bradley has in his mastermind. I have so many people that are in our group that talk so highly of you, Bradley. So grateful to have you here. Yeah, definitely.
Well, thanks, guys. Okay, so thank you guys. I appreciate that. So this is the YouTube channel for that brand. And as I was talking about, and again, all of this, guys, step by step is shown in the process training inside of Flowster, excuse me. So I don't need to go through everything here, guys, but I do just want to show you what I was talking about. So this is the first video of the the YouTube silo. There's 5 videos, okay? If we go to playlist, you'll see there's the playlist URL. So this is the first video in there. And this is what I was talking about the post share URL, okay? If I click this, you're going to see that this is going to open to that same post that we were just looking at right here, right? That's this URL. You guys understand? This is the same post.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
It's this, excuse me. Why is that one? That's not the same post. What did I? Oh, you know what? I clicked into the wrong video. I thought that was the first video. So stand by. Let me go back to the first video. That's this one. Sorry, that was my fault. All right. So this post URL here is going to be the same post that we were just looking at. Okay. So that's this first post right here. This is just the share URL. You can see how it kind of creates this overlay on top of the SERP and everything else. Well, that share URL right there, guys, let me show you what happens if we were to click that, copy that and go over to where it goes and we view that. So you understand it's the same post as this one, right? That's this post here, but it's shared. When using the share URL, it brings it up as this format. Well, if we go take a look at that share URL, this is what I was talking about. It goes through multiple 302 redirects, as you can see right here. So you lose any link equity. You can't push page rank essentially through any one of these 302 redirects. And I don't know why it always gives an error code there, but it does. But what I'm saying is, so there's really no value in building links. I'm not going to say there's no value at all, because there is. For a natural looking link profile, guys, you should actually build some links to these too. I wouldn't spend a lot of time and effort doing it, but the only people that ever build links to these right here, guys, are SEOs. Like, in other words, if there's a blogger or a civilian, like a non-SEO person, if they're going to share a Google business post, they're not going to share this URL. They're going to click the share button and they're going to share the share URL, if that makes sense. So the only time that the only people that ever build links to these inner pages are SEOs. So that's why I say, if you want to have a natural looking link profile, there should be, in my opinion, occasionally you should also build a few links to here, even though you can't push link equity through them because of the 302 redirects. Okay. But what I was talking about was I set up CT spam or click-through spam traffic gigs. And that's why you can see there's 39 views on here, because I've got a drip schedule for views, and I'm telling the bot, the CT spam bot, that I want one of the URLs for it to click once it lands on this page and starts watching the video, is I want it to click this URL, because that is an engagement signal for the GMB post, and the bot will essentially pull this up, if that makes sense. So as I mentioned, guys, this is what I was talking about. This is the top of silo video. So I don't have a link to anything, within the description, which, guys, all this is the text from the GMB post, right? So you don't need any other text. I put the NAP here, a link to the location landing page, the Google Business website, the G site, and then also to the map CID URL, which again, that's the Google Business map. And then there's where I was talking about. I linked to the playlist itself. In every single video, the very last line of text in the description area is a link to the playlist. Okay, so that's going back to here again, always linking to the playlist URL. And then the last thing that I do is I put the primary keyword plus the inner page URL to the corresponding Google post as a pinned comment in the comments area below that. So I just go in and publish the comment, primary keyword, link to that inner page URL for that corresponding Google Business post, and then I pin that at the very top because that is another URL that occasionally, again, I'll send some traffic to. And also because when again, it's a no follow link, guys. All of these links within the Google Business descriptions and comments are no follow. The only time you'll get a follow link is on an internal. If we go back, just give me 1 second. Like, for example, this would be the second video in the silo. And you'll see that here we have the link to the first video in the silo. So this, if I click through to this is going to be that first video that we were just looking at. Okay. And you'll see that if you were to, if I were to go view this, I'll just show you guys. Let me copy this. We'll come over here where I've got a no follow highlighter. It only takes about 10 minutes to make these videos, guys, once you get a hang of the app. But this is what I'm talking about. I've got no follow highlighter in my main Chrome browser, and you can see that it's no follow. All of these are no follow. The playlist is no follow. And even down here in the comment section, I don't know if you can see it, but the red kind of outline is on either side. So that's also no follow. But the one that is a follow link is the link to the previous video in the silo. So again, I like to power up all the video URLs and the playlist URL with both links and embeds, and then links to the embeds, if that makes sense. Okay. So now you guys see the YouTube playlist. You've seen the Google site silo playlist. So if we go, the Google Business website silo. If we click into the next post within the silo, you'll see what I'm talking about with the internal linking. You'll see that I am linking to the previous post URL. So the first in the silo as a text link within the post body. Okay, this is a no follow link, but it's creating an association with that previous post. Does that make sense? And then the target URL, the Learn More button, if I copy that link, we go open up that notepad file again, you'll see there it's linking to that second jump link on the page, Arborist Tree Care, right there. Boom. Okay. So you understand, guys, now the GMB posts are siloed together the way that I demonstrated or shown in this diagram. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, it's this is great. Now, when you say spam links and things like that, we might have some people on here that might not, think of spam as a good thing and all of that kind of thing. Bradley, let's just talk a little bit. Like, let's say I'm a business owner just listening to this, and we're like, what is he talking about with all of this? Why would you do all of these tricky, like, you're like electrical engineer, right? So you think of all of this, schematics and why you would do this and why you would do that from a technical standpoint. But let's just say I'm a basic business person and I'm watching this video and we're like, wow, he's getting great results, but why all this extra stuff? Why is this stuff that seems to work with Google, and why should you hire a professional like yourself to do something like this? Because it is very technical what you're talking about.
Yeah. I mean, like something like this, it's not that somebody, a layman, a civilian couldn't do it, but, obviously in my training and everything else, I use industry jargon and all that kind of stuff because I'm speaking to other SEOs in the training.
Mostly in here. Yeah.
And I mean, so you got to know your audience. And I would, this process training for this content mirroring method is not something that I would actually ever, push upon or suggest a business owner do unless they had a really good understanding of SEO, because they wouldn't understand half the damn terms in the training.
You know what I mean? Yeah, exactly. But why does this stuff work, Bradley? Think about it. Like, we've been doing this a long time. You've been doing it a long time. And, some of this stuff is, sort of gray hat, things like that. But why is it like when you're in business and I'm somebody's, I'm a plumber company and I see my competitor way up high and I'm like scratching my head, absolutely, how do they do this, right? Because Google has to make a decision based on signals, right? I'm just trying to like dig into the core of why we do all of these gymnastics to make our sites really perform at the top of the food chain. And this is the thing everybody says, how do you get your site to rank organically high? And what Bradley's given you here is a masterclass on how it's done. And if you don't know how to do it, get somebody to do it for you, because I mean, this is gold. This is gold.
Well, and that's so to answer your question, the reason that we do all this, when I talk about spam, I know people think, there's a negative connotation to the word spam, but spam mean, guys, remember, anytime you're going out and you're publishing content for the intent of building a link back to something, that's spam. Unless you're literally, unless you are publishing a really well thought out article specifically to add value to wherever you're publishing it, which we rarely do that. I'm not saying it can't be done, but what I'm saying is, like, if you're using mass link building tools, that's a spam tool. You're building spam links. You're spamming the web to build authority back to your target page, whatever it is you're trying to rank. I don't look at spam as a bad word or a negative word in any sense, because it's just what we do. We spam stuff as SEOs. we find ways to exploit stuff as SEOs. We find loopholes to exploit, and we spam the web, and that's what we do. And so for me, it's like kind of a badge of honor. I don't care. I know some people think there's a negative connotation to it, but don't think that way. It's just the term. It's an appropriate term for what it is that we do most of the time. So when I say like mass spam links, I'm talking about using tools like GSA or any sort of mass link building tool. PBN links, obviously, are private blog network links. I tend to use more of those as like tier 2 links, and then use spam to power up the tier 2 links. So in other words, I like to use kind of PBN links to power up these assets. So these are all tier 1 assets here, right? The money site is being ground zero. These are all basically tier 1 assets. And so I like to power up my tier 1 assets using PBN links. And then when I get the PBN link report, I like to power up those PBN links using spam, right? So mass link builders. And I just purchased that stuff. I don't run any of that stuff in-house. So so hopefully that kind of clarifies what it was I was talking about when I say spam.
Absolutely. We're casting out to LinkedIn right now and Twitch and all kinds of places where there's some people that they're not SEOs always. Like I have the Facebook group, we have the YouTube channels and stuff like that. The people are definitely SEOs, but Simon's group has photographers that are on there as well, and some business owners and stuff. So I think it's good to sometimes take a little step back if they are watching this and saying, wow, this is pretty intricate stuff. And darn right it is. And that's why you should hire a professional that understands what Bradley's talking about. Because that's the thing, is if you go into a surgery, it's like the tree trimming. I can go up with a saw and try to cut my tree, but somebody that really knows what they're doing and knows the jargon and knows the thing about the different equipment and what to use when to be safe and all of that, that's a whole thing. You know what I mean? Yeah. And so it's anybody says they can cut a tree, but they're not necessarily a tree removal specialist, right?
That's right.
So
that's right. So guys, the reason this works so well is because, Google loves Google. Google is narcissistic, right? And because, building links directly to your main website can really get you into trouble. If you don't know what you're doing, even if you do know what you're doing, you can still get into trouble by building links directly to your main website, or your money site, as we call it, right? But Google business posts, those don't cause any danger to your money site. So that's why I like to use, or any really Google property for that matter, that's why I like to build this structure within Google properties, because then I can do all of my external link building, even some real nasty stuff. I like to call it kitchen sink spam. Like, I throw everything at it, including the kitchen sink. You know what I mean? And so you can throw kitchen sink spam at all of this stuff, and it will launder it. That's why I call it link laundering. It kind of filters through Google high authority assets that are all Google properties. Google loves itself. It's not going to punish itself. So you can build links to all of this stuff, and the link juice flows through these properties all the way down to your self-hosted site, your money site. but it's cleaned out any potential negative effects as it's been filtered through these properties, right? And so that's why I like to do this, because it opens up the possibility for us to just do as much link building as we want without ever really causing any potential damage or danger to your money site. Because it's
Bradley, just a question. So you've got your GMB listing on there as well. So would that include, like, sending Money Robot, GSA, RankerX kind of links directly to your GMB site? Is that what
you can? Yeah,
you
I mean,
list
again,
it, yeah.
I recommend. I like to.
Or would you tier it out?
Yeah, that's why, like I said, I like to use like PBN style links to power up, especially here. I'll throw kitchen sink spam at YouTube stuff and G site silo or G sites.
Yeah.
But for the Google My Business or Google
Not for the
Business
GMB,
Profile, I like to keep that a lot cleaner.
Yeah.
So I like to use like just tier 2 type PBN links on these over here, or press releases is my primary link building method for these. But then, like I said, and that's just because if you guys know from the Google process checklist that I created in the link building section, and I don't have that diagram pulled up right now. In fact, I could probably pull it up though. Stand by 1 minute. Let me pull that up because it'll make some sense.
Sure. Well, while we're waiting for that, Bradley, we did forget to run your intro. So if you need a second, we can run your intro.
No.
Yeah, do it.
All right, thanks, guys. So what I was saying here, guys, is you can see that, like, the way that I try to treat the location landing page, which is a money site, right? That's ground zero. Yeah. And so technically Google My Business or Google Business Profile assets, including the website posts and the CID map, right? So that's the Google Business Map. Those are technically tier 1 assets. However, I try to treat all 3 of those now as ground zero properties, if that makes sense. I like to keep my link building clean to these 2 URLs, even though I know they're Google properties and they're really tier 1 assets. I like to treat them as if they're money site assets. So going back to this diagram is what I'm saying. I'll do mass spam links or any types of links to YouTube videos or in URLs.
Oops, sorry about that. I was trying to delete something.
Press releases, anything like that, I will run mass spam links to. But for GMB posts specifically, I like to keep less quantity, higher quality type links. So that's why I like to use like tier 2 PBN links to power these up. And then I'll do the spam to those links, right? So the spam is out at really tier 3, if that makes sense. So let me get before it, because I didn't realize how much time we've already used, guys. I'm going to make sure that I get through just demonstrating what this looks like. So here's the branded Google Google site. So this is the sites.google.com. These are free sites, guys. They're great because, again, it's on the Google domain. Very, very powerful. You can make them look really good. So this is the homepage for this branded G site, okay, for Lynchburg Tree Service. And this is also an iframe stack. I was talking about what I call the ID page, which is, again, that's beyond the scope of today's training, but that's an iframe loop. Well, the G sites become an iframe stack as well, right? Because, again, here's the money site iframed in there. Here's the first video. It's the whole playlist that was embedded here with the first video in the playlist right there. If we scroll down, here's the Press Advantage organization page. So, for example, if I wanted to, I could, anyways, this is the Press Advantage organization page, where you can see that I started. This was the original press release that I published when I first launched this project. That was not part of the silo. This was the first press release in the PR silo for this structure here. So that's this press release. And then you can see here's press release number 2, which was published 5 days later. And if we were to open that up, you'll see that actually links to press release number 1 right here. It links, if we click through, this is press release number 1. So again, back here, that's this press release right here. All right. So if we're looking at this is press release number 1. Remember what I said, guys. I used, in this case, I actually linked up to the first press release that I had published when I originally launched this project. So that's an internal link to the very first press release that I did for this company. But the link out to the GMB post URL with an exact match anchor. You see that? Tree Service in Lynchburg, VA. And if I open that tab link up, that's that first post in the GMB post silo, as I was just saying. There's my video embed with that first video in the silo, so it's corresponding with this post. So now if we go to PR number 2 in the silo, we're going to see that this links to the GMB post URL number 2, right? So, and with an exact match anchor, arborist, or this would be what's called a topic anchor instead of a target anchor, because it does not include a location modifier. But this is an arborist tree care services, links directly to that arborist tree care GMB post or Google Business post. Here's the arborist tree care video embedded. And then this links to the previous press release in that silo with, again, exact match anchor text. Does that make sense? So you can see that these press releases now become very, very powerful in and of themselves, and they become their own kind of target for link building as well. And you can also embed these, right? So the embed URL for this, you put I underscore story and I underscore in front of story in the URL, and you'll see it removes that site header, so that this becomes essentially all the links on this page are links specifically that are associated with my brand and my assets. Nothing is being filtered off here to Press Advantage, if that makes sense. So this becomes your embed URL right there. That's the one that you want to iframe. And then lastly, as you can see, guys, this is what I want to talk about. You can see this is a 0 pixel by 0 pixel iframe underneath my iframed money site. By the way, this is what I was talking about, guys. The Press Advantage in itself becomes an iframe loop. So here's what I mean by that. Here's the GMB map embedded. Facebook page will come up here, but I'm in Firefox, so it typically, I don't know why Facebook embed doesn't show up in Firefox. It does in Google. Here's the the money site embedded. And then right down here is a 0 by 0 pixel with an iframe. If we go to view page source and I do a control find, and I'll just say S3 for Amazon, right there is my iframe. 0 by 0. That's my Amazon S3 bucket host HTML page hosted on an Amazon S3 bucket. If I copy that, this is what I was talking about, an ID. This is what's called an ID page, guys. And some of this stuff isn't going to display because it's in Firefox, but this is also an iframe loop as well. So what I'm saying is Press Advantage, I know the developer. He's been kind of a colleague and a friend and as well as kind of a business partner for many, many years. His name's Jeremy, he's a co-owner of Press Advantage. So he's built a lot of this stuff in the Press Advantage, specifically at our request, like these iframe embeds and all that. But that's essentially what this HTML page is, an ID page where you can see it's just an iframe stack, guys. This is another very, very powerful part of the overall strategy. And again, it's not really part of what we're talking about today, but this is what I was talking about earlier, is this becomes one of my primary link building targets that I have control over this, because this is hosted in my S3 account. So if the client decides to stop paying me, all I got to do is go delete that from that HTML file from my S3 account, and they lose all that link juju, right? All that link equity. So very, very powerful strategy. But lastly, let me just get over here, guys, and we'll go through this G site real quick. But you can see the homepage in this case, because it's a single location project. But also, I just wanted to very quickly point out, guys, so here's the Press Advantage organization page iframed into this as well. Then we've got the Google Business website iframed into here. Then we've got, all the stuff that was built with this G site and Drive Stack when this was built. Then we have down here, we have our Google My Map and the Google Business Map, right? So the Google My Business Map. And then we have the ID page iframed into here. So now if you take a look at this, guys, the ID page is iframed into here. And on the ID page is framed into itself, right? So you understand this creates what's called an iframe loop. And the reason we call it that is because it's very similar to, have you guys ever stood in between two mirrors and you look in one of the mirrors and you see that mirror in mirror image that it keeps going, it goes on for infinity. It just keeps getting smaller and smaller and smaller. That's what happens. It's like a wormhole, right? The bots, the Google spiders come in to crawl these pages and they get stuck in these iframe loops. And it's like a never ending where they just keep going down this, further and further and further into infinity, into oblivion. And it's feeding back that data back to Google. And so it becomes very, very, very powerful. And so that's the G site itself. But then the internal pages, all you do is, and again, all this is in the training, guys, but you create a sub page of the home page. And then I title that page based upon the keyword for its corresponding post, right? So whatever I'm optimizing the corresponding post for, it's that it gets a page, a sub page built. And if we click in here, this is what I'm talking about. Now I take the same keyword and I put that as the heading or the title of the page. And then I hyperlink that to, which is a follow link because it's a Google property. As long as you're linking to Google properties, they're follow links on G sites. Any external links to anything other than Google properties will all be no follow links. But if I click on that URL, you'll see that it's an exact match anchor from the G site that goes to its corresponding Google Business Post URL, the inner page URL. So we can push link equity through this page, through that URL to this. Then we've got the YouTube video embed, the playlist embed with the corresponding video, appropriate video on the top of the playlist. Then we have the GMB or Google Business Post iframed in here, right? And now, because the press release has been published, I go back and add the additional embed to embed the press release. So now this page here has got all this relevant information, summarized blog post, GMB post, a corresponding YouTube video with optimized for the same text. And now we've got a press release in here. So we've got iframes on top of iframes. And then we link to the next subpage using exact match anchor to the next subpage. So if we click through to that, you'll see the same format occurred here. Same primary keyword linked to this corresponding GMB post URL. Then we got the YouTube video playlist embed with that appropriate video on top, the Google Business Post embedded, and then the second press release in the silo embedded. Third would be here. Now I don't have a press release published for this one, but there's again keyword linked to this corresponding video or Google post, the embed video embed with playlist embed with the corresponding video on top. There's the Google Business Post. And then once the third press release is published, it will also be embedded. And that goes on through all the way down to the last post within the silo, which then links back up to the home page again. So it kind of closes the loop, if that makes sense. And so, guys, all of that is done. And like I said, finally, what you want to do is build links to all of these URLs. I even provide you guys in the training. If we go back over here, I'll show you what I mean. If we come over here to overview, you'll see that I have the GMB process checklist is there. Then we also have, where did I put the, here we go. It would be right here. The Google My Business Post Workbook. You would just make a copy of this. I'm not logged into Google right now, or I would show it to you. But essentially, and you'll see it in the actual training, guys. But the Google My Business Post Workbook has fields where you collect all your URLs and add them to the spreadsheet as you're building this out, so that you have all of your target URLs available to quickly go purchase link building gigs to start powering this all up, if that makes sense. So it's a very, very powerful strategy, guys. Like I said, if you go through the training the first time you do it, it's going to take you a while to get through all the training. But once you learn how to do this process, which, by the way, having access to that standard operating procedure, guys, I encourage you to go through it one time and build out one of these structures for yourself, for one of your own projects or a client project or whatever, just so that you get familiar with it. But then assign the, get one of your virtual assistants an account on Flowster, or have them sign up for a free account, and then share the SOP with them and have a VA go through it. Once somebody gets efficient with this process, it can be completed in about 4 to 5 hours, including all the video creation and everything else. So it's not something I recommend that you do yourself, which is precisely why I built the process doc, because I've done this 5 or 6 times myself and I don't want to do it anymore. So now I've got it available for you guys as well as for virtual assistants. Does that make sense?
I feel like, Bradley,
Amazing.
we need a big gallon tip jar, because you just gave us so much knowledge. We really, seriously, didn't expect you to deliver again this much. So, wow.
Yeah,
Great
so many
stuff.
layers
And
to
I
this.
was
Really impressive. Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome,
we were
guys.
just
My
talking behind the scenes there about some of the things that you just said that we were like, we got to do this. So
Yeah.
we were pretty excited about some of the things you were talking about. So awesome. So now, if somebody wants to learn more, you do have a mastermind. People can find that on Facebook, or how do they find you about joining?
Yeah, it's also in the process training. At the very
Okay.
top of every one of the modules, it says, copyright semantic mastery mastermind, and that's linked over to the mastermind sales page if anybody wants to join the mastermind. I've got process docs like this that for almost everything that I do in my business. I'm currently building a full SOP for everything in the Google process checklist. So you guys have the checklist that I shared with your group last month, Daryl, but I'm actually building the SOPs in Flowster right now to execute every one of those steps within the checklist. So
Wow.
mastermind members get access to my SOPs as I complete them. I share them, but that's the only
That's
place you
awesome.
can get those. So
That's
by the way,
great.
one thing real quick I want to mention,
Yeah.
guys. This was a brand new project, so I want you guys to keep in mind when you apply this method, the content mirroring method, and you start doing all that link building and everything else. The icing on the cake, kind of like finally the last piece of all of this, and I talk about that in the last module. In the training, that's the last completed module. There's one that's kind of empty right now where I'm going to add some kind of follow-up stuff once the full structure is built and the links have all been built. But anyway, what I'm trying to say is you understand you're creating a massive amount of activity between
My bad. Yeah.
between all the links coming in and everything, as well as, like I said, the last module, I talk about click-through rate manipulation using CT spam to kind of help ignite everything. It's like adding fuel to an already burning fire. So that's, engagement metrics that you can spoof using CT spam bots. I use a particular one called Viper Tools, but there are other bots out there that apparently work, like CTR Booster, I think, is another one. Anyway, I just want to clarify that, guys, when you start to build out something like this and you're pushing all this massive link activity and engagement activity, you're going to see significant dancing, right? So in other words, you might see an initial boost, which is what I typically see from one of these, and then you'll start to see some volatile swings in organic ranking because of this. And that's because Google's trying to figure out what to do with all this new activity and all this new link equity flowing into the website. So just be aware that, like, you'll probably see a positive boost initially, and then you'll start seeing some pretty wild swings in organic rankings. But once everything kind of settles in, it usually takes about 3 weeks. But once everything kind of fully settles in, I typically see a significant increase in ranking, both in the maps as well as in organic ranking from this kind of a method.
Fantastic. Yeah, Bradley, we've got a couple of questions. Daryl, we've got time just to cover off some of the questions that people have
absolutely.
asked there. So,
and Bradley can spin the wheel after.
Yeah.
If he has time.
Question here from Rich Muir. Bradley, what plugin for WordPress do you recommend for the jump links? And does that plugin work well with Magic Page plugin? I don't know if
Yes,
you're
sir.
familiar with that or not. Yeah.
Rich is one of our newer mastermind members. So,
okay.
Hey, Rich. What's up, buddy? That's an Elementor. I've got Elementor Pro, and that table of contents is one of the elements inside of Elementor. So that works with Magic Page plugin for sure, because it's Elementor. But you can also, I don't know about being compatible with Magic Page plugin, but I've, in some other local sites that I built that I didn't use Elementor, I've used the easy table of contents plugin to create table of contents, but I don't know if that would conflict with Magic Page or not.
Okay, thank you for that. Another question here from Dana. So if he's a business owner, you want to hire somebody for this to do for your money site, what are the words that they would use to describe this world? Is it SEO specialist or some other terms?
Yeah, you could, since you have access, Dana, to the standard operating procedure in Flowster, what you could do is hire a virtual assistant, like an SEO virtual assistant, or an administrative assistant, or just, they don't even need to be an SEO assistant really, and just hand them that SOP and they can go through it and learn how to do it. All you really need to do is hire a virtual assistant. You can go to Upwork and find somebody to do that or whatever. Within probably about the next month, we're going to have that as a done for you service available. We just launched, it's still in alpha testing, guys, but we just launched a service called Content Kings with a K, content with a K, where we're producing done for you SEO optimized or SEO tuned content, because like I mentioned at the very beginning of this webinar, 70% of ranking right now is on page. So it makes sense to invest into well-tuned content. So we have launched a service specifically to provide that content. And this is going to be an add-on, the content mirroring method, because here's the thing. You invest money in good content. Well, how do you squeeze the most power out of that content? The content mirroring method. So it's like you've already invested this kind of money in in well-tuned content. So now how do you get the most power out of it? Well, I add the content mirroring method onto it, because you don't need to spend any more money on additional content. You just repurpose what you've already invested in to build this structure.
Great, thanks. Dan had a sort of follow-up question, which is about what's the average cost for this kind of service, and and if it depends on specifics, what are the kind of specifics and criteria you're charging for? You've obviously just provided some ideas on how to make it cost less or different in terms of hiring your own VA, but any other perspectives on that in terms of order of magnitude cost or the different moving parts within the costs?
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to hire this out and hire a VA to do this, if you find a VA that you hire for say $5, $6, $7 an hour, something like that, like I said, once going through this the first time, it's going to take you certainly a lot longer. But once a VA gets a hang of this method and this process, it can be completed. I've done it myself 5 or 6 times now, and I can do it in about 5 hours. So if you think about that, you're paying $5 an hour is $25 if you're paying by the hour. If you were going to pay per like completed structure, that's going to be different. It would be on a per structure basis. I'm not 100% sure what we're going to charge yet, so I can't really give you an estimate on that. But if you're paying a VA by the hour, like I said, once they become efficient with the process, they can get it done in about 5 hours. So that can help you to estimate what your costs are going to be.
Brilliant. Thanks very much. Yeah, obviously, some people are just saying there's mind-blowing and brilliant stuff, some great feedback from people there. And somebody commenting, Viper Tools rock. I don't know, that's Facebook user, but thumbs up for Viper Tools, which you mentioned. And Ruckus just basically saying thank you. They've already signed up and downloaded the Flowster, so that's awesome. Great. Well, that's what I'm going to be doing tomorrow as well when I get onto the link myself. So yeah, brilliant. Thank you, Bradley. That was fantastic.
Awesome. Well,
okay,
awesome.
I appreciate you guys having me on. And like I said, you guys, if you have any questions about any of this stuff, I encourage you to join the mastermind. But besides that, every single week on Wednesdays at 4 p.m., we call it Hump Day Hangouts. We host a free weekly Q&A webinar. It's actually, I think we're on episode 368 this week. So we've been at it for over 7 years. So if you guys want to, you can always go to semanticmastery.com/HDHO, which stands for Hump Day Hangouts. So semanticmastery.com/HDHO, and that'll take you directly to the page where you can post your questions that we will answer on Wednesday during the Q&A webinar. You don't have to attend live. I encourage you to do so, but you can always catch the answers to your questions on the replay on our YouTube channel.
Great. Are details of the mastermind on that site as well then, Bradley, Semantic Mastery?
Oh, yeah.
Is that where people find out about it?
Yes, sir.
Awesome. Well, that's fantastic. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you so much for your time this afternoon. If you don't mind, would you spin the wheel for us as our guest? The next prize up is actually from Simon Hogman. It's his SEO course, GPB. Is that your Pinterest course?
No, that's the new name for Google Business Profile.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. And
yeah,
then,
so I've got
a coaching sessions.
Yeah, so a foundational course on SEO, my Google My Business course, and 4 coaching sessions. We can talk about anything SEO. I obviously do a lot of mass page building as well. We can talk about that, or lead generation, anything else you want to do. So that's my prize contribution for the day.
Sweet.
Jorge says, nice information. Bradley Benner knows more about SEO than Santa Claus knows about Christmas.
What's up, Jorge?
Great.
He's in several of my mini mastermind groups, like little accountability groups. Jorge's a beast. He's badass, man.
Yeah, definitely.
He is. No doubt about it. He's a great friend too. All right. Look at all these people on the wheel. Look at how fine that line is now. That's how many people just have registered for this. So you might see, 12 people. We have a lot more people that are watching on all the other streams. So this is going really, really good. So thank you guys for being a part of this. All right. Are you ready to spin the wheel? Just exclaim, spin it.
Spin it.
All right. Bradley says spin it. Look at that. Look at that. Spinning around. See who's going to be our winner here for, it looks like Rod K.
Rod K.
All right. We'll remove Rod from the list. But thank you so much, Bradley. Really, really appreciate you being here. Sharing part of your Cyber Monday with us and giving so much value once again. You just absolutely nailed it as you did on the last thing. And I'm going to also, because I had to do some stuff while you were talking, which was great because this is a 12-hour live stream. But I'm going to have to watch a lot of the stuff that you did because we were just geeking out. We were geeking out that you were telling this information out on our stream. So it was really, really cool.
We're swapping some ideas in the back, and this has been fantastic. I'm definitely going to have to watch this video back. There's some amazing stuff you just shared there. So thank you very much.
You guys are welcome. Thank you for having me. I appreciate it very much, guys. Happy Thanksgiving, Black Friday, Cyber Monday, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, all of that.
You guys. All right.
Awesome.
We'll see you.
Awesome. So we're going to remove this. Very good. So let me just put Rod K in here. If you want to fill some time and talk a little bit about your courses, that would be great. And we can then bring our next guest up here.
Yeah. So on Webbython. Go on.
Yeah, go ahead.
So on Webbython.com, Daryl have got some of his deals. I've got some of my deals as well. And there's a number of things that I'm sharing. I have an SEO course, which is really for beginners to intermediate. I've also got a Google My Business optimization course. I did a Pinterest marketing course, which is interesting. Just working with another digital marketing person called Anna Cordelia, who works in the creative space. So there's some deals on that. And there's some WordPress plugins, there's review plugins, there's security plugins, there's a number of other different services, there's Google News blasts and all sorts of stuff. So yeah, if you take a look at webbython.com, Simon's deals, there's a load of stuff in there which you can take a look at.
Awesome. So let's just summarize a little bit before we have the next guest come on up. We've been talking about a lot of things. We kicked it all off with Craig Campbell this morning, 9 o'clock Eastern time. He talked about his story of how he was the improbable actor in a series just because he wanted some knowledge panel. So that was a great story he had on there. We also had Judith from PitchGround. Judith was amazing, wasn't he, Simon?
Yeah, some great insights there. But as you said, it was not just about PitchGround. We talked about the other businesses he'd been in. He talked about failure. You know, he'd been involved in a SaaS that had not gone right, and he used some of those learnings to replan and learn from that. So it was a great discussion about business as a whole, not just the things he's working on. So yeah, fantastic.
Yeah, and then we brought a guy up that looks like he could be related to me with the bald head, Paul Hogden from Flock Media Marketing. He was great. I mean, a breadth of knowledge about everything in the digital marketing space. So that was this morning.
Yep. Yeah, Paul's running an agency, and I think that was really interesting as well. I mean, he's obviously employed people. He's been doing it for 10 years or whatever, and comes really much from a web design background. So yeah, his insights were good as well.
Absolutely. 1 o'clock, I did a demo about domain investing with domain kicks and just in general how I find really good, juicy, catchy domain names that can be sold for thousands of dollars. So we did that. And then Bradley Benner just dropped some knowledge bombs and like stuff that you hold back. Like, did nobody tell him he's supposed to hold this stuff back and only have it in like $1,000 a month masterminds?
Yeah, or maybe doing a Cyber Monday deal, and actually he's on the presentation. And by the way, here's the training, and also here's the Flowster SOP as well. I mean, amazing.
Everything. He just gave us the whole thing. So yeah. So awesome stuff. I'm having such a great time. I'm hoping you're having a good time too, Simon. You've been so awesome to definitely come on. Now, I also want to tell you these are the people that have won so far. Alex B won a $14,000 domain at 10 o'clock. Viewmyresume.com. The 11 o'clock winner was Stefan B. He got a $24,000 domain. These are according to Nameworth estimates. And also, Udit gave us a PitchGround credit worth $100. And guess what Udit's done? He started like a whole thing on Twitter. If you look at our hashtag Webbython, you'll see all the people that wanted to win. So he's going to give something away or something like that. So that's awesome. He's got that going. And he talked about a Twitter software.
Like a free tool.
Really sounds great.
Yeah, amazing. Yeah, I mean, he's totally into Twitter, and he's built out his own profile. And yeah, he's going to share a free tool with us, which sounds brilliant.
Absolutely. And we had Dre, who's our next guest coming up. He was the winner at 12 o'clock. I don't know if he knows that or not, but he won a domain worth $5,400 from Nameworth called Lazy Day.
We're getting Dre on in a second. Yeah, we're gonna have to give it a big reveal. Actually, yeah, he's coming on in a second.
Yep.
As
and
a winner.
then the SEO he also got the Paul Hogden's SEO Underground course
Yes.
as well, the classes and the recordings and all that. So I think he's going to dig that because he's totally SEO. So
yeah,
that's really awesome. Looking forward to talking to him in a few minutes here. Then at 1 o'clock, we gave away a Domain Kicks software lifetime deal to Simo E. It's a $1,000 software package. So they picked that up for nothing, just for being here today and sharing their Cyber Monday with us. And if you want to be involved in any of this winning, just go to webby.link. If you want to throw that up there while I go through the rest of these. And then our last winner won a course, a set of courses and 4 coaching calls from Simon Hogman's SEO and a GMB or GBT. I can't say that.
come on.
Course.
You're in this industry and you can't even remember what it is. GPP,
I don't
isn't it?
care. Yeah, I don't care.
You don't care. You
Google,
don't care. No, client SEO.
yeah, clients, or whatever.
Clients,
Anyway.
Jorge's given me a thumbs up as well for the courses there. So thanks, Jorge, for your support.
Yeah,
that's
definitely. So guys, if you're not in on the winning, make sure you go to webby.link. Webby.link, I'll just go ahead and pull that up there and make sure you register at webby.link and we'll throw you in the next batch. Look, you can see we got a 5 p.m., we got a 6 p.m., a 7 p.m., and a 9 p.m. Winners still to go. And some of these will add to. So you're going to get the domain, but sometimes the speakers will also throw in another giveaway. So we'll have that coming up. All right. Are you guys ready for the guy that inspires all of us in SEO to up our game on video? Are you guys ready for our next guest? All right, here he is. Woohoo! There he is. Hey, how are you, my friend? He's got his own product.
Love it. Thank you guys for the intro.
Hi there, how you doing?
You
Good to
cannot
see
cannot take the designer out of you. You are through and through audio, visual. You've got the whole thing down. So it's awesome.
Yeah, I mean, I've actually graduated college in multimedia, and I never knew when to use it until just like last year.
Yeah,
we felt a bit of pressure. We had to
stuff.
come up with something, so we kind of upped the game a bit. But you clearly, of all the YouTubers, I believe, have the highest production values, the best audio, the best light, and the best backdrop. So it just shines through. So yeah, brilliant. Oh wow, audio as well.
He's got a lot of toys, doesn't he?
Thank you. No, I mean, again, it's for the love of SEO, right? And it just applying like a lot of other skill sets we have, right, to be differentiate ourselves.
Mm-hmm. Brilliant.
Yeah, now,
and also, well,
yeah.
Darryl, you go on. You go on.
No,
you go on.
You go ahead, Simon. No, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, I know you've been saying hello a few times earlier on, so I don't think we'd called up any of your messages. So thanks to you for your contributions to that. We didn't have a chance to show you your message earlier on, so thanks for watching along. I don't know if you saw one of the earlier draws because you were a winner and one of them. I don't know if you saw that, but so we can announce that now. You won a domain. And
I know, I saw that.
Oh, you saw that? Oh, brilliant. Oh,
yeah. No,
yeah.
Thank you for that. I'm curious. I'm actually even curious to even see that course that you got. I got access to.
Yeah, SEO Underground. So yeah, it's all sort of different speakers just talking about from a conference last month that Paul Ogden organised, and yeah, there's some real insights there. It's a black hat conference. I don't know if that's actually a thing or not, but you can have a look when no one else is watching. And there's some real eyebrow raising things discussed, some real insights. So yeah, enjoy that one.
Yeah, I believe if we've been doing SEO for over 20 years, 15 years, we've all touched the black hat stuff.
Yeah. So great. So I know our good buddy CC Craig Campbell said we're the Wish version of your show. Wish.com. Wish.com. You know how it's like
sort of
not quite Amazon
budget version. Yeah.
So has it been hard? Has it been hard to watch?
No, I've been loving it. It's like great stuff you got going on and very organized. I love the intros you did. I mean, it's all about the little touches, right? Even like when you're waiting, even just stuff like this. You could have had just a simple, 2 screens, Zoom looking or not, but you're using everything, which is great, which is also shows off to makes a difference.
Awesome.
Yeah, well,
I mean,
we're
this is,
trying. Yeah.
yeah, this has been an inspiration from our Sunday live shows. We've been doing really well with the Sunday live. It all started last year during COVID. We just started saying,
Yep.
when do I have a time that I can always commit to doing a show? And it's hard sometimes when you're busy to pick a daytime. And so we picked Sunday because it's like we're kind of resetting for the new week and everything like that. So we did the Sunday live thing, and it's been going great. Like we've been having a lot of people participating. We open up the guest line and things like that. Well, we're still a baby show. We're really small compared to what you've got going on. But then I had this idea, and I approached Simon about this, and I'm like, I really want to do it wasn't called Webbython at the time, but I want to do a marathon webinar on Cyber Monday just to give back to the community. Instead of asking for money, let's just give value. Let's just this is the holidays and this is a small industry. Let's all get on here and share with one another, like some tips. Like Bradley just came on here, just dropped some major stuff, So yeah, it's just so cool, right?
No, he was dropping some major knowledge bombs, man. He was just blowing it up. I mean, that was some great stuff. Bradley was like, man, he needs to come on the show too. So, but yeah, I mean, even for today, like video is very, very important nowadays, right? Because you even mentioned like when stuck here in COVID, when we're stuck at home, trying to feel how can we connect with our audience? And video is the best way to connect with the audience. It's authentic, especially if you're doing lives, right? Because they can immediately see who you are. They can immediately ask questions within the live chat. And once you create that connection, and once you hit that 1,000 true fans, that's when the money can start coming in.
I love that. Drop another bomb for yourself. That was good.
Oh.
Hey, listen, what are you using for lighting? My God, look at us. We look so unhealthy. You look great.
Yeah, that's it, yeah.
I mean, again, I was a photographer. I first got into SEO as a photographer. I was shooting a lot of content, a lot of models. I mean, I was into glamour photography back 20 years ago, and so I have like a huge umbrella light source right here to the right side was my main light. Then I have a little fill light here, like a little fill light, so it's slightly less power, so it kind of adds a little shaping on my face. And then I have a hair light to pop me out a little bit.
Oh, hair light too.
Oh my gosh! Wow,
that's amazing. Yeah.
and the stuff back here. Yeah, 3-point lighting, and then the back stuff back here, just regular floodlights, some little cheap floodlights from Amazon. LED lights. They're on the floor. I'm just shining it up to kind of like separate me from the background, and visuals like that.
Is that
just
your
the
real
quality.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So I can scroll out here. You can see.
All right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So it's my real background. It's my all the books I've read. I'm a huge avid reader, and I push on knowledge. Reading a lot is very healthy.
We've got to step things up, Daryl. Honestly, we've been shown the way.
Yeah,
here now.
we do. Well, I haven't talked to you, but I would love to have Paul as a third host next year on the Webbython. I think he would be an awesome third host if he's interested.
Hey, let me know. Let me know.
You could help us bring our
to.
game. I mean, this is like, yeah, I think it would be really cool. But
yep. Totally.
We have a delay here because it's just been streaming a long time. So I apologize for that. So go ahead with what you were saying.
Oh no, I would definitely love to come on, come on, help out. I mean, again, it's all about just being able to provide the value, and if there's any questions out there, ask me anything. I didn't prepare anything for today, but I'm here to share anything I've learned through my journey as a creating a show, whether as an SEO, whether it's live streaming. And it's funny, ever since I started the show, I've been doing SEO for over 15 years now. But when I get invited as a guest, it's always about how to live stream. I was like, I've only live streamed for like the past year and a half. I kind of really planned it out, and was able to add all this stuff, put them together, and create that show.
So just for the people that aren't familiar with your show and your background, you can give us just a couple of minutes just to explain what it is. I mean, obviously I'm aware of it, and Daryl as well, but just to explain, a little bit of context about SEO Video Show and what your background is, where you've come from.
Oh yeah, definitely. So my name is Paul Andre de Vera. I'm an enterprise SEO professional has been in the game for over 15 years. I work at big companies like SAP, Anaplan, and a company called Workday. So huge tech companies, B2B. And I've been doing this for 15 years. And the show just came about just within the past year and a half. It's less than 2 years old. It's about a year and maybe 3 months old. And again, it came from us being stuck at home, and it was something I've always wanted to do. Like, hey, I've always had a degree from college as a multimedia person, a photographer, but I've never really did anything. I just went straight into corporate marketing, and I stopped from there. And then so I decided to like, hey, you know what? I think this is the perfect time. So I kind of like bought a course. Like I'm big on courses. That's why I love courses, because it's all these knowledge packed stuff you can get that's organized in a way that you can understand and just go at your own pace. So I bought a course on live streaming. And within about 3 months, like learned all the software I needed, learn all the equipment that kind of needed for all the stuff. And then I love planning. I'm not one of those guys that, they say, oh, just press record. I like planning things out, because I believe first impression is big, right? Because when you have to make that first impression, you can gather that audience and they'll come back every single week. And then that's when I started to do the SEO video show within the past year and a half. And, how people ask, like, so how do you even get guests? How are you getting guests like the awesome guests like that, right? It's all about your network. I mean, I've been a part of groups like, SIA, IMG, all these different type of groups, testing groups and communities. And when you engage there, it's so easy to just reach out and ask, because when some people really undervalue the concept of just asking for help, people are willing to help. So they'll come on. All you got to do is ask. And that's one of the things that I really feel like people should be doing. Like, if you want to start a show, you want to like get anything, just ask for help, ask your community, because they are willing to help.
Well, I mean, this is the case in point with Webbython. I mean, we literally, we weren't sure who would be on here really and what would happen, but we got on with Craig Campbell and asked him if he was interested, and he was. And then we started saying, well, let's ask President Obama. Like we were going crazy.
We were weren't we? I think it built our confidence, and then we started asking all sorts of people, and we put it together on that. And you're absolutely right. People have been very helpful, and pretty much everyone has said yes, and that's great. It's great to get that feedback. And I think you're right. People are much friendlier, probably in every industry, but in the SEO business than you'd imagine. Yeah. So I think do reach out. It certainly worked for this, and
exactly.
So we've got a guy coming up. Oh yeah, just real quick, we got a guy coming up at 7:00. He is a YouTuber that I watch, the affiliate marketing dude. I don't know if you've ever seen any of his stuff, but he does some production value stuff as well. And he's spot on about his knowledge about affiliate marketing. He has 124,000 real subscribers on his YouTube, like no fake stuff there. And he does great. He's a huge inspiration. I'm really looking forward to talking to him, and talking to you is a huge inspiration for me as well, because I really appreciate the guests that you've brought in the last year, like Neil Patel and some of these huge people that are really hard to get in contact with. You've pulled them onto your show and you've held it down with them, so it's been great.
Yeah, again, networking is huge, and it's always asking others to even be a connector. Like how I got even Neil was like, I actually asked him as a really long time ago, and I didn't get an answer, but I actually interviewed one of his like good friends and said, hey, can you make the connection there? And then so he made the connection. He said like, oh, the show is awesome, very well produced, and then he responded right away and got on. So again, it's being able to even ask the people that you've actually even worked with, right? And being connected to those people.
I think it's interesting what you said about, obviously your show's actually not that old. I mean, it's popular, it's well produced, but it's not that old. And obviously the stuff we've been doing on Sunday Live's not that old. And I think COVID has changed a lot of things for every people. My background is actually as a photographer, so my lighting's not quite as good. I'll need to get a softbox out and step it up. But COVID obviously hit our industry very hard, and I was obviously doing my own SEO on my own website, and I was helping some other people. But yeah, when that happened, it's a question of like a lot of businesses, I think all of us look around and say, well, what are we going to do? There's no scene or site when this, because again, lockdown for us where I was a few months, but of commercial work and no work coming through. But at that stage, you didn't know. It could be 3 months, 6 months, a year. None of us know how it's going to go. We're obviously still in it. So I think it did mean that a lot of people, myself included, Daryl as well, sounds like you too, took a chance to have a look at things. And I would never have imagined in a million years that I'd be doing live streaming, because it's just like, well, I like to stay behind the camera. I don't want to do this sort of thing. But COVID and those sort of challenges has forced people to look at different business models. And now, probably like most people, I spend 5-6 hours a day on a marathon doing Zoom calls and everything else. But it is a way to, I've connected with so many different people from all parts of the different world and different industries and different places because of that. So it has kind of shaken things up. And yeah, interesting to see that. I think a lot of people's shows maybe are a year or so old, and it does tie in with some of the challenges of last year. So it's very inspiring anyway.
Yeah, definitely. Because I mean, even with just starting off, right? Everyone starts from zero, and people shouldn't be worrying about all the subscribers and stuff like that. I mean, I've hit my first 1,000 subscribers and got monetized within about 6 months. And I hear that to get monetized, it takes like on average about 16,000. 16 months. And I was able to do it in about 6 months. And it's just really connecting with the people and just really reaching out to your own audience. Like people ask, like, how'd you get your first 100 subscribers? I'm like, hey, it was family. Hey, my mom and dad watched my show. So I'm like, if you're really serious about having people grow, just ask all your friends, ask everyone to come on. And so, just they'll support you.
Great advice.
Awesome.
Yeah. I need to find a few more friends and family, I think, actually, to to build things up. It's a good idea. Just look at the people that are around you and get them to help you. Absolutely.
What is the long range plan for your show? I mean, it looks like you have Dre TV, which is a great domain, by the way. I freaking love it. What are your long term plans, like 3, 4, 5 years from now?
Well, I mean, like right now, I'm still a corporate marketer. That's what I'm doing. But I mean, I do plan to retire from the corporate marketing game within the next few years. But I do have with the SEO video show. I've already been getting reached out to get sponsorship. So like I was waiting. I didn't want to take any type of sponsorship until at least 1 year, just to make sure I have a solid audience, being able to have the data to show to even pitch it even higher, right? Because I mean, I have a mirrored LinkedIn group page, so like that kind of like that has the same amount of followers as my YouTube channel. So you can actually companies can see the actual companies they can target if they go on my channel. Within like my space, like my average CPM on what I see on my Google Analytics is about $70 per CPM, and it's like revenue per minute is what, $10 or something. So it's really high. So I have like big companies that are actually they know that my channel attracts other businesses or other professionals within other big companies, and being able to have all that data to put into a nice rate card, I'll be able to sell it to whoever wants it, or give it out to even who's been asking. But again, I really want to just keep it kind of ad free. And everything, like when I promote other things on there, it's because they're for friends, I'm doing for favors and stuff like that. But nothing, I'm not accepting any kind of monetary compensation for anything. I mean, I feel like, again, it's a show to give back, and then that's how you can provide value and provide that connection with your audience. You don't try to sell them. Even when I do come with that course, I know I was telling you, Daryl, like I'm planning on working on a course, on a very serious course on whole video marketing and even live streaming. But I'm not going to be pushing it like all the time. It's going to be if I get like I said, like people ask me like, how do I do this stuff? I can point them to there. I'll have it on there. If they want to learn how to do it, great. But the show is going to be pretty much for that value. And you talked about Dre TV. I mean, I love domains. I have Dre.tv, Dre.me, Dre.ai. Like, that's all I have PaulAndre.com. I had that for quite some time. So I was a big domainer back in the days. And I still have hundreds of domains where like I'm still paying it for the past 10 years and not even used it. But I mean, one of the things, it's fun. I think it's addictive when you find a great domain. It's a great idea. It's like, you just buy it, right? It's like $10 and you just buy it. And
You're speaking to the right guy here. Daryl loves domains. You probably know this already. He's a massive domainer. Yeah, totally.
Oh yeah, I was such a cyber squatter back earlier in the years. Like I have one of the ways I was able to make money, like when early years, maybe like about 15 years ago, Max Magazine used to put out like the top 100 models, and I would register every model that didn't have a domain, and then someone would reach out to me and like try to ask to buy it. And I'll go, oh yeah, I was a fan, I'm a big fan, and then here you can buy it for like $500. Nothing ridiculous, so they'll pay for it. Like, okay, $500, boom, you only paid like $20 for it. So it's like that was one of the things I used to do before, but. Back to like, what I see the show and Dre.tv, I'm here to really put out value. Like the Dre.tv is more on my personal branding, public speaking, and be able to like produce like that connection with people. It's all the books I'm doing a show on every single book reviews on every single book I read it there to get to where I'm at within my career and where I'm at today, right? Because without reading and learning stuff, I was able to not be where I'm at right now, right? I mean, I owe it to like a lot of like mentorship, a lot of reading, a lot of education and self-teaching.
That's really awesome. I noticed when you post things on Twitter, you get a responsive audience. I'm sure we'd get the same thing if we looked at your LinkedIn, your YouTube is on fire and things like that. So your authenticity is coming out on your social platforms. And I think that's why you're winning so well and you're getting invited to things. We were really happy to get you to come on here because I've always had a lot of questions I wanted to ask you because I've been watching your show for a long time. And just, the guests are just amazing. Your questions are great. I love the news recaps that you do every week. Someday we hope our Sunday Live gets on there. Just hint, hint. But yeah, we definitely think that you're a shining star in the industry because you're giving so much value. You're spending the time to plan your thing, and then there's the original Dre with the $1 Million Man and the introduction of the box, the wrestling and all that. So you are the OG of that, and so I think that it's one of those things. Dave, my friend there from Clubhouse, said he loves the Will Reynolds episode. I didn't see that one, but I'll have to check it out.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of knowledge bombs from I try to bring out. Like my thing is like I do improv classes, I do public speaking. So what I'm able to do is like I'm able to try to grab that information out of them, right? Like I'm able to like pick up where they left off and dig deeper to just like a regular tip. Like I want to like have them explain a certain tip where they can go deeper. That way, being like a great interviewer, it brings even more value to the show. Like maybe someone could have the exact same guest and ask the same questions, but not get the same answers, right? And it's all about making the guests feel comfortable. Like you said, like in our industry, I feel like we all started like we grew up in the 90s or early 80s, 90s. So it's like what I put on the show is everything I grew up with, so I can resonate with others. Like the wrestling, the $1 Million Man, like the whole '90s theme, like the colors and the fonts. That's all 90s, and that's what I grew up. I grew up watching, and I feel like a lot of SEOs are around the same, grew up the same year.
Yep.
I could see it in the analytics, like it's average 34 to 45 and stuff like that. So it's like whatever I talk about, at least I know I'm resonating with the people that's watching.
That's a great thing. I mean, it shows. I mean, to get to monetization in 6 months the authentic way, that's really good. Awesome. Simon, were you thinking anything? I saw you come up mute.
Yeah, no, I was interested in some of the stuff you're talking about, personal branding, and I look for your buy-in, and you've got like a whole separate channel on that, and you also mentioned that you're into public speaking, mentioned Toastmasters and other things. Can you tell us a little bit more about that side of the non-SEO side of things, just to give us a full picture? Yeah,
of course, because I mean, public speaking was something that was able to help me get promoted. One time, like in the corporate world, one time someone mentioned like one of my bosses, I was trying to apply for a job. I mean, not a job, but a new position within the company, like like something that would move me up. And they mentioned that they were going to hire someone else to talk about the great work I was doing. I'm like, what? Like, what? And then they're saying like some that was more polished to talk to executives. So that's when I decided to do something about it. And I was like, I'm going to learn and work on my public speaking, not being able to reduce my odds, ums, and so's, and being able to be more professional within like a crowd and be more persuading, be more influential in meetings to like push off metrics and get things done. But Toastmasters was a nice thing to happen to me. And it was one of the greatest things to happen to me. I was able to get, another position within another company, get, land stuff, certain things, be non-afraid to be in front of the camera, which, I used to be, didn't want to, like I said, I was a photographer. I love being behind the camera, not in front of the camera.
I relate to this completely. I said this earlier on in the stream today. I mean, it's not being in front of a camera is not what you want to do. It's behind it. Can you explain for people that are not familiar with Toastmasters? And I have to say, I've not. I sort of researched it and looked at the website, understand more about it. But can you explain what Toastmasters is, and just for the people that maybe not familiar with it?
Yeah, Toastmasters is for you to help on your public speaking, help on your soft skills, help you become a leader. And one of the things is like there's different chapters all around the world. It's a huge thing. They have Toastmaster competitions where you have prepared speeches, impromptu speeches, and it's a good way to practice on the fly. I feel like it's also one of the reasons why I'm able to interview and cut the dead silence, because we have something where we have to speak within a minute. We were given like a random topic, and we're supposed to speak on it for a minute, and we don't know what it is, but we're supposed to come up with it, whether it's true or not. That's what we have to kind of practice, that skill, and it's something we do every week. And no matter like maybe when one person shows up to the meeting, 3 people shows up to the meeting, 20 people shows up to the meeting, it's to get over those nerves, right? And the repetitive process of practicing how to speak, because like even your tongue is a muscle that if you want to like speak and you have to really practice it, right? It's one of those things. To get better at something, you practice it.
I mean, it sounds like a terrifying prospect for many people, probably myself included. Like, you've got a minute, you're going to think about something. But I can see how, just if you are doing that, each week, and it just desensitizes you, and you just become part of it. I mean, even doing these live streams, I mean, I think that just does make you more able and less sort of worried about it. And I think just that whole thing of just getting on video. I mean, it took quite a long time for me to try. I'm going to go and do something like this. I'd thought about. I think my YouTube probably profile must be 4 or 5 years old, but just getting over that hurdle of putting yourself out there, and it is quite a big step, and you're learning and trying to develop things. But once you're doing it, it becomes a bit easier. And I think, as I said, the whole challenges of last year, I think, has thrown a lot of people in front of the camera doing this, and it's more of a regular thing. So yeah, I think I can see how it would help you just every so often doing a little bit of that every week. Yeah, sounds really, really interesting. Yeah.
Exactly. And no matter what, there's always going to be the nervousness that comes out. Like even coming on before the show, you're going to get that nerves coming out. Like, oh, okay, like this is for new audience. Like, you just got to really like, it's totally natural to be nervous and stuff like that. But for anyone that's trying to get like start their own show, do public speaking, speak at a conference, you got to practice it. You really, really got to practice it, because someone can really tell if you're not, if you can't speak in by the public.
I think Daryl and I probably both need a bit of a restyle. I think we're going to have to go offline, maybe get some consultancy on how we jazz it up a bit. I'm liking the hoodie, actually. Maybe we need something like that for Sunday Live. I think we've definitely got to think of something. Obviously the backgrounds are new, but it's great to see how different people do it. And obviously you're wearing the brand across your chest. It's a great advert. It's instantly branded, and obviously your profile. It's all very consistent. And it's a strong image. So yeah, it's fantastic to see.
Yeah, I'm very, very huge on branding, personal branding, whether it's even for SEO. I feel your brand is what will help you rank, right? It's one of those things where it's like a good brand. People do the brand searches will help your authority, help your expertise and trustworthiness. And it's something I always do. Like even I took branding, personal branding even to another level. Like in college, I was a party promoter. And I wanted to stand out. How would I stand out? So like, some people say like my hair look right now looks pretty crazy, but imagine 2 of these. I had 2 mohawks in college. And
wow.
It's
just a toned down version. Okay, I get it. Yeah. I love it.
So and then like, it's something just to be able to recognize, being that purple cow that stands out is something that will help you in when you're marketing anything, and your business, yourself. And it's something that I truly, truly believe in, is branding.
Yeah, that's brilliant. Daryl, how many mohawks did you have at college then?
Yeah, I did have hair, but no mohawks. I was wondering how I get one of those on my head after these years. I've heard of different, not wigs, but what do you call them? Toupees. Procedures. But yeah, we definitely
get you one for Christmas. Yeah. I think the personal branding thing's important. What you mentioned, I mean, that was something we had Udit from Pitchground earlier on, and he said that again he'd very recently started to focus heavily on that, and he was doing a lot of work on Twitter mainly, and he'd been, I don't know, had some mentoring, I think, and that was his sort of focus over the last year or so. Probably a COVID thing as well, who knows? But that was his focus, and he'd found that putting himself out there on Twitter, he'd got investors interested in him, partnering providers, media opportunities, and it just sort of really expanded. And that was his guidance from earlier on, is really focused on that. So it's we're all I guess we're all our own personal brands. So yeah, it's good to hear that.
I mean, it also represents the company. Like if you want to, especially if you're working for a company and if you have your own personal brand, you want to see the people behind it. It adds extra value to your own company for those like that are doing things. I mean, again, and video is I believe is the fastest way to building a personal brand because you're connecting with the audience right away, going live. You're being vulnerable, right? Like, I mess up all the time. There's some times where like I just like froze on my live stream because I was like, maybe the person didn't show up or like, just some random things, but hey, stuff happens.
Or doing like a 12-hour Webbython like this, with like a week's notice to plan it all. That kind of craziness. Yeah, it's been a good experience, but it's amazing what you can do when you just think about that and come up with some crazy ideas. So
yeah.
Vulnerable,
Definitely.
good word. It describes it absolutely.
Our next guest that's coming up at 5 just messaged me and says that he has major storms in Australia.
Oh man!
So they might have some patchy internet. So we might have exactly what you're talking about an hour to fill. Let's see if that doesn't happen. But awesome, man! It's so nice to have somebody that is. I just want to say, I mean, I think I used this light before, but this word before, but a shining light in the industry that really helps raise all ships. And I mean this seriously, Dre, is that, when we put together our little thing, it's because we see people like you that is trying to bring an A game. Okay. To do things live is hard. To have it come together is hard. And I know that because I did live radio for 30 years. So I know how hard it is to make things come off and be polished and produced and things like that. But when it comes to this industry, us practitioners, you're a practitioner, but you're also an entertainer in a way. Yeah. You're bringing, some sort of another value, and you're becoming a YouTuber in a micro niche, right? You're a micro influencer, which is fantastic in the fact that you're doing it. You're doing it in your own way. Anybody that tries to do it Dre's way is going to be a copycat. There's you know what I mean? There's nobody, and I'm not trying to blow smoke. I'm just saying from a branding perspective, anybody that does the stuff that you do is going to be a copycat in this industry because you've laid the groundwork and you did it before anybody else did. So, I mean, I just want to say that to you in the most authentic way that I love what you're doing. I really do. I think it's great. I think that it's becoming a standard for people, or at least a like standard for the fact that you can put in some extra effort and then have those kinds of really amazing guests just pop onto a channel that has less than 1,000 subs. I mean, you did that.
Yeah, no, exactly. And I feel that also helps too, right? Because the professionalism and being able to like reach out and maybe like sometimes like, if I reach out to Human Rand, Fishkin and all these other people like who have never even seen the show, and they probably see maybe one episode before coming on or whatever it is. But sometimes with people, those who haven't even seen the show are just blown away. They're like, what? I've never been on a show like that. I wasn't expecting any of that. Yeah. And that's what I want to do, right? It's the element of surprise and being able to just bring that out and provide that. And what you're talking about, like the educating, engaging, and entertaining, those the 3 E's of great content is something that we should all be striving for. And that's what I'm trying to do. Like I want to make it entertaining, educating, and engaging.
And don't go stealing our idea of giving away a domain, okay? Because that's ours.
Yeah, I give away books. If you notice, like I like every week, I'll try to give away books. So, and that's the genuine purpose to like help others. Like I'm here helping other new SEOs, like whatever they want to, like whether it's books. I'm here giving away for free. Like I'm not getting sponsored by it. Those books I give away. They're all paid for. Like if I give away memberships, I'm paying for those memberships. I ask maybe for a deal, like to whoever I give a membership to, like, and I pay for it for them and give it away. And again, I'm creating that audience, and I feel like one of these days when I do have not necessarily something to sell, but just if they want to like support me in some way, it'll happen. And that's what I'm trying to do.
Yeah, you're building up equity in your brand, and so that's really, really awesome. Let's talk a little bit about SEO. For our audience has a good degree of people that are gray hat, some that are black hat. And we even have some corporate SEO types of people like yourself. When you're talking to your marketing department in a corporate sense, do they look down their glasses at you and say, "Oh, he's an SEO. He does, he's not all these other finesse type of marketing. Do they look down at SEO in the corporate world like that, or is it something that you get a lot of respect?
Oh, right now it's one of the biggest things, but the thing is, it's a lack of education. I feel like they don't understand. Sometimes they'll mix SEO and PPC, like, oh, they all think it's search SEO does that all, right? And it's being able to educate everyone is huge, because they do know the value of search, whether it's paid or organic. It's just being able to educate everyone and like being able to get the support of other teams, right? When we do SEO, there's also a technical aspect to it. There's also a content marketing part of it. I need the writers. I had a person, the company that like a content marketing leader who just doesn't think SEO is like a bunch of crap, right? It's like one time, and you think about it, it's like, look what the number one driver is to the website. It's organic search, right? And it's one of those things where you have to really have your data and be able to present it in a certain way to make those cases. Show that the dev team how important technical SEO is. To like, look at this one improvement, and let's do it all to all. So it's all about doing things in little chunks to get it done throughout the whole company. So you're making those allies, but yeah. SEO is something that's still, like, I believe it or not, is still something that's not really within other marketers, corporate marketers, like they don't really talk about, like they don't really know more about it. You have to really, really educate them.
Right. And then, you have the aesthetic people that want everything done a certain way, but you're like, from a on-page perspective, this is a no-winner, right? But it's, branding wise, it sounds really sexy and cool, but it's not going to get you that organic that they're hoping to get in a way. Now let's ask a little bit about, H1s, H2s, H3s, and, backlinks. If you were in a battle to give the business you're working for an advantage, okay, would you trade backlinks for structure? I'm going to ask you a few questions. Would you rather have solid backlinks or better structure?
Oh, better structure, definitely. Because especially if you're a corporate brand, you already got that equity, you already got the authority, right? And the backlinks is like, it's like, hey, if I don't, even for me, like I have never have to build backlinks because we always get it. But even if I would have to pick one, it would be like that actual on-page structure of a page. So like even whether it's technical on page, but just being on page is huge because you can rank without backlinks. If you have just one, if it's just interlinked within your websites, you can get your pages ranked.
All right, we're going to play another game here. Speed, site speed, or structure?
Structure. Again, this is something where this whole collab battle is coming out. I'm like, and it's something where it's like, it's maybe like one of those HTTPS type of things or whatever. But again, it's like, I've seen slow pages rank higher than these fast pages. It's all about the content and structure of the website.
All right. How about schema or structure?
Oh man, those are two elements. Those are two elements I always incorporate in all my SEO strategies. It's the structure and schema is also one of my secret ingredients that I tell people, but but people don't they don't listen. So it's like I have the competitive edge by implementing the schema, and I go far as implementing like really dense schema with about schema, dimension schema, and the product schema. I do this all for my even my consulting clients on the side. But this is something I push for all the time. Like I had to actually prove to the dev team to create a little box for me because we use Adobe AEM. It's like an enterprise CMS. Adobe Experience Manager, and they don't have a place for schema. I had to have the developer create a custom box for me to like copy and paste my schema onto pages.
All right, let's throw another one at you. I hope you like these. Accessibility in 2021 or speed?
Accessibility. This is something that has actually happened. Like this past year, we had a redesign, and I was trying to mark everything up, right? Like all the H1s, H2s on the page and like how it should be structured. The accessibility team came right in like, nope, sorry, like you have to structure doing this way. And then at the same time, I was looking at it, it still made sense. I was like, but people like some SEOs don't understand, like we may be making H1s, H2s, H3s a certain way, but it's totally different order when you kind of like work on it with the accessibility team. So I feel if you have a good accessibility team, or if you're working with accessibility standards, you're off on a great start for SEO.
Awesome. I got another one. Is that okay, Simon?
These are great questions. This is a good list. I wonder what you're going to come up with next. Yeah.
All right. Well, the next one is, what do you think the future of mobile apps are versus progressive web apps in the corporate world? Do you think that the typical, full-on developed iOS or Android apps are going to be around, or do you think that more things, because it seems like everything's going progressive web apps?
Yeah, I mean, but it depends on the company, right? Because I mean, typical SEO, it depends. But it's one of those things where you have to. Some companies actually have a dedicated app because it's part of the product. It's you have to have the app for the product. Again, but for mobile first stuff, like I mean, I feel like even for big corporate companies, you're going to be stuck with responsive sites. I don't see like sites going like strictly like totally mobile. At least in the B2B world, I feel like responsive sites will be the one would still be stuck around.
Those are great answers. It's nice that we actually get a chance to talk about something more than lighting with you and microphones. You definitely know your stuff about SEO and about the worlds of all of this stuff. So it's great to get to pick your brain a little bit there. No, Anybody in the audience have any questions they would like to ask Paul Andre? Please go ahead and put it into the comments. YouTube is probably the best place to do it. And throw your questions, because we're getting ready to wrap and do the giveaway here in about 5 or 10 minutes. So
just whilst people are asking a question, I was going to ask one just about CTR and click-through manipulation. I mean, obviously that can be a fairly grey to black hat piece of work. Is that something that you come across in the corporate world? I mean, they're clearly going to have the resources to deploy massive amounts of CTR manipulation if they chose to. But is that something that comes up on the agenda, or is that very much verboten?
The way we manipulate CTR is through our meta title testing, right? We actually test meta titles. We check and see which ones drive more CTR for pages. Okay. We use a tool called like ClickFlow for something that kind of tests like what's getting more clicks and stuff like that. I'm a big advocate of like actual referral traffic and stuff like that. Just being able to do it that way, but no bots or anything like that.
No micro workers or no, that kind of stuff.
None of that stuff. But yeah, because I mean, I'll tell you this: like when I first got into the enterprise world, again, we were all like, we didn't know we were doing black hat. Like if we were doing SEO for 15, 20 years ago, and the first corporate company I worked for, I actually would bot social signals and all these stuff, and then I figured out like, oh crap, this is not we're not supposed to be doing this stuff. But it worked though. It worked. It definitely worked. Yeah. But and the site, since it was like a big site, we didn't get dinged or anything because it was just a little thing. But it did work for these single pages. But I'm fortunate enough. Like I mean, I'm fortunate enough that didn't tank the site or anything like that, because it was for a public trading company. But yeah, and then when I figured out like the differences between black hat and white hat. That's when I actually kind of tone things down.
Cool. Yeah, thanks for that. Adam's just got a question here. He's just saying, what's the most inspirational book you've ever read?
For me, it's how to win friends and influence people too. I mean, it's one of the it's and that one, and Think Rich and think what's that? Think Rich and now I'm forgetting the things. Napoleon Hill.
Think and Grow Rich.
Yeah, Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill. Those are the two books that I've read that actually changed my mindset. It's all about your mindset, because if your mindset is stuck like on the past, or you're just surrounding yourself by like negative people, those two books will get you out there on bringing that great energy and being able to have a growth mindset.
I have a question for you. Do you have a SEO side hustle in that you're doing like CPA offers, affiliate, any kind of lead generation?
No. I do have a side hustle, which is Dre.me, my agency. I do consulting on the side, which I'm fortunate enough. My company says as long as they're not competitors, they're fine with me consulting for other companies. And I'm very picky. I'm only going to work with like enterprise companies, maybe some startups with some that understand the value of SEO. I'm not here to pitch myself. I'm what I can do. I'm here to like do what's needed, that's needed to be done. And it's one of those things where it's like, I'll only take referrals because, hey, I do have a full-time job still, and I can only offer like a certain amount of hours on the side to consult. But yeah, no, I always wanted to get into affiliate marketing. That's something I've always been asking around because I know that can be that passive income that as long as you get sites ranked. I mean, that's something I used to do when I was still doing like the black hat stuff. I used to build mass web pages with WordPress sites by using product item descriptions and stuff like that, and then linking back to Amazon. So those very long tail, like when searching like certain product, like long tail stuff.
Now you're talking my language. and I love doing like experimental things, like just experiment, see if it works, and then tell other people this does work. I don't like do it all day long because I get bored at that, but I like to just experiment with it to see the results,
No, experiment and testing is huge. And some people will say even it's black hat because you're testing certain things, you're trying to find these exploits. But hey, you'll never know what works or not if you don't test it yourself. You can like have people tell you what to do, but you really, really should practice it and try it yourself and really put it into action.
That's awesome. We had another question come in. So hello, any tips for dealing with SEO expectation levels, managing up in a corporate setting?
Yes, of course. You have to, again, it's all about education. You have to really, really have put together like something, your own like SEO 101 playbook, like your deck that you can always share out, record a video, put it in your learning center, but making sure you have that educational part set, and then always tie a dollar amount. You always have to tie your dollar amount somehow because you're not going to get the budget if you don't tie a dollar. Because they'd say SEO is like, oh, that's free traffic, and no, it's not. You have to tie a dollar amount like of what it is. Like what I do to show that dollar amount to like management and to show like how much value I'm bringing in. It's like I'll go to Google Search Console, see what current keywords are actually driving traffic, the amount of clicks, look at the cost per click for each one of those clicks, and say, hey, look, we saved over $5,000 in paid search spend because people clicked on the organic search ad of these certain keywords, and I do that every month. And like I provide the value of how much we're saving from paid search because we spend millions on paid search. If I can provide that we're saving tens of thousands of dollars through organic search, it just proves the value of what we're doing.
Wow, that's some good stuff. Oh man. You brought more than expected, my friend. You brought more than expected. I not that I diminished anything, but it's just like I just was looking forward to your spirit and having a great, fun conversation. You brought some knowledge bombs. Hit the knowledge bomb, man. Hit the knowledge bomb for yourself. There you go.
Love it. No, but I mean, if anyone also like, if you ever want to learn about video SEO, I do have a free checklist out there, seo.video/checklist. It's how I got things ranking. That's how I actually first grew my channel too, because I didn't just go live right away. I actually started posting videos and getting them ranked so people can at least start finding my channel. So I got like a YouTube ranking factors on the first page of Google and on the first page of YouTube. So that was bringing some traffic, whether it's like, and being able to just get stuff ranking. The video ranking is so easy. Like you can do all that CTR stuff and it'll work. You can do what ranking was back in 2008. That stuff works for at least YouTube. And it's just being able to, add all that stuff in. So if you want to really check out like how I've actually ranked all my videos, if like one of the things I've drive traffic to because of the nature of my show is I try to grab being on the first top 10 videos of all my guests, right? Like whether it's like, whether it's whoever is on there, I try to get like within the top 10 so I can grab some of their traffic on there. So it's like, I do video SEO for a lot of my videos. And again, for like even my new channel, that's something I've been totally working on. It's all about research too, because like one of the things how I grew my channel on the new one, I just launched that just a few months ago, and I got to 4,000 hours within a month. And the way I was able to get 4,000 hours in a month was because there was a hot trend on lo-fi video, lo-fi music. And that's something I used to listen to when I was reading. So I was ranking pretty high for some lo-fi terms. And I put up an 8-hour video. I did a live stream that put some lo-fi I bought on Fiverr, and I looped it for 8 hours, and I got that ranking. And then it just brought in so much traffic and watch time. I was able to get the 4,000 hours within about a month. So
Wow.
video SEO,
That's
yeah.
great.
So this is the
That's great. So what
checklist,
is
is
the
it?
link to
Where?
that? Yeah.
Yeah, I was just, yeah.
Oh,
I
yeah,
want the link
yeah.
first,
Put that on
Daryl.
the
Give me the
screen.
link. I'm having the link.
Oh yeah, SEO.video
Yeah,
/checklist. I mean, I'm actually, this is actually going to be very, very valuable because I mean, I'm going to keep adding to it, and it's going to be pretty much the basis of my course. Everything on there, I'm going to be putting out to. So SEO.video. See, I love domains. Like I'll buy everything. So SEO.video, yeah, /checklist, and you should be able to get my video checklist on there, and I break it down to like EAT, right? Expertise, authoritativeness, and trustworthiness. And it's all in the Google search rater guidelines, right? It's that video. They talk about video in there a lot, and I extract that and put it all in there. That's exactly my recipe of ranking things on YouTube. It's all on there. I'm adding on to it, and my course will be based out of that.
Awesome.
Phenomenal stuff. Oh man, I got to tell you, what some great information. I think you're headed in the right directions with giving all this value away, getting people into your subscription list so you can get them off platform. If something ever happens to your platforms, you're good to go. You're doing such great stuff, and the books, whatever you're reading, buddy, keep reading it because it's good stuff. You're doing great. So that's awesome.
I'm summarizing it for everyone. So everyone wants to be like my journey. I'm summarizing all the books on Dre.tv. I mean, you can find my channel on there, but yeah, I swear it's reading is a great way to mastery.
That is awesome. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to give away the 5 o'clock prize with you. It's sitesnip.com. It's a 21,000 exact searches per month, valued at name worth at $12,500. And somebody's going to win this because you're going to spin the wheel for us. All right.
All right.
All you got to do is tell us when you're ready.
We need a sound effect.
We press that over there, right there.
All right. He spun it.
Nice.
He's the first person to touch the
to press
camera.
the button. Yeah.
Look at all these people here today. Wow.
All right.
David H. Congratulations. Go ahead. Love it. So David H, we'll go ahead and get you into here so we can get back in touch with you and set that up. But wow, what great stuff that we have in this session here. Really, really thankful that you said yes to having to be on here. So.
Yeah, again, it's all about networking with everyone. If the opportunity comes, it doesn't matter how big, how small, just being able to help another person out, it just comes back full time. I believe in great karma, and I feel like everyone should always pay it forward and just be a positive person and always smile.
I love it. So, how did you get the $1 Million Man to do your intro?
I'll tell you this. I actually, yeah. So what I did was there's a site called Cameo. If you go to cameo.com, you can hire any, not any, but there's a bunch of actors, wrestlers, or whatever, stuff like that. And then you could ask them to say certain things. And it's a great way to do some personal branding as well, because, if you can say, you can build up your personal brand by tying yourself with association. And so my new channel, you're going to see a lot of me, where it looks like the celebrities talking to me. But yeah, so check that out. So I paid a few $100 for a few celebrities to just kind of talk to me but they're just doing a recording. But yeah, cameo.com. If you want to boost up your brand, your personal brand, you want to look cool and say, hey, look at this guy, he's talking about me. Maybe your favorite actor might be on there. So cameo.com.
That's awesome. And what are you using to push the sound effects? What is that tool?
Oh, so I have something called X Keys and also the Gold XLR. So the sound where this mic's connected to a mixer called the Gold XLR, and that's where it has all the sound effects and faders and stuff like that. Then I have a separate 80 key keyboard that's programmed to do all the regular little online visuals and stuff like that, even the bombs. Yeah. But I don't think it could come on. I don't think you can hear it, but only when I'm patching it in. But you can see it, right? So there's something that has all visuals. Yeah.
Nice.
And so it
Yeah.
ties the sound with that visual at the same time. Is that what you do? Is that
Yeah.
separate
Yes.
files? Yeah.
Oh no. Yeah, so like you have to you kind of connect it and put it together. It's actually a clip. You put whatever it is, like an overlay or
Oh,
like
okay.
that. Yeah. So you like, okay, press overlay, because I'm using a software called vMix. I know you guys are using some stream. Yeah, we're using
StreamYard,
StreamYard today.
StreamYard, yeah. StreamYard,
So I'm using
Real
actually a
basic.
local software. Yeah, I'm using a local software. It's something where so I can stream directly from my PC. So I have always like my computer's connected to the internet, like hardlined, and being able to just stream directly from the PC.
That is awesome stuff. Awesome. Anything you want to add? Anything you want to leave with us?
No, thank you guys again for the opportunity. Again, I can look at this as an opportunity and reaching your crowd. Thank you for reaching out again. Like if you have next year, maybe we can do something. And it was something because I was actually in my own mastermind. We was talking about like, hey, maybe you should do like because I actually skipped Black Friday. Like, I kind of took a break this past Friday. Just because, I mean, I probably wouldn't have been able to do it anyway, so I was so full. But yeah, I should have did like, like I was talking about doing a live stream on like, Black Friday deals and stuff like that. And then you emailed me like, oh, look, we have actually a live stream on Cyber Monday. So I mean, it was already, I was kind of manifesting it, and it happened even before next year.
Yeah. I love it. Yeah,
great,
so that's really cool. Yeah, so if you ever do, just contact us afterwards, and we'll try to get you in on the show. You don't have to do the whole 12 hours. If you just want to do 4 hours or whatever, just kind of help. Let us get a breather, go to the bathroom, that kind of thing. Whatever. If you want to help us with the production to make it better, I think we're going to do this again if I can twist Simon's arm, because we've had some really great guests come on, so it's been really wonderful.
Yeah, we're 2/3 of the way through. We're still going strong, and it's been an awesome day. So thank you. Thanks for joining us.
Don't forget to like repurpose this content, right? This is something you always have to do. Where you have to always cut up the knowledge bombs, cut up those clips, and share those out. I mean, Daryl, you saw me. I was promoting. I'm one of those guys that will promote whatever I'm on, right? I put it on LinkedIn. I put it on Twitter. Like
thank you.
I love helping out. Like I was even like, oh man, I wish I'd known this about earlier, because I could even did like a retargeting campaign on one of these things, because I believe, and again, it's all about video marketing. Like you right now, if you're not advertising on YouTube, it is so cheap to be like very, very targeted. And so if you haven't done it yet, anyone that has a YouTube channel, connect it to AdWords so you can start building that audience. Because anyone that watches any of your videos, it collects it in an audience bucket in Google AdWords. Google Ads, so make sure that's connected, your YouTube and your Google AdWords, because it starts when you actually connect it.
Cool.
That's awesome. That's awesome stuff. I might reach out to you afterwards and see if I may be able to hire you for some coaching on some of this retargeting YouTube stuff, because you said it's very cheap to do it that way.
Yeah.
And I think I've tried it, but I just haven't had dramatic success. So I'd like to see what you're doing with that. So
yeah, I mean, there's retargeting and there's placements. I mean, if anyone is using Scrapebox, you can scrape URLs that are related within your niche and scrape thousands of URLs and target all those URLs that it's targeted. You can use any scraper that you have out there. But yeah, so I mean, different ways to do some ads on YouTube that can get for pennies. Like there's some where I'm paying less than half a penny.
Wow, that's amazing. Jeez, half a penny clicks.
Yeah.
That's nuts. That's nuts. Wow, awesome. Well, thank you so much for gracing our program by coming on here. Really do appreciate it. And hopefully we catch you some other time.
Love it. Love it. Again, thank you for having me on.
And keep up those great guests. Keep them coming. All right. All right.
Take care. Great to see
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. That is Dre. We are in our 12-hour webinar here. It's called Webbython 2021. My name is Daryl Ledyard, and Simon Hogman is the guy that's in the UK and getting pretty tired by now, huh? How you hanging in there?
It's getting late. I think I'm doing okay. I've had a monster drink and a couple of energy bars. So it's 10 o'clock here in the UK. I know we've got another 4 hours to go, but I'm hanging in there. Probably need to visit the bathroom soon, but apart from that, I'm all good.
You'll have some time. I don't know if anybody can see this or not, but we're already up to the 5 o'clock winner that we just had, who got a $12,500 domain. It's called sitesnip.com. I think it's a great brandable. And so if somebody wants to sell it to a developer that wants to build something that is like a capture or that kind of thing that captures the screen, and there's always people looking for tools like that, and bookmark. I'm sorry, the Google extensions, Chrome extensions. So that could be something that could be very valuable for somebody. So just to summarize, we have some great stuff still to come tonight, tonight for everybody, and sometimes people's morning in Australia. We have coming up next, Paul from Menterprise Publishing. Paul has we call the Ferrari of math page, where you can build amazing stuff. He's got this thing called Menterprise Content. He's going to do a quick walkthrough, and then we have a webinar coming up on Wednesday. So we're going to talk a little bit about that. Then I have from Kingmaker Software, one of my favorite developers in this space. His name is Drew Harrison. He's in Texas, and he's going to talk about his new tool, Snippet Scraper, I think it is. And he has a bundle, a special, really low-priced bundle just for our broadcast. So he's going to come up, and we've got a prepared demo that we've recorded, and we're going to go to that. And he's going to answer your questions. I got a bunch of questions for him. I'm sure you'll have some, Simon, but if you need to take a break, that's quite all right, if you need some time. And then coming up at 7 o'clock, really super excited about our headlining person on here, Marcus Campbell. I'm a super fan of his Affiliate Marketing Dude YouTube channel. So he has got some amazing content. He does, some kind of cheesy, fun ways to kind of grab people's attention because he's kind of a character. And you're going to hopefully love that character. If you don't, love the knowledge, because he's got some incredible knowledge that he's going to be sharing. So that's coming up at 7 o'clock, and he'll go till as late as we can keep him, hopefully, as we get closer to the 9 o'clock hour. And then we'll kind of fill in the last part with another giveaway, and maybe some more little knowledge bombs and things like that we can muster at that many hours into this. So 12 hours in, we might be burning some fumes. But we've had an exciting day. This has been exciting. It'll be
This has been great. Yeah.
It'll be 2 a.m. in the morning for you, right? At 9?
2 a.m. That's right. Yeah, absolutely. And I'm actually not at home. I'm in my parents-in-law back room. So I had to set up my background, my lights and my camera and laptop and everything else. Just had some connection problems with some awful weather and power cuts here. So I've driven nearly an hour away to be here in a back room. So yeah, it's been fun, been eventful.
Wow, that's awesome. Well, it is 5 o'clock. It's time to bring up our next special guest. So we're going to bring up Paul from Menterprise. Hi, Paul. Paul's a good friend of mine. How you doing, my friend?
Hey, Daryl. How you doing?
Good. And you got Simon on here too?
Hey, Paul.
You
Good
see
to
us
see you.
okay?
How you doing? You okay?
Yeah. Well, we're in the same situation you are with terrible weather. So if you hear all this clackling and all that nonsense around me, it's because of that.
That's awesome. We also got Christy, who's coming up here. You can go ahead and mute her. She's going to help join as well. I hope, Christy, you can unmute whenever you're ready. There's time for you to jump in whenever you want to. But Paul, you also have a screen share. So whenever you're ready for that, we can get started with that. You got a full hour, but we have a hard stop at the top of the hour for the next person that's coming on. So can I give a little backstory about Paul? Okay. I've been working with Paul for, I don't know, close to 2 years. I think it's been about that. And I signed on from a guy in the industry who I won't name, but he had recommended your content software. And I looked at this software, and as a software developer, I was just blown away with what you had going on. Now, I have since talked to the developer, or the lead developer, Pim, and we've gotten to be friendly with each other. But the detail in the way that software was put together, it got my attention right away. And so then these very late nights, I'm talking to Australia, to Paul, and we're talking about this new project that he couldn't tell me about. It was a top secret little thing. Yes. And I was like, oh, I got to have this. I got to be the first to have this thing. I got to have this thing. Right. And so he couldn't even tell me the name of it. Right. He just said that it's something, because I was asking Paul to do all kinds of things with WordPress. And he's like, ha, 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 you don't want to do WordPress with what we've got coming up. And I'm like, really? And so I was just like really interested, because I've done a lot of stuff with WordPress since 2006, but it's always been a nightmare. WordPress has been, what I say with others, it's like having shifting sand underneath your whole foundation, and you never know what's going to happen. But anyway, lo and behold, he said, okay, I got something to show you. When he showed me this platform, which you're going to see here a little glimpse of, I couldn't sleep for literally 2 or 3 nights. Do you remember that, Paul? I couldn't sleep because I was like so excited about it. Yeah, and the thing is that it's because I have the knowledge of mass page, and when I see the Ferrari of mass pages, I mean the creme de la creme, the most amazing platform for speed and flexibility and all these kinds. The experimental Daryl, the guy that wanted to just dive in, was like pretty much begging Paul to let me get early access to this thing. So anyway. So I got early access to this thing. I was probably one of the first, dozen people to get access to it. So we're talking about Menterprise Publishing, which is the second product that Paul and the team over at Menterprise have put out. So let's just continue on the story where you pick up, I guess, and you can talk a little bit about, what your side of the story, if you don't mind.
That's cool. Yeah, look, the whole reason we started with Menterprise Content a little over 2 years ago, we'd been using it in a format because we were dealing with clients. We had lots of clients. They needed content. We needed blog content. We needed website content. We had all the issues that everybody else has online. And what was available was just absolutely horrendous. And I was working, Daryl, you know this, I was working like 200 hours a month trying to get stuff done for clients. So I was making a reasonable amount of money, but you know what? It was always really hard work. But with Menterprise Content, we started that just over 2 years ago. We've done trillions and trillions of words. I can't give you an exact figure because it's way into the trillions, and we've done billions of articles with content. The neat thing is, though, we're not limited to just English. Now, I know the Americans and the Canadians and sometimes the POMs and the Australians, we're so enamored by the idea that everybody speaks English, but it's only like 15% of the world market. So Menterprise Content is the only platform that will do languages. We have over 100 languages. We're in over 100 countries. We have users from multi-million-dollar companies, SEO companies, copywriting companies, all the way down to small businesses like you and I that just need a consistent flow of content. And what I can now do in about a minute used to take me at least a day or two. And you understand this. So does Simon. Simon knows our platforms as well. So.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Simon might be taking a little break because he's been running most of the show earlier today. So it's really late for him. So he might jump on and off, but just don't mind that. I really have to be here 100% for this because I've been looking forward to this all day long. So.
Okay. Well, what happened after that is obviously, we're dealing with different platforms for output. We had the best input. Everything from, the content, the structured, and I've been teaching people about structured content for a long, long time. And those that have followed me in that, have obviously won, whether they're using WordPress or some other platform. But I'd say about 2 years ago, we started developing. It took us a couple of years to develop Menterprise Publishing, but about 2 years ago, we decided to share it with a couple of people. You were the first person, other than the other one that you were talking about earlier, that was, allowed an early access to Menterprise Publishing. And man, I'll tell you what, that has changed a lot of lives. We have the only platform that, it's a professional grade tools. Everything that we do is professional grade. It's based on, Pim, our lead, used to work for the Australian and American Defence Force. So all that information that he gained from that and helped them, with billions of lines of code and all that sort of stuff. He works with our company, but it's very simple. All our platforms are very simple. They're very powerful. You can adapt as you need to. There is no comparison, Daryl. We're not going to talk with, compete with, a WordPress plugin or a WordPress theme or anything like that.
Right.
What we can do in 1 minute would take people maybe a day,
Oh my
2
gosh.
3 weeks to do.
Oh, for sure. It would be a nightmare. And then to just keep track of the plugins and the themes under all of these sites in the network. And then to have these, which you're going to show later or soon here, is the nodes and just how that works. I mean, my gosh, to just put that together would just blow your brain out to try to, keep track of how all of these things interconnect with each other. It's just amazing.
Well, that's a really good point. You're sort of skipping ahead about enterprise publishing. People get really hung up on like the fact that we can do everything from backlinking, authority building, affiliate marketing, local domination. All of that stuff is in one platform. So you can save a lot of time and money using both enterprise content, because you need content. You have to have content. That's the whole idea of the internet. And then an output platform. Now, I will show you in a few moments. You and I know that we can do like 20,000 pages created every minute per user.
Yeah.
We limit you to about 1 million pages per hour, but that's only because we've got hundreds and hundreds of people using the platform. But I think just so you know, just in case we do get offloaded because of the weather here, do you want to share that link with you? That go to HT.
Yeah. So
just in case.
Here's the link. go.ht/menterprise, and it's MENTERPRISE. Okay, Menterprise, like enterprise with an M in front of it. All right, go.ht/menterprise, and that will get you access to purchase the program. And then we also have a webinar coming up on Wednesday where we'll be able to give this the kind of time that it needs. So you're going to just see a really quick walkthrough tonight. But if you want to see the whole thing, go to webby.link/menterprise, and we'll go ahead and get you into that class. It's totally free. And, even suggested people that have already purchased it to come too, because you never know what you're going to pick up from watching it once again. So one of the things I also want to mention too is, because you're here today, I have a exclusive training program and mastermind for the people that buy through this link. Okay. And then we'll talk a little bit more about what special thing that Paul has for you as well coming up. So why don't we, without further ado, if we can start, can we share your screen? Is that okay?
Yeah, go for it.
All right, so we're going to share the screen, and I'm going to make it full size so people can see it. And
now I can't see your bald head.
There you go.
There's advantages of full screen. All right. Look, this is Menterprise content. This is our content development. It's extremely fast. And as I said before, we actually do have languages. So if you are thinking about doing, say, the United States, don't avoid or think that you can't do the Hispanic market. There's about 100 million people that speak Spanish in America. So we have the ability to use the .com and do Spanish. We have over 100 different languages in here. So if I was in, say, Austria, then I could obviously go and do, say, German or Croatian, etc., which is really cool, man. I've got people like Adrian in, say, Ireland, that has clients in Spain, and he does not know Spanish, which is pretty cool. But they still don't care, because they've got, number 1, 2, 3, maybe even number 4 or 5 on page 1 for hundreds and hundreds of keywords. Okay. By the way, I was listening before about the video, promotion. We have the ability to put videos into your content. So if I was to want to put a video in here, I can put my own videos in here, but I also have the ability within Menterprise content to put in call to actions. I can do naps, I can do GMBs. So you can have embedded product or a map. So if you're doing local, you can have the content as local and branded. So that's really, really cool. And the randomness that we have is pretty amazing too. So what I do is when I do my runs, I have a search term with intent. I have my headers, my images all set to auto. So what that will do is it'll go out and grab the ranking titles, which are obviously keyword rich related to that search term. So all my H tags, my H1, 2, 3, and 4, and my table of contents are all relevant to what I'm going for. And I have the ability to make these like little templates. So if I'm dealing with my affiliate marketing side of my life and I want to target the top, say, 4 English speaking countries, then I can have these keywords or these H tags now are going to be used in here through this little spinner. And so all of my H tags will be related to that particular area. It's really, really cool, man. Because we can deal with so many different languages. I've even got French in here, not that I understand French. So if I did do it in French, I'd have all this in French as well, which is really cool. Images, obviously you can have your own images in here, but because of my time limits, I use the system to go out and grab images related to that search term. And here is my alt text. I automatically get my alt text as well. So these images that I have in my content are all high quality and with alt text. There are lots, just bear in mind, there are lots of little components that Google's looking for, and maybe we know a lot more than most, and we try to implement those within content, and then we just put out a lot of content for Google to choose from. It's like if I put out 1 million pages by the end of our call, then I would assume or expect about 5, 10, maybe even more % of those to get in the index. So I'm going to end up with 100,000 pages that could either make me $1 a day or $1 a week or $1 a month, depending on how I use it, whether I've got a client that might want to pay me $250 to $1,000 a month for my 15 minutes of work, which is really cool. All right, so that's my images. I set up my videos. They're all automatic. Notice there's no alt text in here. I would strongly suggest you have alt text. If you don't know how to deal with alt text, that's pretty cool. And I'm just going to have my videos as random on the page rather than having them all at the top. So it's very easy to get alt text. I just go over here and I hit video alt text. Hey, Daryl, you know that I'm very simple, eh?
Well, I think that's why this program works so well, is because you've got a very able developer and you like things simple. And that's why, like I said, the polish on this program is amazing. It's really great.
And it's extremely fast. Like, seriously, guys, I've got 27 articles up here, and every one of these articles is formatted differently. And every one of them, if you know anything about syntax, this will help you. There is a lot of syntax in here. So if I was to just publish this one article with, say, Menoprise Publishing, I could probably do anything between 5,000 and 5 million words or output pages. So every one of these is a completely different format, different wording, different everything. So I could just hit copy syntax, or if I was going to do a blog post for, say, a client, I could just hit copy HTML, which is really cool. I can do replacer, I could do keywords, I can do a redirect. Redirects are really cool. That's one of the things that we're going to share in a few minutes. This is a mind-blowing opportunity with Daryl. Redirects are wonderful. It's like, imagine if I could put up, say, 100,000 pages in the next couple of minutes, assuming I'm going to drip feed them for the next 2 to 3 months or whatever period of time over my own network. There's 2 options. Those pages could have a call to action. So let's just have a look at that. So let's go over here to this. This is a long tail keyword search. I'll just refresh this. Can you see this okay? Daryl?
Yes, I can. I can see that. Yep.
Okay, cool. This has only got 6 million, but have a look at this, guys. This is a one of our users. It's been up since July last year when we first started using Menoprise in the public. And notice that the domain name is a ZA. That's a South African domain. So don't get too hung up on domains. Google doesn't actually, from our experience with millions and millions of domains out there, is they don't rank domains. They don't necessarily rank subdomains, but they do rank the pages. So with Google at the moment, they'll allow you 2 spots in the SERP. So this is number 1 and number 2, and they've got number 3 as well, which is pretty cool. But some people will go, but that's a long tail. Hey, okay, that's all right. We'll just drop off attorneys for a moment, just so that you can see that I'm not playing around here. That's got 1.9 million. Okay, here you go. They've got 1, 2, 3. You got 4 spots. Oh, this is a .nl. What on earth does a .nl from the Netherlands or Nigeria have to do with the Bronx? That is so funny.
And the funny thing is, you showed me this over a year and a half ago, and that these are still showing. So
yeah, and this guy isn't, well, Errol's really quite, well, he's an expert in certain things, but you know what's interesting? He hasn't done any follow-up on this, and they're still number 1, number 2, and number 3 on page 1.
Yeah.
How long did it take him to get there? 15 minutes of work, and they've been there for over a year. And you and I know, how much did it cost him? Maybe $10. No ad spend, nothing, no click and dead. This is all assets that he owns, and he could always sell those pages if he really wanted to. And what about one of your little searches? I can remember this one. I hope you don't mind me sharing this one.
That's okay.
Yeah, facts about AI written copy, nearly 100 million. There's Amazon in there. Oh, there's you. Number 1. Far out, man. You're ahead of Unbounce. You're ahead of Neil Patel. How on earth did you do that? How long did it take you, man?
A few seconds. Sorry.
It's just one of your keywords, right?
Yeah, I don't have all my
hundreds.
keywords, but I'm gonna show. Yeah, oh my gosh. But the thing is we're gonna show more of those on Wednesday. When we do the webinar, we can show you more results because we'll have more time to do that. But yeah, it's been fun.
What I want to show you,
it's been fun.
What I want to show you too, Daryl, is, that people say, okay, what can I use this for? Like obviously, whether you're an affiliate marketer or a content developer, or, dealing with clients, that all need blog content, that's really easy, guys. I can show you how to make $4,000 a year in 15 minutes by helping people do content for their blogs. It's really, really easy. But just imagine if you had an affiliate network, something like this. They actually have like a capture page that I don't actually have to do. I don't make any websites anymore. And these guys deal with like 100 and something different countries. Guess what? I'm going to target all the English speaking countries because that's what I'm good at. And I'm just going to put out as much content related to this particular offer as I can. I can't tell you who this person is because, it's private, but we do have a user that's scaling up as enterprise platforms, and we do have something called a farm, and I'll explain that in a few minutes, where he's going to be aiming to make $20,000 per day, Daryl. $20K a day, man. It's a $25 per month product, but he can do this.
Yeah.
He's worked it out. It'll take him till next year, the end of next year, to do it. But $20,000. If he fails, it's okay with me. All right. So in here, what you can do is I've got this affiliate offer that is massage chairs. The neat thing with enterprise content, you can use search terms or you can use URLs in your search up here. So if I was to do that particular affiliate offer, I can clear all this stuff here. I'm just going to change this to the United States, and I'm going to copy exactly what's ranking from that page because that's what I want to do. So within about a minute, I can have done all the research, which used to take me a day or two to do it, grab all that content, make the content all valuable. Look, I've already got my headers in here. Look at that. I'm just going to change that from the Spanish one to maybe the top 300 cities. And I'll share these templates with you, the users when they become a user of our platform. So this is going to be, look, there it is. That's that massage chair through all these 300 cities in the USA. So just on this one article, I would have millions and millions of potential outputs related to that massage chair. All I need to do then is just go to Enterprise Publishing and just hit publish. Isn't that just so cool?
It is cool. It is cool.
Oh,
I
look at
can't
that,
wait
guys.
to see.
5
Yeah,
minutes,
it's done.
48 Yeah, I know it wasn't 5 minutes. It was 48 seconds for 5 articles. And look at this. I don't have to do any of this. Now, I don't like the format of this. That's okay. Just hit reapply modules.
Respin.
Yeah, or respin. There you go. Look at that. Look,
Yeah,
seriously, that
wow.
would have taken me at least a day to make that page. And I've got 5 of those pages, those articles. So all I need to do is just hit copy syntax, go into Enterprise Publishing, and bang. Now, I want to show you this before I go any further. This is Enterprise Publishing, guys. This is one of my campaigns that I did in April. It was about 6 months ago. It was just like a demo. I screwed around. Just bear in mind, if you spend a little bit more than my 20 seconds of showing somebody, I would have got better results. But look at this. This had 26,000 pages created, and the campaign actually hasn't finished yet. And look at this. That one page, and this is about sunglasses. This is about Dutch sunglasses on a web designer domain, and it's all about businesses in Corpus Christi. It has no relevance, but look at this. That's 3,000 hits. 3,000 hits, and look, that is a C3. Now, when people are thinking about,
let's explain that. Yeah. Okay. Let's explain what that is, because a lot of people might not know what that is.
Okay, we've all potentially heard of PBNs or backlinking or structured formatting, so that you're sort of trying to create pages or sites out there that link to another one, to another one, to another one. And some people pay big money for that, or you can create your own within Enterprise Publishing. So I created this diagram. It took me about 20 seconds. So I can have the ability that where it shows a target is anything that you want to grow authority. So it could be a money site, it could be a client site, it could be a GMB. And I'm just going to give you a hint. If you want your YouTube videos to stick, like I have one guy with 200 video assets, he's taken over page 1, page 2, and page 3, and half of page 4. That's nearly 35 spots that he's taken over for thousands of keywords and hundreds of locations around the world. That's how you do it. You use it in the content, the URL and the content of the video, and you use it as a target. So no matter what happens, you'll get to stick. And that's really powerful. So these are what they call, you said earlier, nodes. This is a tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, tier 4, tier 4, 5. So imagine this. This is a C. This is a tier 3. Mm-hmm. In the traditional PBN sense, you just have links to a lower tier, but this has got 300 and something hits. So that link juice, so every single page that you create using structured content from Enterprise content into Enterprise Publishing is seen as an asset. I don't care if it's a 6th tier, but this is a 3rd tier, and it's got all that link juice down here, which is amazing. So all these, look, I've got 1 on my A tier, but all these are 2nd and 3rd tier. Isn't that cool, though? Seriously? That's 3,000 hits, guys.
Well,
3,000
hits. The thing is, Paul, that what you're talked about is structured content on the page, but you also, your campaigns have its own content structure, or its own structure with links. Mm-hmm. That's what's so powerful about how this works is, I mean, you see domain authority, and we'll get Christy up here coming up in a minute. And when she's going to come up, but she's got a huge network, and you can just see the power that has given to the domains that she has. So back to you. I just want to mention that little tidbit.
Okay. Thanks, Daryl. Notice here, when I'm testing the market or poking the market, I don't care what niche it is, we can dominate pretty much anything given time and amount of pages. I normally do about 10 to 15,000 pages per test. All right, it'll only take me about 30 seconds to create 10,000 pages. It's about 20,000 pages per minute on the creation side of this. So if I want to really just check a page that I've just created in content, I want to have a look at it. That's really cool. That's 252 pages. But most of these are like, I copy it, I duplicate it, and I spread the time frame out a little bit further. So you can notice here, this is going out for nearly a year into the future. This one here is just about to finish. Actually, it's just finished. So I did that for about a week, which is really cool. The most powerful aspect, I think, of this is that you have the ability if you're dealing with clients, if you're building all that authority to a client and that client just becomes a total ass and they're not paying you, you could just change that out instead of sending it to Apple. They love us. I can just change that, all that targeted value to that client, to another client. And you know how long it's going to take me to do that? Less than 10 seconds. That's how amazing this is. So if your clients aren't paying you for some unknown reason, they've got really selfish and stupid, you can just change who they are in a few seconds. I can also come in here. I can pause the campaign. I can duplicate the campaign. That's what I do. I normally do 10,000 page runs, and I duplicate the campaign. I do about another 5. They'll take me about a minute to do like 50,000 pages. And what I love about this is just mind-blowing. I can edit the campaigns after the event. So if I've got like Tim, who does a lot of local, made a wrong telephone number, wrong client phone number, right client phone number, saved it, updated it, and then 10 seconds later, all those telephone numbers that were on the page were updated. And in this little thing here, I love this. This is where you can add a redirect. You can add an affiliate offer after your pages are in the rankings or whatever. You can change things out. That's what I do. I let my pages mature for a while, and then I'll add an affiliate offer or a call to action or a telephone number or whatever I might want to in here, which is really cool. Okay, you want to see me do this?
I do.
Watch
Yes.
this. Watch this. Okay, I don't have anything in here. Look at this. Look. Okay, I have nothing. Now I could have multiple targets. So if you are doing something for a client, you don't just have their homepage. You might have their homepage, their YouTube, their GMB, their main page. You can do all that sort of stuff. But I'm just going to do like 2 targets at the moment, and I'm just going to hit this little button here, and I'm just going to randomize stuff. Oh, look at that! Woohoo! I love that. Don't like it really.
Cool.
I might just hit this randomized diagram. Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3, and 4 tiers, which is pretty cool. And that one there,
Looks
I
like
like
a
that.
Fish.
Looks like it does. I was going to just say it. I might say that.
It's like no dart.
The fish. I always say 1 target if I'm doing 1 target. All right, so that's what I do if I'm going to use a diagram again and again and again. So I just save that, and I can manually apply little changes to it. Like I'm very creative, artistic, so I might say, okay, that particular node is going to link to that one, and these ones here are just going to randomly go to that one. So my diagram now is even more complex. All right, so I can just save that. Now, obviously, look, that's me done. All right, that's my structuring of how I'm doing. Either it's a PBN or backlinking or authority building. It doesn't really matter what we call anything. Remember, every single page on here is an asset. Now, with this being said, if this was a client, then I would just put their client URLs, or it could be a YouTube video, it could be whatever. But because I do a lot with affiliate marketing, I would just put a / in here. And if I want to sell that network in the future and have it go to a client, I can just change that. It'll only take me 10 seconds. So in this instance, I'm just going to do it like I'm just putting up lots of pages as an affiliate. I need some content. Hey man, I've got that sorted. I'll show you real quick. All right, I can grab my spun headers in here. This is these keywords through this spun here. I'm just going to grab spun titles. God, this used to take me hours. 12 to 16 hours a day, and I'm just showing you in real time.
This is why I couldn't sleep at night for 3 nights. Thank you.
Well, hey, I haven't slept for years. All right, so I've got all that. I need to have some spin tax. So I'm going to put out lots of pages. There are ways, because our internet here in Australia sucks at times, especially if you're traveling. I might just hit copy MPub spin tax, and I just put this in here. Now, bear in mind, we do supply about 50 different platforms content. They may not admit it, but we've got guys using our platforms, our content for, 1 to 5,000 articles per day. And I can guarantee you they're not charging $1 per article either. And I'm just going to grab another one in here just because I can. All right, there you go. And I'll just stick it in here. All right, so there you go. Add more content. Pretty cool. So what I'm going to do, Daryl, if you don't mind, I'm just going to spend a couple of seconds here. I'm just going to go into say a couple of weeks into the past, because that looks like the sites that we're going to create have been worked on for some time. And because I'm testing the market, I'm just going to go out for 60 to 90 days. And the maximum, by the way, you can do, like this is only 26 nodes. Don't worry about what that means. It's just an interlinking structure, is 1,000. So in this diagram, I could do 26,000 pages, but because I'm just checking out the market, I'm just going to do like 10,000, and I'm going to put them on my domains, my subdomains. Like I've got a little destination group here. It's over 2 domains. It's got 100 subdomains, and I'm just going to click on that, and I'm just going to hit publish. So from the time I get content in a new market, in a new language, it's all structured. That might take me 2 to 5 minutes, to publishing, 10,000 pages. It could take me, worst case scenario, about 10 to 15 minutes. So there you go. How's that? It's now deploying. Isn't that cool? Do you have any questions at the moment?
No, but I would like to bring in Christy because we're running low on time, and I want to give her a chance because she always adds a lot of value, and she's got way more pages than I have.
Daryl.
Yeah.
10,000 pages, not 10 days or 10 weeks, 30 seconds. And remember, I can go in here, I can look at all that stuff, I can preview the diagram that you and I made, and bango, I can do all that sort of stuff if I needed to. And I could delete the campaign. So if I did, I wouldn't recommend this, and I hopefully Chrissy will attest to this. Don't delete campaigns if you think you've made a mistake based on all the bullshit that's out there from all these supposed SEO agencies, or whatever they are. Just let it sit there, let it mature, and then find out what the results are. But if you needed to, you can just hit the platform there, the button, and it will remove those 10,000 pages that I just created, which is really dumb of me, but I'll just show you anyway. Cool.
Very good. So the key is to get to the webinar. It's webby.link/mentorprise. If you're ready to purchase and you just missed the last deal, you want to go to go.ht/mentorprise. Do you want to make your announcement now, or do you want to wait a little bit?
Yes, no, I will. Now, because of our relationship over the last couple of years, and you know that I don't offer this often, only to you, the first 20 people that go to go.ht/mentorprise, only 20. I'm only going to accept 20. We're not trying to flog product here, guys. We take a lot of pride in giving people a lot of support, training on both Mentorprise content and Mentorprise publishing, because they are professional products. They're not some sort of game. Okay, you've got to understand that. So we do spend time with you. The first 20 will be able to grab Mentorprise content. All right, the full version, I'm just going to go to here. All right, normally people, our most favored platform for content, this is about $10 a day for up to 4 million words. Normally we give the redirect and links module to this plan here, but we're going to give it to your users, or anybody who uses that go.ht/mentorprise. We'll get you a entry. It's only going to cost $149, but we're going to apply the redirect and advanced modules, which people are normally paying $295 for. Cool. And it's only going to run, not just for today. I'm just going to allow this to happen until the 15th of December. All right, Daryl. So if people want to get involved and they want to wait, then that's how that will work. And enterprise publishing, so that you understand what happens there. If you want to save a huge amount of time like I do, I don't want to waste 200 hours a month when I can do it actually in 2 hours a month. All right. Mentorprise publishing is really, really easy to get involved with. And that's over here. You need to have your own domains, which we host your domains, which is super, super cheap. You just go over here, and these are our plans. Okay. Some people start here. Some people start here. Some people, like Christy and Michael, scaled up. We do have plans bigger than this for those that are serious, like that guy who wants to make $20,000 per day. He'll have what we call a farm, which is 100 million pages. Cool.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Super cheap, man.
We were talking about how this is like, the fact that you can make this pretty dynamic when we bring you into our mastermind, which is a part of this, when you buy through this link, you get into Daryl's mastermind. That's me. And we have some special training. We have some welcome rooms and things like that we've done. And we just continue to build content about this platform and how we are using it professionally and also experimentally to try to really push the needle and try different things so that you can learn from our experimentations and everything like that. So we're going to support you definitely to become really good at this and to figure out the things that work the very, very best. So I'd like to ask Christy if you're available, if you want to come on and talk a little bit about your experience with it. I hope to have you on Wednesday's webinar. And also Simon is also a customer as well. So he has Mentorprise as well. And we were just talking about how excited we are to just take some of the things we've learned on this Webbython and to apply it to Mentorprise. So it's definitely
You'd be
some
surprised,
cool
Daryl. It's like for me, yesterday I learned something new and I've been using it for 2 years. People can start basic, like I'm basic, but you can evolve to anything you like. You can go as deep as you like to it, and we're evolving all the time as well. And as you know, we adapt things as you need. True?
No, yeah, absolutely. Tim Judge asked if there's a coupon code. There's no coupon code that is necessary. You just go through the link that I told you about, which is go.ht/Mentorprise. And then Mary
It'll
Fox
be applied automatically.
Mary Fox did know that you can use URLs inside of the content. So she got something new from this, and she's already a customer. So
in any Google operator you can use in our search. We're a lot more advanced than Google. By the way, just so you understand, we do not charge for licensing fees, VPSs, proxies, captures, none of that. We support all of that. And we can scale to anything that you like. At the moment, we're limited to about 5 billion pages per day, but we can handle anything that you want, Daryl.
Awesome. There she is.
Hi. How's everybody? So
great.
Mentorprise is a beast. I think that needs to be said over and over again because it really is. Because you do have that interlinking going on, the structured schema. There's just so much more. And Mary said something about the URLs. Anything that has a URL, you can use in Mentorprise. You can target it, power it up, whether it's a domain, whether it's a TikTok or YouTube video or account. I mean, the possibility of what you can do with this is limited by your own mind. There's just so much that you can do. I love Mentorprise. So sorry, I just wanted to say that. But if there's other things, I actually started using this in June, and I can say I don't know. You want my back history? A little bit I can give. So I really didn't start in the SEO game, really going down the rabbit hole until maybe actually it's been officially a year, and we just kind of drove into it. We didn't start implementing until about April of this year, March, April, where we started creating a Google News network, which I found like those were great. We got a bunch of them. We have a big network. However, the challenge we were having is our WordPress. Things would get hacked. Just a whole thing. Plus it was generating content, but we just wanted more. The more things that you have out there is the more possibilities of getting your message to people, right? So we had actually came involved with Daryl, and in a conversation, Daryl brought up Mentorprise and said, see what this is about. This is a content solution, can generate the AI content for you, and then talk to Paul and ask him about NPub. So we talked to Paul, and it was exactly what we were looking for. We knew that there were things that needed to happen as far as schema and interlinking anchor text, all of that needed to happen. But the challenge when you're dealing with one site or even the new site is that's a long process. There's things that you need to put in place. With Mentorprise, no, it's not a long process. I think one weekend, Michael and I built out over 2 million pages, 3 million pages in a couple hours. So then we let it season, and that's 3 million pages now that we have out on the internet seasoning, but also the potential to have sales, have options.
Did you say 3 million pages in how many hours?
A couple hours.
We were going slow.
We were going slow. Because you know it wasn't.
You're doing better than me. Seriously, I try 1 million a day if I can.
Right. We just went. I'm a firm believer, like especially with Menoprise, when you get it, build it, have your plan, and go. Because SEO, it's a process, right? You need things season, so you need to get those pages out there. If they're not out there, how do you expect to have anyone come to you? Or get
so what have you found, Christy and Michael? Like obviously you and I talk quite a lot. You've got ideas. Have you found our support and our understanding of how things work, 100%?
Oh, absolutely. So I have never had access to an owner like this. I constantly have talked to Paul and to the developer Pim whenever I've had any type of question. I've never really dealt with any downtime. Like if my Google News sites, if they get hacked, I have to call tech support and go through that process and wait for them to connect with me. With Paul and Pim, it's in the Menoprise support, it's really fast. It may take them 24 hours, 48 hours, but for the most part, with me, it's super fast. And the amount of knowledge. Because the cool thing about Menoprise is that Paul, what they've created, they do have their training with you, and they kind of find out what it is that you're wanting to do with it. And then show you, hey, this is how you build it. This is what would work best for you. So does that kind of answer that? I mean, I love the support. I love Menoprise.
And you've sort of evolved like with us, obviously. Absolutely. Because you might have gone down one track and listened to other gurus or whatever, and then you've evolved to doing this, and now you're doing lead gen and affiliate marketing and customer stuff.
Right.
Do you see any limits? Like obviously we have no limits on how many pages that you can put up, and the indexing. Like what would your indexing be? Is it like 10%?
So, you say 10%, and just to give realistic expectations. However, I've gone back to my first campaign, actually, while you guys were talking, and it is 100% indexed.
What?
And we're talking back in June. So,
no way.
That was a campaign because we came at it from being in the MMO space with affiliate marketing. So we're like, okay, well, let's really test this and see, is this going to work? And we went after what everyone would say would be probably one of the hardest terms in the MMO space. And now we own real estate, digital assets all over the internet for that term, all over the world, actually. And it literally took us 15 minutes to build the one campaign. It thought even that first campaign was probably a little longer because I was just doing my due diligence.
But imagine if you had to put up 1 million pages with any other format. I know it would have taken me on some of these other platforms nearly 25 years.
Right. And, just building a general basic money site, one money site is going to take time. Like people are going to go and do the content and make sure it's structured correctly and make sure the interlinking is going on and the schema and all, everything that's involved with that. Where with this, it's like, boom, put it in and go.
Cool.
I can't say enough. I mean, really,
There's nothing else like it.
There's nothing like it. Sorry, Michael's here too.
I'm always
so it really is for anyone. I would say is if you can follow directions, you can do this. If you are super experienced in SEO, because I'm working with people who have are super affiliates and have huge enterprise agencies within that are using Menoprise, and we're discussing things and training them on how I build, because there's so many ways to build. There's Paul's easy way, but then there's other ways of where some SEOers may like, there's things that we can do and really geo target, or there's just a lot that you can do with this. There really is. And the biggest thing is when you get it, is get in and start doing it.
The biggest thing
You
is
know?
it's fast.
It's fast.
It's very
Yeah,
fast.
I don't know if they can hear you.
Okay, no, we
Yeah,
can.
we heard you. Yeah,
with-
we heard you.
with
Yeah.
Okay, anybody getting the Menterprise through go.ht/Menterprise, there are two little buttons there. One is to buy Menterprise content and one is to get early
Right.
access. We do not allow this into the public. You understand this? This is a private group of people that are or do have access to the most powerful tools in the world. So we're very selective, if I could say it that way. So Tim, there is another little button that says get access to Menterprise. If not that little button,
Publishing,
then we
yeah.
will connect with you for getting Menterprise publishing. Okay.
Right.
All right.
And
What are the use cases? Sorry, Daryl. I know we're
Yeah, I
running
want
out
to
of time.
show. Yeah, these are some of the chief use cases, and as you and I have talked, there's probably 1,000 real use cases that you can use this for with regard to enterprise content and publishing. This just scratches the surface of where you can make monetization happen. Okay. So, number one, high ticket and recurring affiliates. I've always told people from the get go for the high ticket because traffic, you might as well go for the biggest thing because it takes just as much work to get one visitor and a low ticket thing as it is for high ticket. So go after that. Go after recurring affiliates. We'll show you some of the affiliates that I've done, but there's so many different recurring affiliate things that as soon as you get a sale, it just every year or every month it just renews. It's a really great way to go. SEO backlinks, like a private blog network. There's so much authority that this builds up on your domain. When you put a domain into here, expect that it's going to have much higher DA within probably 4 months. You're going to see a big increase of domain authority because of the way everything is structured. But don't go with just one or two domains. Make sure you add a few, I would say over 5, maybe to 10 if you get the first package, the entry package. Because the bigger your network, we've noticed the people that have a bigger network and spend just a few extra bucks to get the more domains, they're getting much bigger results, much bigger results.
I agree.
All right.
Yeah, 5 to 10 mega domains with up to 1,000 subdomains is a really great way.
Right.
Yeah.
I went 20.
Yeah.
I went 20 because I want to dominate. So,
Yeah.
if you want to dominate a niche, it's super possible with this because, I have the capability of publishing to over 20,000 pages a day. So,
Wow.
over time
That's insanity.
build up.
So local lead generation, one of the great things that you can use Menterprise for is just like with Magic Page plugin or any of the other tools is you can add a location to the keywords. Okay. So not only can you have like a ton of titles and structure and all of this information Google's hungry for, you also have the fact that you can add modifiers like location and it works amazing. Like it knocks out some places that you'd be surprised that you were able to knock out with this. So it's pretty good. We're going to show you on Wednesday the kind of results that you can expect. Targeted traffic. If you're just looking for traffic to come in on demand, once you build these single niche PBNs, so to speak, these single niche verticals, you can point that traffic where you want to. And so it's really nice to be able to have that ability to do that when you want to, because it's so easy the way we teach you to do it and the way Paul teaches you to do it, to just make an adjustment and you can send that traffic to where you want. Reputation management, it's possible to do. I don't do that kind of business, but there are people that I know of that do that and have used some of the techniques that I've taught on how to do that. YouTube views and playlists to get more hits and subscriptions. So you can do that. And you can also sell campaigns, which is one of the more popular ways to cover your expenses is to sell a few, campaigns. And you can price them the way you want to. That would more than cover your investment per month of what you're spending. So that's always a great way to go. And then the other thing is it's add-on value. Various developers and SEOs and digital marketers can add this as a campaign to bump up their monthly package for an extra $500 a month or something like that. They can do a campaign on Menterprise. So I just wanted to share that because that is just some of the use cases we talked about in one of our masterminds. And I wanted to make sure we throw that out there. But Paul, you probably can list, because you know all your customers, probably dozens and dozens more of those things.
Yeah, well, probably thousands, as you said.
Yeah.
And you can do a combination. Like I like affiliate marketing. Some people like affiliate marketing and or dealing with lead gen. Some people do local clients, you know, for 250 to 1,000 euros per month. And it's only going to take them 15 minutes of work. So
it feels like taking candy. What'd you say?
Target them all. You can target them all on a page.
Yep.
Yeah.
You know, and maybe that's me coming at it from the Google News. You know, I think about them every single page as a money site too. So why not do it all? You know, if you go and look on the internet, do a search and look at what the pages are populating. There's a question with Dana. She's talking about, so she had a jewelry website.
Yes.
It's a
Yes.
It's a he.
Dana.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay.
You absolutely could do that. As far as the expectations to, like, it just depends what you're doing on how long it may take.
Okay, I'm going to answer this one if I may, Dana. Look, from doing billions and billions of hits per month on our platform, it's dependent on the niche, the competition, how many pages you're putting up, and the time frame. I don't race things. I look at things when I'm testing a market. I'll do 10 to 15,000 pages on a run because it's only going to take me a couple of minutes, and I drip feed that for 2 to 3 months. I then go back in 3 to 6 weeks and find out if that campaign has had over 1,000 hits, which could be bots, which is good because you want the bots to find you, and or more people. So that's what I do. If I see there's a success, then I duplicate that and I'll drip feed it for a longer period of time. But look, from our experience and our users' experience, if you put up the pages, you will get the traffic. Traffic for us is not an issue. All right? Don't worry about it. But don't think that because, you know, we can do things in seconds that you're going to get a result in seconds. This is SEO on massive amount of steroids, but don't be stupid and think you're going to get your money back or you're going to get all the results back in weeks. It might happen, but I'm not going to say that. And I'm going to say that 10% indexing is cool. You know, Christy and Michael got 100% on one of their campaigns, and I think that one has 110,000 hits to it. Not bad for 11,000 pages. But it doesn't always happen that way. But the advantage is you can test the market in 15 minutes, not 15 weeks.
Right.
Yeah,
you don't have to absolutely. And may I also add real quick, and we're getting close to time here. We'll have to wrap, but we're going to help guide you through. We just had a mastermind last time, and we cut the camera off at an hour and a half, hour and 15 minutes, and then we just carried on for what, Christy? Another half hour or 45 minutes, just sharing our experiences. You're going to be well supported if you go after this to get from people that have already kind of walked the path and can kind of help you with what they've been successful at. So not only do you have the great customer service of Mentorprise, you also have that the fact that we're going to support you with the mastermind. And Christy's even doing some coaching and stuff like that, so you can reach out to her for that. So you're going to be well supported with this product as well. So just want to let you know that we have a full-on mastermind coming up on Wednesday. It is webby.link. If you're in my group, I'll probably send you a link to invite you to the webby.link /master Mentorprise to get you signed up for that. Okay.
Daryl,
anything
before we
else?
go, just remember that we're only taking on 20 people. Okay,
that's right. Yeah, we did talk about that. Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're only taking on 20 new people because we do spend time with people. We're not into this just to flog a product. We're into it for long-term relationships, and that's why we have a very, very high repeat and referral business. Okay.
Right.
Can I mention something too? Like, that's one of the things I really love about it is, it's definitely Mentorprise is protecting the integrity of this platform. Like eventually it will be closed. Paul has said that several times. But I also wanted to mention that Menoprise does its job. It
Yes.
completely does its job. It's up to the user to monetize. That's, whatever
Yes.
they choose to do with it, is really up to the user. There's just so many possibilities, but I did want to mention that.
Good move. All right, guys. Well,
Yep.
Daryl
Awesome.
and
Thank
Simon
you.
and
Yeah,
Christy,
well done, guys.
thank
Thanks
you,
very much
guys.
for that. Brilliant.
And Simon, I wish you well,
right.
man. I hope you get some
Yeah, absolutely. No, I'm trucking on here. It's 11 o'clock at night here in the UK, so we're all good. But yeah, thanks for that presentation, guys. Menoprise is awesome, so thank you.
Right.
sleep. All right, man.
Thank you,
All
guys.
right, it's Chris.
Thanks,
Good to see you.
guys. All right. Good night. All right. Bye-bye. All right. Very cool. Here we are, back you and I, and
Yeah, all
waiting
good,
for
all good.
our next guest to come on in a minute. But just wanted to say, guys, this has been a fabulous experience. We still have a lot more to come. The affiliate marketing dude's going to close us out today. He is
Yeah.
a character, but he's also very knowledgeable. And he definitely is going to have a lot to say. I'm going to actually probably join one of his masterminds because I really feel like I can learn some stuff from the way he takes and analyzes the data and doesn't like do any kind of emotional, shoot from the hip kind of thing. Somebody can ask him a question and he like literally spends the time to try to find out what the right answer is based on the data. And I really love that about him. And I just, he does some corny, fun stuff to kind of grab your attention, which is fun. It just makes it fun to watch. But at the same time, it's serious. The kind of money you're talking about is 8 figures in affiliate revenue he's doing. 8 figures. That's huge.
No, it's an amazing
that's a guy
story. Yeah.
working in his shed, from
his shed,
living in
and that-
a mobile home to working in the house of his, that he wants to live in. He could live in almost any house, but he wants to live in this house and he likes to do these fun character things. We'll talk a little bit about that. But if you watch the affiliate marketing dude on YouTube, you'll definitely you'll see him, and we'll have a very rare interview. I've never seen him do an interview with other people before. So I think it's really super awesome that we're having him on Webbython tonight as our headlining speaker tonight. So very, 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 very excited about that.
Daryl, I'm just saying a couple of things. Mary's saying great call. Thanks, Mary. And she's also asking, will this be recorded? She's got to go. So yeah, it's recorded. It's available in our Facebook groups, and it's also available in our YouTube channels as well. So my channel is Simon Hogben, and Daryl is MassPage Tools. So you can see the recordings there.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's see. We didn't spin the wheel. We do have our next guest ready to go. Should we skip the hour? Let's spin the wheel. Let's
spin the wheel. Spin the wheel. Yeah, spin the wheel.
Okay.
Well, we didn't ask
All right.
Paul to press the button. I mean, we could get Drew to spin it as well.
Oh, let's do that. Hey, Drew.
Hey,
How's it going, my
let's bring
friend?
Drew in. Let's get Drew in.
How y'all doing?
Yeah, we're good.
Oh, doing great. Doing great. Have you been watching some of the program today?
In and out, yes, I have. So
Yeah,
been good stuff.
awesome. I mean,
Yes.
look at this wheel. I mean, these are all names of people that have signed into our webinar here. So and this isn't all of them. This is just who I've been able to put in and keep up with. We've been getting so many people sign in, so it's really cool. So up for grabs, and you get to tell us, you get to shout out the go spin or that kind of thing. Today's winner is going to get, this is the 6 o'clock winner, is going to win my software package from Domain Kicks. It's $1,000 value, and you'll get the lifetime version of domainkicks.com. If you're interested in that, it's also available if you go to our webbython.com. Go to Cyber Monday deals. We've got some curated deals here. The top deals are on here. If you go and you click on this, you'll see the various deals that Simon spent some time curating and finding just some of the best deals that we found for lifetime. And then we have a Simon's Deals page, which Simon has his booster program and the foundations course, the Google My Business course, the Pinterest marketing. What is this? The backlink directory? That's cool.
Yeah, a backlink building directory. Yeah, got some hosting. I do website hosting for WordPress and also 360 virtual tours. Got some plugins, security plugins, review plugins, all sorts of bits and bobs. Mass page campaigns. Yeah, it's all there.
Wow.
Or say hello and tell me your problems, and I'll see if I can help you. So yeah, it's all there.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Wow, you spent some time on this, and that's really cool. And then I didn't spend time on it.
You
I
spent
only
less time on it. That's been the theme for the day, Daryl, I have to say.
slacking, yeah. So you got my domain kicks, and it's at half price right now. So if you go into Daryl's Deals, you can click on buy now, and it's a one-time thing for Cyber Monday and Black Friday. And then Siphon AI, which if we have time, I'll show some things with that. But if we don't, that's fine. I don't care. We'll get you onto our software.
I want to see that.
You do? Okay. Yeah,
Yes.
we'll definitely show.
Awesome.
Oh, wait. So all right. So what we got to do is we're going to look at the prizes here. We already did this. I want to make sure that we've got everybody filled in. All right, for the 6 o'clock winner, it says name goes here. So we're going to find out whose name is going to go there. So Drew, when you're ready, tell us when to spin.
All right, and go ahead and spin.
Wow, look at how many are on there.
That is impressive.
Brian H. I know Brian. We removed everybody's last names, but we have it into another file. But I think he's a regular in our group, so that's great. Good job. So we'll remove him from the group. I'm just going to go ahead and add him before I forget. But how have you been, Drew? I mean, we've been talking back and forth, but you have been a busy dude.
I am very, very busy. I have too many projects going at all times. So, but it's been good staying busy. So can't complain. How are things on y'all's end?
Oh, we're doing great.
Yeah,
how about
too
you,
many
Simon?
projects? Yeah, all the ditto to all of that. I know Daryl's always got a lot of projects on. I've been working on some various things as well. So yeah, we're good, and this has obviously kept us busy this last week or so. So yeah, it's exciting.
Absolutely.
Lots going on.
That's awesome. Yeah, this is really cool. I'm impressed with your setup.
Oh, good. Oh, good.
Yeah. So we tried to bring it, trying to make it fun and things like that. And you also sent me a video, which we can hit whenever we get to that part, so that we have a full demonstration and things like that. I figured because that way, if we have to wait for scraping and all that kind of stuff, it would be good to go.
Yep, absolutely. So yeah, I kind of edited that. So
yeah. No, it's good. It's good. Do you know how long? Do you know how long it is?
It's 30 minutes, but I can tell you where to jump around if you don't want to sit through some of the settings and things like that. So I kind of tried to be comprehensive while kind of jumping into, the main features. So.
Okay, well, let's just kind of set this up. Okay, so I found you on Google, and I reached out after I tried out your Question Forge and your QA Grabber.
Mm-hmm.
I think, and then Video Tag Grabber. I got all of them, all three of them.
Yes.
And I reached out and said, hey, look, I'm in this mask page community, and all of this stuff is like perfect. It's right up our line of things. And so I asked you for some features, and you went and you blew my mind. You did the features, and we did the whole thing with the schema and the Word AI, and then you told me you're working on this new one called the Snippet Scraper, and I'm like, holy cow! And then I came to you with another project that we can't talk about right now, right? But that might be in the works too. So there's some really cool stuff that's going on, and it's like you vibe with the same kind of tools that I like to mess around with. So it's super awesome to have you on here tonight. And you're from Texas,
Absolutely.
which my family were in Texas for 2 decades. So
Oh, there you go.
yeah. Yeah.
That's
So that's
awesome.
awesome to have you here. So
Absolutely.
so anything you want to say before we kind of kick this off, this video, and we'll go full screen with it, and hopefully the audio will be loud enough. We'll crank it up. But
Absolutely.
anything you want to say to set it up?
Basically, I mean, this is just an overview of all the tools in the bundle. I have more in the works, but there's always more to do. And I have a bunch of updates planned for all of these. I would like to get them all to version 2 soon, and I'm doing some rewrites across the board. But everyone that buys today gets all of that down the road as it comes out. So, and then I'm always open to
That's
new
so cool.
ideas. So, yeah, I want to keep building this empire. It's very small right now, but
Yeah.
it's getting bigger. So,
Yeah, it's really cool. It's really cool. And I think I mentioned bundling it, and we talked about packaging it differently and stuff. So you've been so responsive to ideas, and so really, it's been cool to work with you for sure.
absolutely.
All right. Well, yeah. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and fire this off. We'll go full screen with it, and we'll mute our microphones. But could you do one thing? If you could try to share your screen so we can have it down in the backstage, so we can come up to your screen afterwards to show the deal that you have. Is that okay?
Absolutely. Yep. Let me go ahead and yeah, I can get that all set up when we
All
do you
right.
want me to do that
All
after
right.
we start this?
No, I would do it now just so we can see that it's ready to go, but nobody will see
Okay.
it until we.
Give me
All right.
one
All right.
second. Okay, I can do that.
All right. Because we won't be able to talk while this is playing. So.
Perfect. Okay. That'll work.
All right. All right. Here we go.
Hey guys, cool. We're going to take a quick look at the Kingmaker Software Elite bundle that we are currently offering as a special. It's a very limited time and it's a pretty good deal. So we'll take a quick look at the 4 main tools that you'll get in the bundle if you act today. We're going to spend a few minutes looking at Question Forge, which is a powerful keyword discovery tool that can help you find thousands of relevant question-based keywords for your primary keywords. Then we'll take a look at Q&A Grabber, which is a powerful way to generate a lot of highly relevant and authoritative content to use for your own purposes. Then we'll take a look at VidTag Grabber, which is useful for discovering seed keywords, which is useful for discovering a variety of keywords that you might not have thought of otherwise. The keywords found with this tool can be fed into other tools into the bundle, such as Question Forge, to generate thousands of other variants based on those keywords, used with Q&A Grabber to find a lot of relevant, useful content for your campaigns and blogs, and to use on any video marketing that you do to ensure that you're covering bases with your keyword tagging for your videos. And then finally, we'll look at Snippet Scraper, which is the newest tool in the bundle. It's still in beta and it has not been released to the public yet, but it is included with this, and it is a very powerful way to collect useful, relevant, authoritative data from Google's featured snippets. So it's similar to Q&A Grabber, but it does have its differences. So we'll look at those as well. First, we'll take a quick look at Question Forge Pro, which is one of the tools in the bundle deal we're offering right now. This is a keyword discovery tool that digs deep to find question-related keywords based on the seed keyword you enter. It turns your keyword into a question and feeds it into Google Autocomplete, and then scrapes the suggestions that Google provides. For example, if you were to go to Google and type in something like dog grooming, you would see a bunch of suggestions. If you transform this into a question or start of a question, such as what are the best dog grooming, you will see options such as clippers, shears, tools, etc., which would make great blog posts and content to optimize for, or even pay-per-click keywords to bid on, things like that. So every time you change it, you get different results for the suggestions. So cheapest, what are the cheapest dog grooming? And you'll get various suggestions similar to what you've entered. Question Forge automates this process and can provide a lot of variants that it will automatically feed to Google and grab all the results back. So let's take a look at how that works. So here's the main interface for Question Forge, where you can enter your keyword and click start and you'll get results. There's a bunch of settings you can change that can provide different sets of results based on what you need, which you can configure here in the questions builder. In the question builder, you can choose to pull keywords based on their search intent, such as information or commercial, and you can choose different categories and modifiers, such as who, what, when, where, why, and how questions. There's some miscellaneous ones that didn't really fit in any specific category. There's also things like can, so can dog grooming, and then it will generate variants on that. And each of these has different sets of keywords that are related to that group. If you want to go comprehensive with your scrape, it will take a while, and it will check all of these boxes, and it can scrape over 14,500 variants of your seed keyword. However, that's a bit overkill for this demo, so we'll just leave it at the most popular, which covers the who, what, when, where, why, and we'll go ahead and close that. Question Forge Pro also supports proxies and multi-threading so that you can scrape faster, and you can adjust these options in the settings. So I already loaded some proxies in here. There are 20. I already tested them and confirmed that they were all working. And then after reopening the software, it will default to not available for the results until you run it again. But if you know that your proxies work, then you don't really need to test them every time you run the software. If you're not using proxies, it's best to leave your thread setting at 1 and leave a 2 to 3 second delay to help prevent the chances of a temporary IP ban from Google. If you do get banned, it's not a huge deal. They usually lift the ban in under an hour, or if you solve a captcha or two, it'll usually go away then. But it's usually just easier to leave the delay a little higher and let it run for a little longer. If you do have proxies, you can usually set the threading to 1 per proxy. So if you have 20 proxies like I do, you can set it to 20 threads and leave the delay at about 2 seconds, which helps prevent each proxy from burning out too quickly. You can test and add them, and then when you have them saved, you can save and close here, and you'll see the proxy count showing and the thread count showing. Now that we have all of our settings configured, we can go ahead and run a quick scrape. So we'll go ahead and enter dog grooming for the keyword, and we'll hit start, and you can see the threads start cranking up. It's already gone through 20 variants of this keyword, and it's found 91 results from autocomplete, and that's going to keep climbing. It's already found 134, 159, and under 30 seconds. So it goes pretty fast, especially if you're doing multi-threading with proxies. But even single threading, you can just let it go and minimize it, and it will go and find a lot of useful keywords and for content ideas and pay-per-click, etc. So we'll let it keep going for a second. It's already at it's just about done actually. So it's gone through 200 variants, 209 now, and it is finished. So it found 405 keywords, and some of these are going to be really great for your content needs. Some may be not so great, but you can just get rid of those as you start to work through. Things like, what brand of clippers do professional dog groomers use? Make that a title of an article and start listing some, get some great content there. What does dog grooming cost? What industry does dog grooming follow? So, I mean, there's going to be a lot of very useful content ideas. Let's see. Is it normal for dogs to act weird after grooming? Can dogs be traumatized at groomers? There's all kinds of stuff that I never would have thought of in this industry that you probably might have, but the more you dig and let the software scrape, the more kind of valuable ideas you can get out of it. And you can take some of these keywords and run them through some of the other tools in this bundle and get some great content quickly, repurpose it for your own uses, and throw it up on your websites and start ranking, start generating some commissions, things like that. So we'll take a look at the other tools in the suite, but Question Forge is a very powerful and handy, quick keyword tool to use.
Now we'll look at Q&A Grabber, which is another powerful tool in this bundle. It is designed to help with all of your content related needs, and it pulls really relevant, useful information from Google's People Also Ask section. It can collect the top related questions to whatever keyword or question you enter and automatically spin that content if you would like, so that it becomes unique using one of two spinners, or you can export, use your own spinner, and then use the content as needed. Alternatively, you can simply grab the content, rewrite it into your own words, and use it as inspiration. Whichever route you like to go, depending on your needs, there's a lot of ways to use the results of this tool. Before we see how the software works, let's just see what kind of content you can pull from Google with this software. So if you go and type in something like dog grooming, Google will give you results such as relevant local listings from maps. But here is the section that we are looking for. So people also ask will show relevant things like how much should dog grooming cost, how many dogs have died at Petco, what are the 7 steps of grooming a dog, how much does Petco charge for dog grooming. So when you click one, this is what Q&A Grabber is pulling, the question and this answer. As you click, you'll see that more questions are shown. As I click, it adds more and more. So this is an easy way to get a lot of relevant content for your needs. Before we get into actually running the software and scraping PAA, let's take a quick look at the settings so you can see what kind of options you have with the software. When you open the settings, you're presented with 3 options: general settings, spin settings, and content settings. First, we'll look at the general settings real quick. Here you can choose what Google website you want to go to, whether it's google.com or google.mx or wherever you may be. If you want to target content in that region, it doesn't hurt to change the extension here. If you're still looking for English results, let's say you're using google.com, but you're using a proxy or a VPN, and you're not in the US, or you're not in an area where Google serves English as the default results, you can force the English version of Google by checking this box. Here you can choose how many questions to scrape. If you're running the single analysis, it will return 10 and then stop. If you're running the bulk, it will return 10 per keyword that you've entered. The bulk search delay is used for the bulk interface, and it's the wait between each keyword before it begins scraping its next set of questions. 5 is usually the normal amount. The minimum answer character count helps ensure that you only get longer answers in your results. The minimum answer character count helps eliminate any answers that might be too short for what you're looking for as far as word count. So usually put at 100 and you'll get longer answers back, which is generally better for when you're needing a bunch of content. If you're going to export your content in JSON format, you can include the script tags to open and close just to make it a little easier for copying and pasting. But if you don't care, then you can leave that unchecked. If you include video results, it will grab the URL of the featured video that's in the PAA snippet if it's a YouTube video, which can be handy for if you need relevant video content for your sites. And then you can enable or disable debug mode. By default, it's disabled. Enabling it is just to view the browser as it automates it. So you can kind of see if data is not being collected, what may be going wrong. After you've had your settings changed, you can hit submit and it will save. Now we'll very quickly look at the spin settings. Right now, the software has support for Spin Rewriter and Word AI built in. We can add others in as requested, but these have been the most 2 popular by far. So you have the option to spin questions, spin answers, or spin both if you enable both checkboxes here. And then you can either leave it as spin text, or you can have it unspin into a unique version that you can use immediately. So it just depends on your needs on what you are looking to do with the content once you've scraped it. Once you have that set, you can submit. And then the final settings group is the content settings. And this just basically helps you not scrape the same content over and over. This is especially useful if you're scraping for many similar keywords in a session. Sometimes the PAA will get repetitive, and so this kind of helps prevent that. Once you have all your settings configured, you can go ahead and close the settings menu, and we can go ahead and scrape some content. So first we'll check out the single scrape. So we'll just do dog grooming, and we'll hit search. Now the first time you run it, it'll show initializing engine. This is it firing up the browser, which you'll see for a split second, and then it goes away, and it's going to tell you exactly what it's doing. Entering question, waiting for results. And we should start to see some content filled out as it finds it. So it's on 1 of 10. And there's the results. And it's got a slight delay built in on each question, and that helps it so that you don't need proxies to keep this running for quite a while, especially on bulk. So we'll let this go, and it will find all 10. So we'll come back in just a second when this is finished. And it has completed the scrape, and you can see all of the results here. In the settings, I had it set to spin the answers but not the questions. So after it finished scraping, it sent everything off to Spin Rewriter and brought the spin tags back. And I also had it set to leave it as spin tags instead of unspinning it. So we can see the results here are in spin tags format. I also had it set to save YouTube videos as it found them in the people also ask results. So you can see that here, it grabbed the relevant URL for me to use. Now that it's finished, you can go ahead and copy the results to the clipboard and paste them wherever you need them. Like so, and then we can do whatever we want with it there. You can also export it to many different formats, such as HTML, CSV, text, JSON, or an FAQ page, which is a schema markup. I will go ahead and export it as HTML and send it to a folder called export. We'll call it dog grooming.html. We'll save. And once it's done, it'll let you know, and you can choose to open the file, and then you can see the end results here. And if you view, it is in HTML format. This is more useful if you have set it to spin and then to not leave it as spin tags, but you get the idea with that. If you ran a scrape and didn't have the spin setting set, but decide that you would like to spin after, you can go ahead and enter your spin info in the settings and then click the spin button, and it will send whatever's in here off to the spinning service based on what you prefer. So if you wanted both questions and answers, it will spin both. If you wanted just questions or just answers, same thing. And the last quick thing to look at on the single analysis tab is the whitelist settings. Here you can just enter keywords that you are specifically looking for. So if you find that your scrapes are starting to go off topic, if you're looking for dog grooming and you're seeing a lot of results for things like dog food, etc., you may not want that kind of content in there. So if you do the whitelist, you can keep things more laser focused. The only downside to the whitelist is that if Google stops returning PAA results that contain your whitelisted keywords, then it will run out of content to click and scrape. So you may not hit your full limit on each scrape. In that case, it's a good idea to add multiple whitelist keywords to add some variety, because if the software finds any of the keywords in there, it will consider it a matching PAA result and scrape it and click it. And that's basically how the software works. The same principles apply to the bulk scraping. It does the same thing for you, just lets it be more hands-off as you collect your content. So on the bulk tab, you can enter multiple phrases that you would enter here. and it will go through them one by one and get all of the related PAA based on the limits that you have in your settings. You also have a whitelist here to help keep things more on track. So we'll go ahead and do a quick run on this with just a couple of phrases. The only thing you need to do is set an output folder. So I'm going to go ahead and pick that export folder from earlier, and it will show it here. You choose your export format. You can do text, CSV, HTML, JSON, FAQ page. I'm going to leave it as text. And if you choose a secondary export format, it will create a second file with the same information, just in a different format. So we'll do text and we'll do an HTML. I'm going to leave the whitelist as blank, and we'll enter 3 keywords. So that should be fine for that. Assuming that all 3 of these return PAA results in Google, we should get 3 different sets of files with the content we want. I went ahead and disabled the leave as spin tags, so the software will send the content to the spinner, get it back, unspin it, and then save that in each file as it goes. So I'll go ahead and click start, and it will tell you exactly what it's doing. So in dog grooming, it's loading Google, and it's on 1 of 3 right now. So it's entering question, waiting for results, and then once it finds them, it will start scraping. And it will just run through this. So you can kind of leave it for a while as it goes and just let it do its thing. And then you can come back and you should have a lot of fresh content to work with. So I'll go ahead and just pause this and wait for it to finish, and then we can take a look at the results. And the software has completed its session and all 3 were successful. Here you can view and see which ones were successful. If you have a list where there's some that are not that weren't able to collect all the results that you were looking for a specific keyword, any that didn't collect any results for a keyword, and if you stop it before it's complete, you can see which ones it hasn't gotten to so that you can grab them from here and put them back over here and let it go. So now we'll just take a quick look and make sure that we got the content we were looking for. And as we can see, it's created the text and HTML files for each result as requested, and it saved the keyword as the file name. So if we open one, we'll see that it has the questions, the answers. I left in the YouTube video, so it's got those for me. And it has already spun and then unspun them, so all of these are unique. We can see it in HTML format as well. So you can see it's formatted source. It's got H2 tags and P tags. So you can use that for your own websites. And you can see it's done that for each of them. So that pretty much wraps up how to generate a lot of content quickly with Q&A Grabber. It's pretty simple, pretty straightforward, and pretty powerful.
Okay. All
I will
right.
take a look.
Whoops. We just we're running low on time here, Drew. So I added
No worries.
definitely pop that out. But what we'll do is we'll take that and we'll add that to our YouTube channel so people can watch the entire thing.
Awesome.
And check that out if that's cool.
Okay.
We'll also tag it with the offer. So let's talk a little bit about what you're doing for Cyber Monday, because you have like a
Perfect.
special here that you're doing. And if you were able to, were you able to get your screen on or no?
I think so. Let's check it out and see. Let me know what y'all
Okay.
think if that
All right.
works. So here you go. This should do it. I was mainly just scared it was going to like take over while you were playing the video. I wasn't sure how that
Oh,
worked.
right. Yeah, it doesn't do it once the video is
Okay.
like the highest priority. So yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, very cool.
Yeah.
It says it's connecting right now, so it should share in just a second
Right.
if everything goes according to plan. And I also have that
Yeah.
video on the sales page. So if anyone wants to see the rest or wants to rewatch it, and if people did have problems hearing it, I can do a different upload later this evening with a higher volume. So
okay.
I don't know if that will
All
help.
right. Yeah,
or
that might
anything,
help.
so.
It
Okay,
might
so
help if it was a little bit louder. Yeah.
Yeah,
Um,
absolutely. It sounded loud in my headphones, but I guess that it didn't translate well, so I apologize. Okay, so it's like stuck on thinking on the sharing the video. I don't know exactly what to do
Yeah,
here
it's
for
sometimes
that.
there's like a security thing. It's going to tell you you have to do something depending on how your security is set up for your browser, and if you might
Gotcha.
have something blocking it. So that's why I was wondering
Absolutely.
if you want to throw in the private chat the pages, and then I can just. Is it just the one that we talked about? Is that the main
Yes.
page?
Yes, it
All right.
is. If you go ahead and pull up the link that you had sent me earlier to test, it will pull up there. So
Okay. Yeah.
um,
So let me work
yeah,
on
because
that.
it's acting real funky right now on my end.
Yeah. No problem. No problem.
Don't know what's
So
going on here.
So what we could do also is let's see, I'm gonna copy this and we'll throw this into the group here. What we could do also is maybe break out the snippets, the snippet scraper. I think that's what it's called, or snippet grabber. What is it?
Snippet scraper.
Scraper.
Yeah,
I think we can grab that out, and we can. Here's the banner. I'm going to pop this up here. Okay, so it's go.ht/kingmaker. I'm going to go ahead and bring that screen up so that you can explain what's going on here, and we can sort of show off what you got going on here. So,
absolutely.
all right, all right. So what do we see on this screen? This is when you go to that website, go.ht/kingmaker. We have the Kingmaker Elite Bundle, which you've never offered this before, right?
No, this is the full bundle of everything I've built. So this is not actually marketed to the public right now. So
This is awesome. This is awesome. So
Cool.
this is
Yeah,
your video.
awesome.
So if you didn't get to watch the whole video, you'll be able to watch it on here. He might upload a louder one. But
yes.
let's go through. So you saw QA Grabber, and you saw how that works with Question Forge. One of the things that I love so much about the QA Grabber is that that schema output that you can put right into your FAQ on your page, and it creates its schema right from the on-page HTML code.
Mhm.
And so it creates your structured data, and you can also use the spin text. So guys, get your head around this idea, right? You're going to grab these people also ask. You can do the spin text, so it becomes sort of its own original thing, and then you have the schema so that you can come up with the additional snippets for things in a different phrasing. So I just think that this is such a good value to have the QA Grabber. We use it with Menterprise. We use it with our MPP pages and other projects that I'm working on. So I use it for all of that kind of stuff. So I really love what it does, and hats off to you for that. It's really awesome.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
So question forge is sort of like how you mine for questions, and you're gonna like grab a bunch of stuff through the keyword planner, and it just grabs a whole bunch of things that you can put into the other systems. Video tag grabber is awesome because it's going to scrape things from YouTube videos, so you don't have to think up all of these things. Some other people will have come up with all of these different terms and keywords. You might as well take advantage of it. So I think that that's also great, especially if you're trying to tag your own videos or you're just trying to look for a lot of bulk keywords. The reason I use these tools is with Menterprise. When we train people with using Menterprise, we want to have as many different keywords as possible to build out the pages. So we can use this and then sort by the number of words and things like that, and have some really cool things. So I might even, maybe we could talk later in the coming weeks or after the new year about some ideas that I have for how we can make these a little bit better, so there's less work that you have to do
Absolutely.
afterwards, and then you got the snippet scraper, which I haven't had a lot of time to mess around with. But this is a great tool because, grabbing the featured snippets, then rewording them, right, gives you all of that content of what Google really wants to see. It's the exact content it wants to see. And, there's a very good chance maybe that content falls off, or you come up for a different phrasing of that same content. So this is a great way to kind of repurpose content that's already out there and get your own twist on it using the Word AI or Spin Rewriter. All right. So this is really cool. So he puts all of these together. Now, what's the total value of all of these here?
It has it written down there. I think it is. Let's
Right here?
see. It is. Oh, well, the retail price is $300 basically, and then each
Okay.
tool by itself is quite a bit more when it's not bundled. So the bundle is a pretty good discount. But
Okay.
yeah, like let's see, like Question Forge is I believe 97. Q&A Grabber is my kind of my flagship because that one took
Yeah,
a
it
lot of
is.
work
Yeah.
to make happen. So
Yeah.
that was 197 by itself for the lifetime,
Wow.
or 97 a year. So basically, if you buy it, you're paying less than just the price of Q&A Grabber with this special right now. And then
Wow.
everything else is just a bonus at that point. So
Awesome.
That is awesome. So again, we got go.ht/kingmaker. I'll go ahead and post that also into the chat as well. And let's see if we have any questions for you. Is that okay? Is that okay to hit you with some questions here?
absolutely. So I have one little issue is that my browser is like totally locked up from trying to share the screen. So give me just 1 second. I'm going to pop right back in. Hang tight real quick.
Okay, no problem. Yep.
Yeah.
So Dana said that the volume was a little bit low, but you could still hear, could still go higher if possible. Let's see. Not sure what that means. We couldn't
higher
raise
volume.
it
That's
higher.
what he meant. Higher volume.
Yeah, raise it. Yeah, I couldn't. Unfortunately, the volume was what it was. So, but we will try to get that back to you so that you can watch that. We're going to have a lot of things to snip up from this whole Webbython from various speakers that just not dropped some major bombs. We had Judith on here from Pitch Ground. We were just talking on the back channel about that. And what a great job he did. And it was really, really cool to have him. So let's see here. We got Drew back. Is it better now?
And I'm back. Yes, it is now working as it should. So
awesome.
Awesome. Well, anything else that we need to know about these products in this Elite bundle?
You actually do get one more tool. It's basically, it was a free bonus for Question Forge, and it's just a keyword analyzer. Right now, it just works with the Keywords Everywhere API, so it does cost money through them, but it is a fast and easy way to bulk check, the keywords that you pull from VidTag Grabber or Question Forge. And I'm working on some free sources of data, but a lot of them are very locked down and anti-bot proof, and I don't like to do anything unethical, so I'm looking for a good solution to get some free data for that. But right now it's like, I think that their current credit rate is like 10,000 keywords analyzed for $1. So you can do a lot if you are looking for specific volume on keywords. It's a really good tool just to kind of not have to burn through your credits on other platforms. So, and you get that as well.
That is awesome. That is awesome. So any plans to do anything in the cloud in the future, or are you going to stick to desktop type of things?
I do want to do cloud in the future, and I actually have all the tools to do that. But I just found that desktop is a lot faster for iterating as far as building out a giant suite, because there's a lot of tools that are very a lot of the platforms that I'm looking at are very anti-botting. As far as they'll burn your IPs and they'll ban it. So I'm trying to provide cheap options or affordable options that and it's all, if you don't have to pay for resources like a bunch of proxies and rotating all that all the time, and just let each user kind of do that. It really does cut down on the cost of the tool itself. So
Drew, can I ask a question? I actually bought the original bundle, and at the time you weren't supporting Mac. Well, I'm a Mac guy, but I did
Yes.
actually buy a modestly priced laptop just so I could use your software. So I've got a foot in both camps now. But for pure 100% Mac users, any plans to launch that, or are you very much sticking with PC as a desktop platform?
I would love to do Mac, but honestly, I will probably be bringing the cloud platforms at that point to do the cross-platform support.
Yeah,
so
that makes sense. Yeah,
absolutely. So,
and if people did buy the previous bundle, you might have even mentioned this. Sorry if I didn't pick up on it. If people bought the previous bundle, do you get an upgrade, or how do you upgrade? What's the situation on there?
This is the previous bundle. It's just discounted another. I think it's 10% over what the initial offering was for the Black Friday. But I will figure out something to give the original buyers just a little something extra. So
yeah, because Snippet is new, isn't it? Though I think that's a new addition. So be good to be able to access that.
Yeah, and that's actually included in that was not available, but I went ahead and gave it to everyone.
Brilliant. Okay.
That did purchase.
So the people who bought the original bundle will still get Snippet.
Yes, no one is left out. Yeah, and anything that's added to this one, you get it as well. So if I do,
that's very, very good to know. Very generous. Yeah, awesome. Okay, thanks for that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I want to buy this all over again.
Go for it.
Yeah, I better.
You can use my affiliate link. You can sign up. I'll send you the link, Daryl. Buy it three times. It's all good.
You give so much value. I'm just like, man, this is amazing. So awesome.
Yeah.
So cool. All right, awesome. Is there anything else you want to add before we're going to get ready for Marcus, the affiliate marketing dude? He's coming up next, right after you. But we want to, let's see if we, he's going to be awesome. So we do have a 7:00 domain name that we're going to give away. And just so you guys know, if you guys take your calculator and you go through all of these giveaways, it's worth $83,148. Okay. Now look, name worth, these values may not be 100% there, but these are retail values typically that a lot of people say, okay, name worth is one of the ones that kind of get the price close. It may be a little high. So I'm not saying that it's, exactly 100,000, but we promised over $20,000 in prizes. And I think we more than delivered with that on here. So is there anything you want to give away or anything like that, Drew? Is there?
I don't really have much to give away that's not in this bundle. But if I do get anything else to throw in, I would be glad to do so. So
that's no problem. We're asking too much now. I'm sorry.
No worries
he's given. I think, to be fair, he's given a lot. It's a pretty generous bundle as well. I think actually the fact that people bought the original bundle get the new stuff as well. I think that's amazing. So thank you.
He stands by his stuff too. When if you find a problem or something comes up, you just let him know, and he gets right on it. It takes care of it. I know you're a busy guy, but you figure it out. So
that's my number one priority. Is if something breaks, I might not get new features out as quickly as I'd like to on some of the things that I want to do with it. But if something is broken, that is like my number one. Get that thing. So
yeah, that's awesome. Okay, so we're close enough to 7:00. So we're going to give this away, and then maybe Marcus can give away the 9:00 thing if we stay that long with him. Okay, so are you ready? Let's see. Let's get to the wheel of names. We removed Brian. Again, we're going to look. The domain that we're doing this time is namewebs.com, and it's valued at $19,500 from NameWorth. A 17-year-old domain. And I could see it being used for a hosting company. It could be used for someone that's selling domains. What could you see that, Simon?
Yeah, I think selling domains is probably the best one. I think that's the best match, or maybe a tool. A software tool. Name Finder, something like that.
A competitor.
Yeah, if somebody wants to start up a competitor to make page, you've had the insight,
Yeah.
you've had all the training. You can go and create your own now.
That's right. That's right.
Brilliant.
All right. So let's see. So Drew, I guess you get to do it again. You're not on the list, so you can spin the wheel.
I
and tell us
know.
when.
Yeah. All right. And go ahead and spin it.
Good luck.
And
Good
she be
luck.
spinning. Let's take a look and see if we can get somebody we know to River X. Don't know who River X is. I'll have to look at the thing here, but I'm gonna have go ahead and remove that down. River X, got to remember that and add that to the page right now. But wow, so great to have you here, and I really appreciate the fact that you're making these tools out of sort of a passion to make it happen. Like you're not doing something that's easy because you're dealing with things that can change with Google on the drop of a hat, and it's commendable that you're going after this and you're still fighting the good fight, and you're you're able to pull off what you're doing with this tool and these suite of tools. So I really commend you for that. And again, the support has been great. The fact that this QA grabber is, like I said, this is essential. So if you can only afford just to get the QA grabber, get that, and then you can try to drive your own questions into it. But great job putting together this bundle for Cyber Monday. It's 40% off a lifetime access, regularly $300. So you're going to save $120. This is where it is right here. We found it. And if you click here, you can see all the bundle's contents, and you should be good to go. Just go to go.ht/kingmaker, go.ht/kingmaker, and yeah, so you'll be good to go. Awesome, Drew. Well, thank you again for having coming on with us. Really appreciate you.
Thank you for having me. Absolutely.
Yeah, great to see you.
Maybe we'll see you around.
Yeah, absolutely.
All
I'll be
right.
tuning in for the rest of it. So y'all keep up the great
brilliant.
work, and thank you for having me.
Awesome.
So
Yeah, take care.
Awesome.
See you, Drew.
all right.
Thank you, my
Bye now.
Y'all
friend.
take care.
All right. Bye. I like that guy. He's humble. He does
great.
he does a good job.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice to get him on there. So how you doing? Are you hanging in there?
I'm good.
You've been going a long time.
Well, you've been the same. I mean, you did take a bit of a rest earlier on. That no, this is
I wasn't taking a rest. I was working, guys.
You were working,
working.
So it's 10 to midnight here in the UK. I mean, I think we've still got some UK people viewing this, people messaging me in the background, which is great. And obviously looking forward to what Marcus has got to say as well as a bit of a finale for the day. It's been a pretty amazing day. It was a bit of a crazy plan that we came up with. It was only a week or so ago we started thinking about putting all this together, and I think pretty good. I'm sort of still powered up on Monster energy drinks, and I'm hanging in there. So I mean, I have to say it's been great speaking to people and getting people's feedback. It's obviously great to have people asking questions and interacting. I've learned a hell of a lot today. I'm going to need to watch back the videos, and there's so many different things that have been shared today. I think all the speakers have come in, or the guests have come in with a different but knowledge bomb, a different nugget, something I've got out of each and every one of them. So I think it's just been fantastic. You never believed we didn't believe it necessarily pull this off, but as I said, we asked Craig, and he was generous enough to say he'd come on, and that great. When we thought, well, we're confident we'll go out and ask a few more people, and it all came together. So I've got a lot out of today, and I'm sure you have, and I hope everyone that's been watching has as well. But we've got another 2 hours to go, and it'd be great to hear what Marcus has got to say. I have to say, I've only just become recently aware of him on your recommendation. I mean, I've seen some of his videos before, but I'm certainly not a follower. And affiliate marketing, something that's new to me anyway. So I'm learning a lot. Very looking forward to seeing what Marcus has got to say. So yeah, it's been good. How's it been for you? You still hanging in there?
Yeah, I feel fresh as a daisy, as they say. I feel ready for the next talk. We're
going to do 24 hours next time, do you think? I mean, I know we said this would maybe an annual thing. No, 24 hours, do it properly,
I think Webbython is going to be the Super Bowl of mass page and SEO eventually here if we keep this up. Yeah, what a fun, just just an idea to have a web marathon,
Yeah.
like a webinar marathon, and to have people join from around the world. I mean, we have
Mm.
Paul from
Yeah.
Australia, we've
Yeah.
had folks from the India, Asia.
India, you do.
We
Yeah.
had people,
Yeah.
yeah, we had UK,
Craig.
Scotland.
Yeah.
Um,
Scotland, Glasgow. Yeah.
where is
Paul.
Paul? Paul is
Paul. He's in
Paul
Brisbane.
Hogden.
In Paul.
No,
He's in
Hogden.
Newmarket, which is just sort of northeast of London, just north of London.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I see.
Fairly
Okay, yeah.
rural place, famous for its race horses and racetrack. Yeah, that's Newmarket. Yeah.
Ah, I see. I see. Awesome. So, really excited that we've been able to give away so many prizes. Starting at 10 o'clock was our very first domain giveaway, viewmyresume.com. I've had that for a long time. It's an 18-year-old domain, and I went for 14,000 on name worth. So we thought we'd bring this on here for people to win. I gave away.
I see you're quite attached to some of these, aren't you, Daryl? I mean, I feel like you're giving away some of your children. You know, this is like, these are things
my
that
children,
you've
yeah.
had for 10, 15, 20 years. There's history here. I'm feeling the pain. I mean, it's been great that you've actually been able to support it and provide these domains, I think that's been great.
Yeah, you know what? The thing is that I love the hunt for finding them and getting them into good hands. I don't really feel like I'm a squatter. Like, I don't try to just squat on domains and then try to turn the needle and try to get as much out of them as I can. Maybe I should. Maybe I'm going to learn some stuff from Marcus, because he's been pretty smart with domains over the years. So he talks a lot about it. So there's definitely people out there you can learn from that probably make way more money than I do with domains. But I like it for the fun of the hunt. I like finding the domain and getting it into somebody's hands that is going to do something great with it.
I'm going to use it as well. Use it for a real business. Yeah, I get that.
Yeah, exactly.
And now you've got rid of 10 premium domains. Do you feel the need that tomorrow you're going to have to get on Domain Kicks and buy 10 more to replace it? Is that how this is going to be? Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly how it's going to be. You know how it is.
Well, as long as we're straight, as long as we know how it's going to be, you don't have any secrets. I'm the same with LTDs. I buy them and then I refund them, and then sometimes even buy the same one again. And I don't know. It's just I just love all that. We've all got our kind of thing. But yeah, domains. Get another 10 domains, Daryl, for tomorrow. I think that'll make you feel better.
Yeah, I'm going to have to do that for sure. Folks, if you're on Webbython.com, you have the live stream. Make sure you tell your friends to tune in right now, because this guy is awesome. I've been watching his YouTube for months and months now, and I can't wait to talk to him. It's going to be a lot of fun here. Cyber Monday deals. If you go to Webbython.com, you can see what we've kind of curated for you from lifetime deals. Simon has some specials that he doesn't run any other time of the year. If you go to my deals, I've got access for Siphon AI as a standalone, and also Domain Kicks. So you can definitely check that out. Make sure you watch the replays. We're going to try to cut this up so that people can watch different snippets of different parts, but it'll be more just, small consumable bites, because, you can't expect somebody to devote 12 hours a day to just watch Daryl and Simon spout off the mouth here. But it's been fun. It really has been fun. And Simon, you've done a great job. The interviews have been really fun to listen to, and it's been really nice to have you on.
Yeah, no, thank you. I appreciate it, and it's been great to work with you. I mean, interviewing is actually a new thing for me. I've not done this kind of format before, and I enjoyed doing it. So that was good. Got some interesting things that people shared. So yeah, it's been a fun day.
Awesome. All right, we're ready to bring in our next guest. We're 5 minutes early, but he's on time. So let's go ahead and we'll fire up the video. Here we go. There he is. How you doing, Marcus? So laid back at this hour of night.
Yeah, I'm getting over a cold, but hopefully my brain will work good enough for this. Let me see if we have an echo. I can plug in these headphones if we got an echo.
Okay. All right.
I think we're okay, though. Yeah, maybe ask the audience if there's an echo. I heard a little something, but it went away. So we might be okay now.
We sound good on this end. Oh, I think we're
sounds
hearing what
okay.
the audience hears, so we're definitely good to go. So how you doing, pal? I've never met you before, but this is really nice to talk to you. I enjoy your fun zany videos, but the funny thing is all that zany, put it all aside. You're talking about some serious stuff, some 8-figure serious stuff.
Yeah,
You know?
I mean, I've been doing this long enough to where it's it comes with the territory. So yeah.
It's good stuff, man. I absolutely love it, and this is a rare occasion because I don't see you out there on a lot of places doing interviews. So this is an honor, really, to have you. It really, truly is to do this. So can you tell us a little bit about your journey, if you don't mind, just your personal journey of how you kind of have gone into affiliate and your web journey, and then like where you are today and what your goals are, moving forward. Is that possible to start with that?
Sure. Yeah. So I started back in '99 after I graduated high school, and I was interested in magic. I used to be a magician, and it was fun. I ran an ad in the Magic magazine, and I noticed that running that ad, it cost me $170, which back then, I mean, you might as well ask me for $1 million because that was a lot of money back then. And so I ran the ad and I noticed that, hey, I run this ad, $170. We get 10, 12 people to join the magic show. They sign up, I get $1,200. I was pretty happy. 19 years old. I was like, hey, there we go. Then I found this guy in the Magic magazine. Yes, we do have our own Magic magazine. And he said, call me up. And I'll help you get some more sales. I'll help you get some more signups. And so I called him up. I'm like, dude, I'm broke, but can you give me a pointer? He said, yeah, I'm going to give you a pointer, but you have to promise when it works, you come back and buy my course. I said, sure, of course I will. And so he said, change your ad from Magic Balloons, Comedy and Fun to Make Your Child's Party Unforgettable. So I'm like, okay, let's try it out. Change the ad, boom, 40 sales a month. So I went from 10 to 12 to 40. I'm like, wait a minute. So the ad costs the same. It's in the same magazine. Everything's the same except for words. So then I started studying marketing. Fast forward a little bit. I started learning about SEO back when, you could just put a word on your page and you would rank back in 1999. And I actually learned it by accident when I worked for a local cigar company. My brother worked at the cigar place and he's like, hey, dude, they want a website. And I'm like, okay, let's do a website. And then I noticed it ranked and I'm like, hey, do you guys want it to rank? Here you go. And it ranked for like free cigars and Padron and, all the cigar brands. And so I was like, wait a minute, you put up a website, you get ranking, people order, you get money. Hey, that's pretty cool. I like that. So I started ranking sites for limousine companies and magic stores. And what I would do is I'd go to select groups and I'd be like, hey, I'm the limo SEO guy. I'm the magic store SEO guy.
Yeah.
And that boosted sales. I mean, it was crazy. I would email 10 people, we'd get 3 sales, which was cool. And then 2004, I think it was, we did some SEO for Frank Kern. And he was like, dude, if you can rank these sites, why don't you just rank them and do affiliate? I'm like, okay, let's try that out. So I tried that out, and one of the sites did like $1,200 automatically with no extra work in a weekend. Set it up, and then boom, it made money. And I was like, wait a minute, this is pretty cool. 2006, I had been doing that for a long time. Came across the MySpace niche, and people were like, you can't make money with MySpace. It's just a place where people put funny pictures and stupid stuff. You can't make money. And I said, well, there's like 1 million people a month looking this up. If I could find a way to make money, I think I can make a little bit. And so I found this cursor program, cursors and smiley faces. And they paid me like 70 cents to $3 for every download. And I was like, I think these MySpace people would want to put happy faces on their MySpace and make their little cursor a bat instead of just an arrow. And that guess was right, and it paid off. And that site we did with SEO and pay-per-click, and that was my first ever 7-figure year, giving away happy faces and cursors and stuff like that, which was pretty cool. Then I got into teaching by accident in 2008, or I think it was 7 or 8. A buddy of mine, he's like, "Hey, dude, can you come teach? We're going to have a teleseminar." Back then we had teleseminars before all this fancy stuff. And he's like, "Come on this teleseminar and teach people how to do marketing." And so I did. And then at the end, he's like, "Okay, good. What are you going to sell?" And I'm like, "Sell? We're supposed to sell stuff?" And so I'm like, "Okay, what I'll do is I'll go in my garage and I'll make this DVD. And it's $100 for the DVD." And so I went in my garage, made the DVD, and people ordered it. And then I got into teaching, all the while still doing SEO and paid traffic and videos and all kinds of stuff. So, yeah.
Wow, what a journey. I mean, the thing is, you know, I was thinking as you were talking, you're like the Gary V, but the guy that started with a cigar shop instead. You know, he started with his dad's wine company. You found a niche and you're just like, okay, this works. I found the love of my life now. That's called finding an audience and actually writing copy that engages them to take an action. I mean, my God, I pick up so many things from some of the videos that you talk about, you know, about shiny object syndrome and the idea of, you know, staying focused on the data and all of these kinds of things. So I want to get a chance to talk about a little bit of that, but I know that you have some stuff that's sort of prepared. So whenever you're ready, you know, you want to join into that, and we can just fire off questions and things like that. So whatever you're comfortable with.
Sure.
Whenever, you know.
Yeah, I mean, we can definitely keep it interview style. I don't know how the stream setup works. Can I share a screen, or how does that?
Yeah,
Okay.
some people have had some trouble with it. If you hit the share down at the bottom, there's a little plus. And you can share the whole. I think what is the
Okay, let's see.
recommended?
Share.
Yeah.
Okay, slide,
It'll
share
let you do it.
screen. Okay. Easiest with 2 monitors. Okay, share screen. Select window or okay, so this is gonna do Firefox, which could be a problem because I don't remember my passwords. Let's see. Okay.
Oh, because that's your default, possibly. Yeah.
Well, I had to do Firefox because my other one, the other ones would not. They wouldn't connect. So let me see what I can do here. Hold on a second.
Otherwise,
Otherwise,
no problem. We'll kind of fill time.
Otherwise, if you want, if one of you guys can share screen, I can kind of point you where to go. Like if you have an Ahrefs account, I'm sure one of you guys does.
Yeah, we can do that. Yeah,
cool.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So let me stop the sharing. Okay.
All right.
I think
Let's see.
I don't think it's sharing anything, so we're good.
All right. Yeah, we'll get that set up. So, yeah, I mean, the thing is, I really think that the value that you give is, and I don't know how you manage every single day to kind of keep coming up with more and more stuff. I mean, it's got to be, from a YouTube perspective, you feel like you're hitting a lot of the same things, but it's funny, you as a listener and a viewer, you kind of pick up a little thing here and there that you pick up, you know, that you're talking about that makes a lot of sense. And I've got a lot of tools, and that, you know, you're not a big fan of, you know, just having a lot of tools. You're saying just do the thing that's the smartest way to get the most money the fastest without having too many tools. You know, you only talk about Ahrefs. I don't hear you talking about 5 other different tools because you're a master at that one thing. You like, that's your gold, right? The way you analyze the keywords, I learn from that all the time from just watching, you know? So.
Oh, wait a minute. It is allowing me. Hold on. This might work. Let's see. Cause it says screen 1, 2. Oh, cool. Okay. So,
it does work. Okay. Cool.
Okay, cool. So you should see it.
You are there. Yep. Yeah.
Cool.
There.
Okay.
So
good.
Let me just
good. Now, I didn't prepare anything formal, but we'll just kind of shoot from the hip here and then kind of go from there. If you have questions, anything like that. But my philosophy of marketing is why would you go for competitive keywords when you can convert non-competitive? So back when I started with the MySpace niche, which was really an eye-opener, because it was literally, I found the niche. The next day I was doing $300 a day profit because it just ranked really quick using some of the stuff that I'm going to teach you here. And so I went out there, and that was the time when cable TV stuff was popular, dieting was popular, all the main, ClickBank stuff was super popular. Everyone was doing it. And I'm like, okay, all these people are doing this stuff. Why wouldn't I just go for something that I can rank for if I could sell? Because what we want to do is we want to get creative. Like today, I did a video on my channel about Craigslist. Okay, it just came out a little bit ago. Not doing as good as I thought it would, probably because I'm sick and I'm not on my game. But I put this video out, and the idea was, okay, all these people on Craigslist are looking for puppies, right? They're looking for like lab puppies, Dalmatian pup, all the puppies. And millions of people a year are buying puppies. And I'm thinking, okay, well, I can't really drop ship a puppy, right? That's not feasible. But what if I could write a little guide about what to watch out for when buying a puppy on Craigslist or at auction or however you buy puppies? And then in that guide, I tell people, hey, look, puppies have issues. Sometimes you'll have an issue. You should definitely get pet insurance. All right. Now over on Offer Vault, if we go over to Offer Vault, right, we're going to see that you can do pet insurance, and it's going to pay us like a lot of money. So we'll do like pet, and pet insurance will come up. We got $144 a sale, $90 a sale. And these type of offers are very simple because one, CPA affiliate offers, they know how to sell. I don't got to worry about, a good copywriter or this or that. I know as seen on TV, I know CPA offers, if you have the right traffic, they will convert, no questions asked. So that's really good. And when we look at that, most people are going to go out there and they'll be like, okay, well, pet insurance, let's do pet insurance. And they're going to find that this is super competitive. 92, I've been doing SEO 21 years. I can't get myself a 92. Can't do it. You tell me, Marcus, I'll give you $1 million to rank for pet insurance. I probably couldn't do it. Right? I mean, I'm not that great at SEO. And that's the secret is a lot of people, they say, well, what about meta tags? What about titles and H1s and, all these things? And I'm like, well, if I have the right keyword, it doesn't even matter. With the right keyword, it doesn't matter. And case in point, one of my popular videos was hotels near Cotton Eye Joe's, Tennessee. Right. And this keyword gets about, I think it's like 1,000 or 200 searches a month or something like that. Let's see. There we go. 20 on that. I think it's a derivative of like without the apostrophe that gets the most. And we rank for both of them. So 250, right? So we're looking at 250, which is decent. With the subcategory words, probably getting more than that. Now, this post is literally the easiest thing in the world. And we are ranking right here. Super simple. We do that with all kinds of stuff. And the idea is, why would I go for all these competitive things when I can go for, instead of pet insurance, maybe why won't my dog? Why won't my dog eat? Why won't my dog drink water? Why won't my dog do all this stuff? Yeah. Right. And this is like, hey, if your dog's got a problem, it could be like $10,000. I mean, vets are expensive. Right. And so when we look at this is a much more targeted group, whereas the insurance people are going for a super, super competitive thing. So that's kind of what we look at. And then this year, I started getting back into domain buying, which I hadn't done for, probably like 10 years. I just kind of forgot about it. I got busy. And so I started doing domain buying with GoDaddy. And I'm loving it. I'm going nuts. I think we bought like 50 grand worth of domains in August or something. And the cool thing about it is if you know what you're looking for, you can find some. So one of the ones that I found recently was Nerd Getting Fit. And this one it cost me $330 plus the GoDaddy fee. So I'm probably in at about $350. And if you look at Nerd Getting Fit, this is a site that I just took over. You could see where I took it over. And by take over, I mean, I just got the domain and put new content on it. So already we're at 601 organic keywords. If you look at the value of the words, how long does it take to get abs? How long does it take to get a six pack? Very targeted. Now, if you look at your movements, we're going to see that we have a gap. So we got 29, 28, and then there's a gap down here where I took it over. So I bought it on the 3rd. I was gone for several days. I was driving my dad across the country in the motorhome, which was an interesting trip. I'm not a motorhome guy, but you know, he's not doing so hot. So I figured, hey, let's drive him out there. And then the gap. So I started getting it ranked here. I would say I probably put the first post up like the 8th, something like that. So 3 days later, boom, we already started ranking. And for decent words, like this is, in my opinion, that's a pretty good word. You know, 4,000 searches a month, I'll take it. So this is the kind of thing we're looking at, and it just started skyrocketing with a bunch of the rankings, number 7 there, 7, 10, 6. And what we're doing is I'm taking this, putting all the old stuff up. So the old stuff is down here below the 3rd, right? And so I took and said, okay, I'm going to put up this page again. Boom, there's my page. Then I'm going to put up this page. And so by doing that, what happens is now I get data, right? And I get data by looking at it and saying, okay, well, you know, what does it rank for now? Okay, maybe we'll go here and we'll do volume. And we'll be like, okay, that's a number 77. And I didn't even target that word. I could boost that up and do better. This one's a number 93. I could do better on that. This one's a 79. I could do better on that. So I'm looking at where we're at. And the strategy is, okay, how can I get in there, figure out where we're at, treat each blog post different, right? Most people are going to go in there. They'll be like, here's my blog. I'm going to put some ads on it, and I hope I make money. No. I go through and I say, okay, this post is its own entry point. How do I monetize that post specifically? This one, different entry point. How do I monetize that specifically? And by doing that, we're treating each thing different. Every traffic, every click is now monetized to the maximum amount. And that's how you build. And that's why people give up. Like the guy who had this site, he gave up because he didn't know how to do this exactly. And then
so each page is an asset. I'm sorry, I'm delayed a little bit. So that's how you're looking at it, right? I'm hearing myself come back, so it's a little bit hard. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. So each page, no, you're good.
Okay.
Yeah, each page and post, each thing that ranks. So like if I go here and I'm like, boom, here's Hotels Cotton Eye Joe's. What I'm going to do is instead of just putting an Expedia ad everywhere, I'm going to figure out what those people want. Maybe there's like a concert venue at that place. Maybe there's tickets to that place. Maybe there's something I can do to make that more profitable, because when we do that, you're going to look at each one individually. And instead of making, you know, the average person, the average blog is probably on this traffic going to make less than 10 cents a visitor. That's just the average. And that's probably pretty high. Most people make less. So if I can say, well, I got 4,400 people that are probably going to hit that page, what can I do with them? They're looking for protein. You know, let's go over here and see protein. Okay. Or let's spell it right. I used to make a lot of money by not knowing how to spell, but
yeah,
search engines have fixed that. All right. So we'll go like this. So protein, there's our spelling. We'll go over here, protein, boom. And we got these protein things. So like if I can do this, now this is going to do some money. All right, because if I could do 30, then I'm just going to say, well, that'll probably convert pretty good, right? It's pretty solid. I could probably do better. Maybe we'll do muscle. Yeah, here we go. This is where we're at. So Eternal Nutrition Muscle. Feed them. That's a badass landing page, right? That thing will convert like crazy. Tell us where to send your free bottle.
Yeah.
That's a pretty good one. So that, if it ties into protein, muscle, stuff like that, now I'm looking at 140. I ought to be able to get a 1% conversion on that. Now I'm looking at thousands of dollars a month versus pennies on the dollar by just generically throwing ads at it.
Do you know if you can iframe these kinds of CPA offers into another website, or is that taboo? Do they detect that?
It depends on the offer. Like some do allow it. However, I would say I can do better by pre-selling it. So if I went on my page, like if this was me and I was doing this exact offer, what I would do is I would do something like protein alone didn't work for me. Try this for free. And then I'd put click here and it would be an orange button with a little arrow on it. It would match.
Right. Tie it together. So it makes sense when they get to that landing page that it's all one thing. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. That's awesome.
Yeah. And then I would probably even put a picture of it on there too.
What about pay per call? Do you do phone calls as an affiliate?
I've tried pay per call. I didn't do very good at it when I thought I was going to. The reason is a lot of people know I'm 7 years sober, or almost 8 years sober. And I have a channel for addiction. Let me see if I can find that. And so we were doing that, and I didn't like my addiction channel. I'm very temperamental about what I share with them because it's something it's something I really care about. This is, like, hey, I want people to get sober. I don't care if I make that much on it. But on this channel, we did some pay per call. It didn't do that great. We did better with my own offer. So I've done some pay per call in the past, made a little bit, haven't gone into it as much as I would have liked to. If I was going to do pay per call in the future, I would do it with pay per click. I probably would not do organic.
Oh, interesting. So you would optimize your pay per click or your pay per call or whatever to buy low, sell high, kind of.
Yep. Yeah, I would go for inexpensive traffic, and then I'd just play the numbers game. Because if you do pay per call, let's see here. Pay per call. It's down here. So there it is. Some of these are really finicky. So like on the $800 rehab ones, they are pretty finicky about what you get, right? It has to be a specific call. It has to be a certain time of the day. It has to be a certain part of the country. So it's a little misleading on that. But I mean, you're getting $1,000 per call. So, that comes with the territory. They're not just going to give you $1,000 if, regular people call and there's a bug trying to eat me here. But, it's Florida, you get that.
Yeah. There's bugs everywhere, right?
Which actually, that's a good niche.
Yeah. Yeah, there you go. Bugseverywhere.com.
Yeah. Well, for pay per call, what you're talking about, this actually fits. Get rid of yard. So we're going to try to target like get rid of in yard. So get rid of mushrooms in yard, get rid of moles in your yard. So get rid of ticks in your yard. All right. So this here, I'm gonna go up a level, and I'm just gonna, well, if it'll let me, and I'm just gonna do get rid of ticks. Okay, now we got something good, and we're like, okay, get rid of these ticks. Dog insurance, that's in my brain. Also, what I'm looking at is pest control. Pest control is a pay per call, and they're a lot more friendly than the addiction ones. $35 a sale. That's something I can do. And this niche, I mean, it's crazy. There's so much stuff here. And then you go the next one. Another one was get rid of what were they? Chinch bugs. chinch bugs. I think that's how you spell it. Get rid of chinch bugs. Those are the ones that kill your lawn. And I probably spelled it wrong. But look at that. It's all green all the way down.
Wow, that's really cool. I mean, the way you use Ahrefs to kind of use it as a keyword suggestion, it's like all in one step. You use it for keyword suggestion, but you get the stats and the keyword difficulty, and that's like a number you seem to really rely on as that KD, right? And, and sort of figuring out where you're going based on the value. And no, you talked a little bit about pay-per-click. Do you use that for warming up an organic campaign at all, or do you use that just as it is to buy low, sell high?
Completely separate.
Okay. Yeah. So, I mean, I've done a lot of agency work over the years, and sometimes we do a small pay-per-click campaign at the same time to try to get some transparent data, I like to call it, over to Google so they can see bounce rate is low and see that people are spending time on the page. I only do that if the page has been optimized, obviously, because nothing's worse than a crappy page that people bounce off of to sync you with Google. Now, with all of the algorithm updates and things like that, it seems like from the things that you're teaching, it doesn't really matter because you're coming up with all of these side door ways of getting traffic. Like you said, the Craigslist thing, or the, going after MySpace, or going through these other things where it's not your problem what the algorithm changes. You're just putting yourself where the traffic is, right? I mean, it just seems like that's,
Well, and it's very much like we want to do a good job. So when you're, excuse me, when you're talking about bounce rate, okay, there's ways to deal with your bounce rate. And years ago, I had a lottery website, and this was strictly a paid traffic. And this is where I learned it. So in all frankness, when I first did SEO from 2000 to 2008, I was terrible at monetization. Like, I was okay. I made a lot of money because I got a lot of traffic. But if I had that traffic today, I would have made 10, 20 times as much. And the reason is because up until 2008, we got hit with some of the SEO stuff, some of the algorithm changes, mostly because a popular marketer took the way that I ranked, built it into his software. Now 1 million people had my footprint on everything. And when that got shut down, it was like, okay, everything went with the bathwater. But what I look at is I really look at, okay, how can I monetize? Because once we got that first hit in 2006, 7, and 8, I had to go paid traffic. I was like, okay, I got people to feed. I need to do paid traffic. So I started with paid traffic, and I had to learn to monetize like crazy, right? There was no way around it. I had to learn to monetize. And, it's different. Like, if you're out there and you're sitting there and you're like, okay, here's my landing page. And I want everyone who's watching this to really think about this, because this will change your life in terms of monetization. So I want you to think about this. Right now, you learn all the fun SEO stuff, right? And SEO guys are completely different than pay-per-click guys, all right? And when we look at this, the SEO guy's like, oh, I want free traffic, therefore it's free, which means all money is free money, and I'm happy. If you're the pay-per-click guy, you're like, okay, every visitor is 25 cents. Or on the MySpace example, it was 5 cents per visitor, 2 to 5 cents per visitor. So if you got 5 cents a visitor coming out of your pocket, right, 0.05 times, 50,000 people a day. All right, now you got a big check coming out every day, regardless of whether your site converts or not. Your website goes down, you're still spending for traffic to a dead website. Been there, done that. And what happens is you start to look at these different, and you start to look at, okay, I got to make more than 5 cents. I have to. Otherwise, I'm not profitable. This guy up here with the SEO, he's like, well, I'll take what I can get. And it changes your mindset. And then when you come back to SEO and you look at it, what you're going to do is you're going to look at engagement stuff. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to look at engagement based on the keyword. Okay, everything is separate. I learned this with paid traffic. When I bid on basketball layouts for MySpace, different landing page than music players for MySpace, than Tinkerbell MySpace or whatever, right? All those were different. So what I learned is that each spot is different. Each page, each post, each where the traffic is coming is different. So now my job is to say, how do I engage them? Well, what we want to do is we want to use things that are interactive, things that are natural. Okay, you hear about native advertising. Okay, native advertising gets close. All right, the idea of native advertising is we're going to put an ad that looks like part of the website, right? So we're going to go to the website. If I was going to go here, and I want you guys to do this as an example. Let me see if I can find this here. And I want you to really think about this. Okay, let's say I was Jeff Bezos. I'm not, but let's say I was. And I said, you know what, Daryl, I'm going to give you 24 hours. You got 24 hours on the homepage of Amazon. How are you going to get as many people as possible from Amazon to your site? And you start to think about this and you go, wait a minute. Okay, what do we got here? Would I put a little link up here that says, cool stuff? Would I put an image? What would I do? How would I get as many people as possible to my site from this page? And then what that's going to do is it's going to force you to think different. So if I was going to do that, what I would do is I would put something like, let's see, if I was going to get as many people from Amazon as possible. Okay, you got the Echo, you got the Fire. Let's see what else they have. Cyber Monday. Okay, sign in, more deals, check out. Okay, that's sponsored. That's interesting. I like to note that.
Isn't it? Can I just say that website is not that beautiful for the amount of money that they have. That you think that's on purpose, don't you?
I know it is. Yeah, I know for a fact that is the number one thing people tell me. They buy websites from me. They look at my websites and they're like, dude, get out of the 90s. We saw something on this whiz-bang product that says your site's going to be beautiful. And I'm like, dude, look at the top websites. Amazon makes 1 out of every 2 sales online. So if you bought something online today and it wasn't at Amazon, they got another sale that wasn't you. Right. So they're making
have the data.
Exactly. So the question is what would you do? And you look at one of the most successful websites, Google. Yeah. Literally the most simple website ever. Yeah. And that's by design, because what I want to do is I want to capture the attention. The basics of marketing, everyone knows, is AIDA. Attention, interest, desire, action. So if I was on the homepage of Amazon and I had 24 hours and it's like a money grab, right? You're like, okay, how am I going to get as many people? Because if I get the people, I get them free for the 24 hours, hypothetically, right? So what I would do is I'd probably do something like how to save 10% on your next Amazon purchase. If I could back that up, right? We have to make sure that we're truthful and we back it up. If I could back that up, right, I'll probably do that. Or I could do something like a drop-down box, like when I did the lottery website. Okay. Lottery's a tough one to convert. Like, how are you going to do it? So what I did is I bid on the winning numbers. Okay. And I had this little drop-down box over here. And in the drop-down box, it would say November 29, November 27, November 26, and they'd be able to drop down to the date to check the lottery numbers. Now, most people on their websites get a 70% plus bounce rate. That means 70% of the people come to their site and leave without doing anything. This is the normal. You Google it. That's the normal. You want to take a stab at what the stick rate on this website was with that drop-down box?
60%.
99% of the people who visited this page clicked on that drop down.
Because you made it essential, right?
Essential. Exactly. Yeah. Like, okay, of Google, the people who go to Google, how many put a search in the search box?
Yeah.
All
Yeah,
of them.
pretty much. Yeah, that's what you're doing.
Yeah. If you go and you have a mortgage website, would it make sense to say, find your mortgage rates, put your phone number in here? No, that ain't going to work. Nobody wants to do
And
that.
that's so funny because you think about exit signals with the fact that analytics is grabbing all of that information, all the Google Chrome browsers, everything's Google properties, right? They're seeing the exits, but literally if you made a little page that said something, now take action with this and nothing else happens until they take that action, you wouldn't have an exit from that page. You might have an exit from some other page, but not from that page,
Exactly.
So that's a very interesting way of thinking.
And that's, I learned this strategy in 2008 when I had a mortgage website. And I had this mortgage website and I found the keyword mortgage calculator. I was paying 30 cents a click. And I was like, dude, 30 cents for a mortgage click, that's pretty good. And so what I would do is I would buy $300 a day worth of traffic. And I think that was about 1,000 visitors. Of those 1,000 visitors, the average person clicked on 8 other pages. So now I have 8,000 ad impressions. Because I knew how to get people to click the ads, I had 30% of the people clicking the ads, which means 30% of 8,000 is, I don't know, 2,000, 2,500, which means more people were clicking the ad than actually visited the site, which is crazy.
Wow. Yeah, that's really good.
And when you think about this, you have to think in terms of what are you going to do? And that's why, like, I actually had all these programs built. Let me see if I can find it here. I had all these programs built for WordPress because I did this all in HTML back in the day. And then I came over to WordPress and I'm like, okay, the search engines love WordPress. I need to make this stuff work for WordPress. And so what I did is I made these tools where I can manipulate every page of WordPress the way I want, and I can have things that engage. So I'll give you a little story that's kind of embarrassing, but I'll share it anyway. I am a sucker for those ads and those links that say, you won't believe what was under their bed after 20 years. And I click it. And I'm like, damn, page 1 didn't tell me what's under the bed. And I go to page 2 and I'm like, page 2 didn't. And 30 pages and 20 minutes later, I'm like, what am I doing with my life? What is wrong with me? Well, I'm learning marketing. That's what I tell myself. But what happens here is now you get these people that are clicking pages and it's giving these signals that these people are engaged as heck on your site.
Yeah.
And so now we want to take all this stuff that we learned because those work. If a guy can go on Facebook and make some stupid little picture with a circle that says, you won't believe this, and get me to look at 10 different pages, he's making money. So now if I can take that and do that on something specific, like someone searching for, anything, like over here on, let me see, I have my camera in the way. I think it's down here, like this, right? This here, there's a little box that glides here. You guys have seen these. It's like a slider box. And so what I do in this example, they come here and they're like, okay, here's my top websites that made money. The Beta Fish website, the tattoo website, the MySpace website. That's literally what it looked like. People argue and they're like, you didn't make money with it. And I'm like, okay, but I did, but to each his own. And so then when they get through it, it says, want to see my profitable sites? Boom, sends them to another page. Right. So this is tracking everything, and I could actually track where they fall off, how deep they go, do they make it? And then I can even, on the last slide, I could play a video, I could have it stop, I could have it replay, I could redirect them, whatever I want. But the idea is to get them to go through it, and 70% do go through that.
That is great. I mean, the thing is you're building your own data. You rely on Ahrefs for data, but also you're using this to kind of grade the efficiency of your asset, whether it's an ad, whether it's a page, whatever it is, to kind of gauge what you're going to do next, guys. So if you're listening to what he's saying, this is how it's done. Is regardless of whether you think the affiliate marketing dude Marcus made his emoji retro emoji page on MySpace, that one. uh, Whether you think that he made lots of money on that or not, it worked, and he knows it because of the data. He followed the data of of that, and he saw that it converted. And then when you see something convert, then what do? You double down on it, right? You put a little bit more money behind it, a little more gas into the car on that. So that's really good stuff. I see you also use arrows a lot, and like you make it look like you write free in a pencil or pen. These kinds of things are seen as marketing, typical marketing things. But why? Because they work, right? When you've optimized a page, it's funny how when you saw that one page, the way it was designed, I've seen a ton of pages like that. Well, why, guys? Why, if you're building a CPA network, would you build a page a certain way for that target market and not like try to make it the most elegant thing in the world? I think a lot of these box stores are making a mistake. If you look at some of their marketing, like Macy's and some of these places, they have these very beautiful all this kind of stuff. But look at Amazon's homepage. Amazon's homepage was not that beautiful. It was bright orange, it was call to actions, and it was not like, what I mean? It wasn't over the top images and fine fonts and all of that kind of designing stuff. So ugly it up a little bit, guys.
Exactly. And when you think about it, it's kind of like the argument between interruption advertising and direct response. I'm a direct response marketer. I need to see something now. Like even last night, I'm hiring someone and I put an ad up and I'm excited because I got people who responded to my ad. I love that stuff. I don't know why, I just do. And so when you look at it and you look at how Amazon started, a lot of people don't follow this because they look at, okay, well, Amazon's big and now they're rich and they're going to space and whatever. Okay. And ugly sight aside, it doesn't matter. What happens is you have companies like Coca-Cola who have an advertising budget and they're just going to make money because we all drink Coke. Well, I try not to, but people drink Coke. That's what they do. And so they don't have to get a direct response. They're not out there going, all right, that ad on the American Idol, how many Cokes did we sell? No, they're like, whatever. Did it go up? Did it go down? That's all they're looking at. When Amazon started, if you take a look at it, Amazon started and Bezos was like, what am I going to sell? Right? It actually started as a bookstore. I'll try to draw a book here. Here's our book, right? Started as a bookstore. And if you listen to why he started this, it's because he was an SEO guy. He said, wait a minute. So I could literally sell books, millions of books. This is the one item in the world that has millions of different SKUs that I can rank for that's fairly easy to ship, right? It's not like we're shipping all the car parts in the world. That's difficult. But books, we could do fairly easy. And so he said, okay, we're going to rank for this book and this book and this book and this book. And then what he did is he got a customer through direct response. He actually patented, that's how you spell it, I think, right? The one-click order button. Call it the OCO, one-click order. And the reason is because he wants you to order by just thinking about it. Like that's why they came up with those little buttons where you're like, you're sitting on the toilet and you're like, I got to push a button. I need more toilet paper. Amazon's going to send it to me. You're in the shower. Oh, I need more shampoo. Push the button. Now I'll buy the washer and dryer. I need more of this. And the idea is you need to make the lowest barrier of entry. Lowest barrier of entry possible. And with books, it's cheap. You know what you want. It's not like oh man, am I going to want a refund on that book? No, you get the book. And if you wanted to read about the topic, you'll be happy. If you're not, then you won't. So it was a low barrier of entry. And then what he did is he mined the data. And he's constantly mining data, and he gets in trouble for some of it, where it's like, okay, let's look at what the competitors are doing. Let's look at what's selling. And now he knows what most of America wants to buy. Now, the cool thing about that, and I want you to get this, whoever's watching, you have those tools at your fingertips too, right here. Now, what you've been taught is that you need to go for buyer markets. You need to get markets like refinance and how much does this cost and how much is this, and I need to sign up for that, or reviews, which is okay. Reviews are okay, but kind of it gets a little saturated when everyone figures it out. But what I do is I go through and I'm like, I'm an affiliate marketer. I don't care what I sell as long as it's ethical and it's within my morals. That's it. There's a few things I won't touch because I'm like, hey, you know what? That's not my morals. Like there's people who have offered me thousands, actually millions, to promote these certain products that are like expensive. And I'm like, I'm not going to do that. I don't care how much I can make. It doesn't vibe with me. Someone else can do it. That's fine. But that's not my cup of tea. And so as long as it fits that, I could sell whatever I want. Doesn't matter. I can get paid on anything. Does not matter at all. I could go out there and say, well, you know, I want to get a lot of money. I could do Rolex watches, right? Or whatever it is. And I can go through and do these low competition Rolex things. I can go through and I can say how to get rid. And I'm going to do this off screen because I'm very careful about what shows. Yeah. And I know I do this on my stuff too. So I think we're okay. Yeah, we're looking okay. Yeah, nothing weird there. But for get rid of, we have like get rid of hiccups, fruit flies, gnats, dandruff, stuff like that. And we can go through and I can look at a glance and say, okay, well, you know, these people want to get rid of a double chin. Okay. And then what I'm going to do is I am now going to drill down and do double chin. Now that I found that market, because I'm like, okay, yeah, people want to get rid of that. And I'm just going to keep doing it off screen. That way, sometimes you get weird stuff and, you know, you got to watch out for that.
Imagine making 8 figures with double chins. I mean, just affiliate double chin.
Well, and you have to look at the numbers. So if I look at this, I'm like, okay, people wanting to get rid of a double chin, they might buy a course or, you know, they probably need a diet overall. That's probably what they really need. So I would look at this and say, okay, we got 500,000 visitors a month, specifically looking for getting rid of a double chin. We got a ClickBank book. I know about double chin. I don't know how good it is. I probably have to test it out. People looking up double chin surgery. Now, this is interesting because if you're an AdSense publisher, what's going to happen is this amount's going to skyrocket. You're going to get a lot because you're going to get actual surgeons. And like if I do double chin surgery, and again, I'll do it off screen. That way we don't get any weird. So double chin surgery, the ads that I get are all local Orlando cosmetic surgeons. And they pay a lot of money, like an insane amount of money. And if I can tap into that and say, okay, well, you know, I can get them to click, maybe I can have that as a page. And now I think to myself, when I set up my site, I'm starting to think like, okay, what do we got? We got the double chin. We got the ClickBank offer. We got diet offers. Now, diet is what I call a off beaten path. Okay. This is like, it's not direct. Like the best thing in the world would be if there was a ebook for how to get rid of your double chin with a good sales page that was free and I got $2 to give it away. Boom. That's a direct hit. That doesn't exist. Next up, we got the ClickBank thing. Okay. Off the beaten path is the diet. So it's going to convert a little bit less, but it'll probably pay me more. Next, we're going to have things like pay-per-click ads for the surgeons. Okay, so I'm going to keep all these in my wheelhouse and I'd be like, okay, so I want to redirect my traffic. Maybe on every page, I'll have a little thing that says, is double chin surgery right for you? Or maybe have a before and after. This is how double chin surgery works or whatever. And then that page would not be an SEO page because I'm not going to rank. That's going to be all local. I'm not going to rank. The purpose of that page is going to be to show ads for is double chin surgery right for you? Does that make sense? Yep, you have no audio.
Sounds good to me. Yeah, I don't know, Daryl. I think we lost your audio there. Just
I
check-
had mute
check
on.
yourself
I'm
there.
sorry,
Yeah,
guys.
yeah, sounds good to me. Thanks, Marcus.
Cool.
Yes.
Yeah, and that's
one of the things I was going to ask you is with all of these campaigns and all these things going on, a couple of questions. One, do you use a VA to do all of this work or several VAs, or do you do it yourself just so you can stay in the game? And then two, how do you manage all of these things, like to keep an eye on whether something's working? Because you said, I'll try this offer, but I don't know if it's going to work. And then, all of that back and forth, kind of the organizational side of like scaling an operation of affiliate deal, offers and stuff.
What I do is mostly I'm logging into my affiliate accounts 1,000 times a day. I had an employee that used to call me the F5 guy because I would just refresh everything all the time. So what I'm doing is I'm doing that, and I'm also using the tools that I have on my WordPress. So like that slider tool that I showed you with the little websites on it. We also have Button Voodoo, which this is a really cool tool that allows you to put buttons on your site. And I can go through and I can have buttons. So like these buttons here, this is getting an 8% click-through rate. That's pretty darn good on a set of buttons. And what they look like, let me see if I can find a page. Oh, you know what? It's actually on Lyft affiliate program. So for Lyft affiliate program here, I believe, yeah. So this is Button Voodoo. Notice how they look like part of the page, and they're really like, that's where your eye goes. You're like, okay, I want this stuff. Now this one here is actually being tracked. You can see if we click on edit post, this is being configured by Button Voodoo right there. And it looks like it's ID 1. So ID 1, that's getting a 2%. Now the reason it's getting 2% is because I show it on everything. But still, site-wide 2%, not too bad. I'm not too worried about that.
Does it track hovers? Does it track at all?
It does not. No, that you would want to use something like Crazy Egg.
Okay.
That way, because if you had that internal on your WordPress, it would slow the site down way too much.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Yeah.
Marcus, can I just ask, is WordPress your go-to? Do you use any other platforms as well? I mean, you mentioned you're using like a HTML builder or something before, but is WordPress what you use now for everything, or do you have other things that you use?
If I'm going to do something specific, like an order form, I'll do HTML. So like my order forms, let's see, simple sites, bonus, that one. So this order form is actually HTML, but it's really PHP, which is the same thing. You just name it PHP. And so this is an order form that we use for that. So I do, if I'm selling my own product, I'm going to use like ClickBank, or I'm going to use these order forms, or even PayPal. Like people talk to me about drop shipping, and it's like all you need is a PayPal button. You don't need Shopify. I mean, what I'm looking for is, if I'm going to go for a platform, what is the benefit of the platform? Okay, so like let's say ClickFunnels. ClickFunnels is cool, whatever, good. Is it going to do anything different than I do now? Probably not. I got my email program. I got my order forms. I'm dialed in. If we're looking at Shopify, okay, what I want to do is I want to say, what is the benefit other than what I can already do? And this is what's going to help people. If you're struggling to make money, you need to run the leanest, cheapest machine possible. You have to, because if you start racking up all these programs and all this software and all this stuff, it's going to be, $2,000 a month before you're even out the door. But if I go out there and I'm like, hey, I'm going to do WordPress for $6 a month, I'm going to get all these free tools, and I'm going to use PayPal for my order button. Boom, it's free. And then once I start making money, then I can start adding tools on. And this is important because if I'm going to do a different platform, like people say, well, what about Facebook pages? Well, there could be a benefit to Facebook pages. And that is, are they going to give me traffic? Okay. Is it going to give me traffic? Does Shopify have something built in where I can get traffic? Maybe, maybe not. I'm not an expert on Shopify, but I don't think so. eBay, is that going to get me traffic? If so, I'm going to utilize that traffic method. But if I'm going to do all the work and all the SEO and stuff, I'm going to make it super lean and super inexpensive so that I can convert like crazy.
Yeah, that's great. One of the things, this is great. One of the things I've taken from this is this idea of making it look like the website. So you don't need necessarily a fancy banner or some of the sort of more advanced, I don't know, not even more advanced, fancier tools. That the idea of just putting it in as a an HTML link with a blue with an underline is enough potentially to get the click, and then it feels like from what you're saying that might even convert more than having the fancy the fancy banner. So I think that's a great insight.
Absolutely. And if anyone is using WordPress, this theme, literally, if you want to make this theme for WordPress, it's a free theme we provide. And all you do is replace the logo. So you just open the image, edit it how you want, save it. Save a file as the background, zip it up, you're good to go. That's a super easy way to go. We use it on all of our sites, super simple. And it works. I mean, this format works. And then sometimes we'll do like a double sidebar. And the way that this theme works with the tools that we have is I can have my pages and posts have different stuff. So I could have a 2-column theme on just posts, or just a couple of posts, or just 1 or 2 or 1, 3, 5, and 9. And I can control it, which is really important because a lot of people don't realize, what you're doing is you're confusing the visitor and giving them too many things to click on. Amazon, the homepage, there's a lot of confusion there, but we go to Amazon for one reason, and that's to search. So they get away with it. And right now, where most of us are, we can't get away with that. We can't afford to lose one visitor. And we have to focus on how am I going to make each person work. And I think we did like an example here where this was the banner. I'm not going to use the banner the affiliate company gives me 9 times out of 10. I'm going to use my own.
So you have a program where you talk about high ticket niches, I believe. Can you tell us a little bit about that program? Because I'm really interested myself.
Okay. Yeah, the high ticket niche program, what I do is I go through. So like for you, I would bring you in and you'd say, oh, hey, you know what? I really want to be in the weight loss niche. Or you'd say, hey, Marcus, I don't know what niche I want to be in. Would you pick? And then you'll come to me and I'll say, hey, what kind of things do you know about? What do you like? And don't think it's the normal, which is, hey, market your passion, because I think that's mumbo jumbo. I mean, marketing your passion is good if there's a market and it works and the competition's okay. But for most people who just want to make money with SEO and websites, you gotta look at the data first. And so you would come to me, and what I would do is I would do all the research on the niche. I'd find something like, let's say, double chin. If that was one that I found was good, I would go out, I would try to acquire a expired domain name or a domain at auction. And I'll try to get this domain for you the best way possible, like I did with Nerd Getting Fit, because that was like, boom, 3 days. Most SEO guys are like, oh, it's going to take 6 months and you got to do this. We're getting results in days. And if we can do that, I think more people will stay in the game because they're going to be like, hey, I see it working. So I would go through, I'd find the domain. We would set up the site. It's going to look exactly like this. And the number one complaint is, Marcus, I paid $1,000 for a site that looks like this. Oh man, I feel like I got ripped off. But you have to see what's going on behind the scenes. Because if you came to me and I said, give me $100,000 and I'll make you a website, and it looked like Amazon.com, most people would think they got ripped off. Like, think about that. If I charged you $100,000 and this is what you got, you'd be like, yeah, Marcus, I don't know about that, buddy, But then we go to Amazon and we're like, he's making the money. So you have to understand that what we think works isn't always what works. And what we think people will buy isn't always what people will buy. And what we will buy isn't always what other people would buy. Like some people think spending $100,000 on a car is ridiculous. Some people think, certain things we buy are crazy. And so we have to look at that. But when you get your site, what we do is we put 4 pieces of content on it. So you'll have 4 pieces of content based on if it's a domain that I acquired, I'll do the research and I'll look at it. So in this example for Nerd Getting Fit, I would go into Ahrefs. And when I took this over, or actually, you know what? I'll find you one. So let's do domains.blogprofit. So these are the premium domains we have. Okay. So like this, Jolly Covers. I like this one because I looked at this and I'm like, okay, Jolly Covers, which sounds like I don't know what that sounds like. It just sounds weird. But what it is it's seat covers and different things for cars. And so we'd look at this and I'd be like, okay, what did it rank for? And a lot of people will say, you got to look at this. Yes and no. I'm more concerned with the rankings. So I'm going to look at the movements and I'm going to go through and I'm going to look for the ones that have the highest volume and the lowest position. Lowest meaning like up to 1.
The best.
So I would go through and I would make content on this. Boom. And I would make content on 39 and 20. I go through and find, sorry, I have a camera in the way. That's why I have to look all around. So I'd find that. I'd probably do one on that. And then I would also do car seat covers. So I would get a little creative with this because there's only one with 100. So I would go keywords. And I know I can rank for something with like a 10 or 15 because it was ranking. I would do one on the 25 best Walmart seat covers. The reason I would do that is because I want the names and models as well. Right. So if I can get that post and I can have them do 25 different ones, now I'm going to rank for all these different types. Right. Because if we do this, watch what happens. If I do Walmart seat covers and then I do car seat covers and I take this and I put this into Ahrefs. See here. And I think, depending on their link structure, it might be funny. Let's see here. There you go. So this one post for car seat covers has 2,500 keywords. Boom. I'm going to start tackling the different brand names, the different stuff that they have. And then I'm going to go for all these different things. And I'm going to get as many as I can in one post. So that would be content number 2. And then I'd probably do, for babies, pink. I might as well get 3,400 searches a month. And I'm going to go for all of these. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do all the research for you. We're going to get the domain. We're going to put 4 pieces of content to get you started, which, by the way, Nerd Getting Fit. Excuse me, this cold is kicking my butt today. This only has 3 pieces of content on it. And we have, let's see, Nerd Getting Fit, overview. And from those 3, we have 601 keywords. And it's growing every day. Like I think it was 255 was just last night. So that's what we're going to do is get you started. And then once you get started, if you stay on that path, that's where the magic happens. Because now we could go through and be like, okay, these are the seat covers, Dickies seat covers or odor eliminating or whatever it is. Now we can build this up. And then I'm going to start to think, okay, where's my jackpot? Because going Walmart, Amazon as affiliate programs, you ain't going to make nothing. $40 seat cover, you're going to get $2 if you're lucky. So I'm going to try to find a jackpot offer, and I'll do something like seat or car seat or maybe car insurance or whatever. And I'm going to find that offer in here, and we're going to pair that with it. And then we're going to come on and I'm going to show you, this is how you sell this one offer. Selling the car seats, that's gravy, great, wonderful, take the check, go to the movies. But what we're really going to do to make money is flip these people into something else, which is a method that I call flipping the market, right? Like flipping the market. A good example would be people looking for hardship letters. Okay, people looking for hardship letters. You got a lot of people. Okay, hardship letters, lots of people looking hardship letters. Why do they want this? They want it because they're in a hardship. Well, what would help them with a hardship? Well, most people would say, well, let's do a ClickBank offer that gives them letters. Okay, yeah, you'll make $6. Yay, whoopee, wonderful. No. What I want to do is say, click here for my 5 proven ways to get out of a hardship. Number 1, refinance your house. Most people don't realize that you can refinance your house with a 580 credit score right now, even if you've missed payments. There's an FHA program. Call this guy right now or click this link. Boom. Number 2, consolidate your credit card debt. Click here see where I'm going with that? So now we took a site that seems like it's just about writing these cute little letters, and now we're flipping it to something else, and that's kind of the key.
Do you try to move people into a opt-in list so you can market long-term with them on an affiliate site more than going for the click?
Depends on the market. I created a list in the MySpace market. I got 500,000 people on that list in about 2 months. And I went in there one day and I clicked the delete button. It was painful because I didn't want that list because it was not the kind of stuff that I wanted for a list. It wasn't a long-term thing. They wanted quick, done. That one was what I call a click flop. It was, okay, get in there, make your money, be done. Hardship letters, definitely, I would build a list. Car seat covers, I probably wouldn't. Yeah, to be honest, I probably would not build a list in car seat covers. Nerd getting fit?
What about
absolutely.
Wedding related or something like that, or anything like baby related, where they're going to be buying a lot of stuff over the next several years?
Absolutely.
Like new moms, that kind of thing,
Absolutely. And the reason I do that too, because what you'll learn is the way that I do business is very little waste. I don't like to waste one keystroke. And so what I'm doing is I'm like, okay, if I'm going to build a list in wedding, okay, and you'll notice this on my site, right? If you go and you look at the stuff on my site, you're going to see Affiliate Marketing Dude, all the webinars I post, all the videos I post, they're all keyword optimized. Well, as best as I can. Sometimes I get lazy, but I try to keyword optimize. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get these people on the list, and then I'm going to start making content for this list, probably for like 6 months to a year out. Yep. Okay. These posts are all going to be SEO optimized. And then I'm going to go through and I'm also going to send them to my list. So it's like a big funnel. They go through, they go to the page, they opt in, they go to the thank you page, then they're on the opt-in, and then they're getting this content and this content and this content. So it's like a big cycle, and then you get to get data and everything builds and grows. And then of course, you can hire someone to make videos on it. And once you start to build and grow, when you find that line that works, that's where it's at. And that's why the high ticket niche is valuable. Isn't because of the design. You can design these sites yourself. You could pay a guy on Fiverr to design them. But the guy on Fiverr is probably not going to know how to convert. So what we're going to do is we're going to go through, and it's finding the niche, because where people fail is they come to me, they say, Marcus, my niche is weight loss. And I'm like, no, it's not. If that's your niche, you're going to fail. Plain and simple. Your niche is double chin. Right? That's a subsect of weight loss, and it's no competition. My niche is mortgage. No, it's not. It's hardship letter. And are you telling me for 1 minute you don't think there's a guy in hardship letter making 30, 50 grand a year? It's got to be a guy doing it. The money's there, 31,000 a month, 310 a year. It's there. Now, is it guaranteed? Of course not. Nothing's guaranteed. The average person makes nothing. But if we treat it like a business, we can look at it and say, yep, there's where those people are.
That's really good stuff. Yeah, I was a disc jockey for a lot of years, and I had a national DJ network that I started in the '90s, and we branched it off into a complete wedding directory. So we would take people looking for a DJ, and then we went to the jewelry stores, and we had them recommending us so we could get ahead of everybody because we want to get it from the engagement ring, right? So that lead is more important to us, is to get it before they've even decided on the DJ or the photographer or the videographer or anything like that. So if you can like swim upstream on whatever your target niche is, let's say your niche is something to do with toddlers, well, swim upstream and get them from the new moms, something like that.
Yeah. And that's anticipatory marketing. I want to anticipate. So years ago, when I first got out of rehab for alcohol addiction, I had a question. And if you start to ask the right questions about marketing, you could start to make a lot of money. And the question was, if you went through my search history for the 6 months leading up to the time I went to go to rehab, could you have predicted that I would have gone to alcohol rehab? And if you think about this, right, over here, you got rehab, which is not cheap. This is a lot of money, right? It's 10 to 100K, depending on where you go. Okay. So if I could predict, hey, wait a minute, not only can I help people, because, hey, you know what? I wish someone came along and was like, dude, you're an alcoholic. You should go now instead of after you almost completely screw your life up. That would have been nice, And, but I'm hard-headed and I had to learn the hard way, and I wouldn't want it any other way. And so when you look at that, it's like, okay, here's this thing that's going to be a lot of money, right? Or maybe the pipes in my house are making a weird noise. If you know that that's because of polybutylene pipes and they need to be replaced, it's $10,000 to do that. Boom. Now you're anticipating what's going to happen next. And that's very important, because with the drug addiction one, it's like, okay, what did I look up? I looked up alcohol and anxiety. And if you look at it, when you go to my YouTube channel, some of the top videos, because YouTube, it's a lot like SEO. It's a little bit different when you're dealing with suggested views, but it is very SEO too. Some of the things I looked up: functioning alcoholic, alcohol and anxiety. And what we're doing is, whether it's a blog post, whether it's SEO, we're focusing on the data. Like this one here, 10 things that happened when I quit drinking. I didn't want to make a video about this. I think this video is kind of counterproductive. But when I was doing this, I found that people were looking up this guy's video, and there was a lady. I don't know if she's there anymore, but there was another video from a lady who was there. And so I purposely made this video about that topic because of this guy and the other guy. And guess what? That's what old Noah did too. Boom. Surprising things that happened when I quit is exact, right? Now that's not to say copy, because what I like to do is go a little bit off the beaten path and make good content in my own style. And so that's kind of how you do it. And when you look at the way that these posts work, like I could go in SEO and I can reverse engineer any page on the internet I want and find out whatever low competition keywords they're ranking for. Boom, super simple. And that's kind of what you want to focus on.
One of the things I got a real kick out of, and everybody should do this when they find someone that's doing well on YouTube, is to go back to the various early posts on YouTube. And you go back to your very earliest stuff, you can see Marcus, and he's, very straight, and you can tell he's a little bit nervous compared to how relaxed he is now, and all of these kinds of things. But I'm so glad that you leave that stuff on there so you can go back. We can go back, and maybe that's a tough time for you to look at yourself, but it allows us to see the whole journey. It's so cool that you left all that stuff up there to 2012 and whatnot.
There's actually the video of the day I went into rehab is actually still up. And it was me just talking to my audience about, hey, I'm going to be gone for 30 days. So here's what's going on. But yeah, it's a big learning curve, and that's what you have to do. You just have to stick with it, and you have to learn from the data and watch what's going on and really, really make data-driven decisions.
Yeah. So what are the other groups? And I hope we have maybe another 15 minutes or so with you. What is the other groups that you have? Because you have a coaching group that's like a group coaching. Is that right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Our intro program is Blog Profit Network. And this one is really cool because I made it inexpensive because people were like, I need something inexpensive. It's not the greatest training program on the world. Like if you go in there and you watch the videos, you'll be like, okay, well, it's kind of disorganized, whatever. That's not why you buy it. You buy it, one, because all the tools that I showed you on this call, like the slide thing, the Voodoo plugins, all the plugins that I use on WordPress that I had built for me, we give you in there. Then the second reason you buy it, which is probably the most important reason, is every Tuesday from 3 to 5 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, we hop on a call. You could ask whatever you want. And some people don't see the value of this, but if you see the value in it, because I have a problem with my brain and I have to figure out what you're talking about. Like if Daryl or Simon came to me and they're like, hey, dude, I got this website and that I have to figure it out. Like I'm not going to go inside until I figure out the answer to the question, even if you leave, right? If you're like, here's my site, it doesn't work. I'm going to figure it out just for my own curiosity. And that's kind of what this is you go on there and you bring your site and you say, what would you do with this? We'll look it up. We'll do the reverse engineer. I'll focus you. I'll structure you. We'll look at your stats. Sometimes I even log in and fix people's landing pages if they have their codes in time. But that alone is worth its weight in gold. Like if you're doing SEO or websites, the ability, like I wish when I started, there was someone who was there every Tuesday where I can ask whatever I want. That is, it's the cheapest program, but that is a big perk, is being able to be on those calls every week.
Well, how many people would be in the room with us if we are in that group?
There's about 60 usually each week. Sometimes we get 80. The amount of questions we get, I'll tell you, we more often end early because there's no one asking questions. It's pretty rare that we go late. And that's because people don't ask, not because I won't go late. I mean, I'll stay there as long as people ask stuff. Now with the high ticket niches, you get a Tuesday morning call and the Tuesday evening call. Now the Tuesday morning call, there's like 8 people on it and they're all high ticket niche people.
Wow. Have you done much with Mass Page, automated pages with like locations or keywords that are sort of generated in spin text and all that stuff?
Yes. Previous to 2008, that's what got us hit with the algorithm change. And I won't even touch it. Like I had some AI software that was promising to make me the best content in the world. And I'm like, yeah, I'm not even going to mess with it. Just because, I mean, when you think about it, you have to think about the investment. So if I'm going to sit and I'm going to write an article, and here's the question that'll change your life. If you're looking to get into this and you're struggling. My question was, if I can make $1 a day every day from the work I do today, would I do it? Most people won't do this. They'll say, wait a minute, Marcus, you're full of it, because I could go to work right now and I can get $100. You got $1. I win. You lose. Like Biff Tannen. I win, McFly. You lose. Right? And we look at it, but by day 100, watch what happens. So day 100, I'm now making the same as you. But day 100, if you quit, you get nothing else. And by day 270 or 260 or something, I did the math on one of my webinars. It was like day 262 or something like that. For the year, I've actually made more than you. So if you continue,
it just keeps compounding.
Exactly. So here's the deal. We're SEO guys. Is there not a way I could write content that would make $1 a day? Disclaimer, results not typical, implied, or guaranteed. But If I can, well, okay, I could sit down for 4 hours and write that, sure. Because if I do 4 hours, I'll at least make 365. That's, close to $100 an hour. If it only goes for 1 year, and if it only makes $1 and I don't look at the data and I just leave it. But if I look at the data and do all the stuff, I could do better. And then I do the next thing the next day. But I'm going to look at that and I'm going to start to grow and say, okay, well, if I'm going to make 365, sure, I'll invest $50 to have someone write a good piece of content for me. Of course. And then you start to look at this strategically rather than this overarching thing that goes on in our community, which is let's just throw everything out there, put the same ads on everything, and hopefully in 6 to 9 months or 2 years or whatever, I'll start to make a couple of dollars. No. I want to make it now. I want to see it work now. I want to look at the data. I want to tweak it as it's going. The best thing in internet marketing years ago, like I talked about my magic ad, I had to wait 2 months to see if that word change worked. 2 months.
Yeah.
SEO?
Wow.
I see it like the next day. Pay-per-click? 5 minutes.
Right.
I actually, the day that we did the Lotto site, I put it up on a webinar live. And I think it's still on my website somewhere. And I was on the webinar and I'm like, check this out. The Lotto was 600 million. I'm like, I'm going to make this site. And it made money before the webinar was over. And I'm like, there's the data right there. It's like 12 minutes. But that's the beauty is you get response now. And nothing compares to that. If you can get response now, you can tweak and adjust and make profit.
Yeah, absolutely. How do you feel about FOMO, countdown timers, that kind of stuff, tactics like that?
I used them years ago because that was the thing. Would I use them today? No. Like I genuinely, like I adopted this thing like a year or 2 years ago where I'm like, I'm just going to be more than straight up. Like there's straight up, which is here's the offer. And then there's more than straight up, which is, hey, the results are not typical, implied, or guaranteed. Most people make nothing. And here it is. And I found that that's congruent with me, which actually increases sales because people are like, hey, there it is, and I'm like, hey, we got 100 of these because that's all the domains I got. I mean, I'm probably going to get more. Can you get this offer later? Sure. Yeah, I'll probably have more domains, but if you want this one, do it now. And I find that works better. And what I'll tell you is there's something that's better than any FOMO counter, any fancy whiz bang thing. And that is direct contact. You want to know what your market wants? And I know Daryl knows I have this because he found me on live chat. Put live chat on your site. Why? Because right now I can see all the people on all the pages on my site and I can contact them directly. When I do a Black Friday sale, I don't come out and say 50% off for 2 days. No. I say, hey, you come tell me your story on my ticket system or email. Tell me how much you want to pay. And if I think it's fair, I'll accept it. You'll get a link for your custom offer. Sells like gangbusters because we're listening to you. And this is actually how I took a business from $238 its first month to well over 7 figures. What I did is this was back in the HTML days. And I said, put your name and email for the free thing. On the thank you page, I said, what is your number one question about insert niche here? I had a straight up form mail, old ghetto form mail, right? I don't even know if those work anymore. And they would put their questions in and I would sit there and I'd answer each one. Why? Because I learned. 2, because I sold like 3 out of 10. You ain't going to get that on your website. Right. But if you respond and you're like, hey, Sally, I know you tried things in the past and you struggled. Here's why I think this is different, or check this video out. I think it'll help you or that. Those are invaluable. And I think what's going to win going forward with this AI digital Mark Zuckerberg universe in your head is the old school. Like, I don't know about you, but I miss going and having coffee with people. I miss going and shaking hands and saying, how you doing? And a lot of people do miss that. And I think if you can put that on your site somehow, you will win. And you'll see the difference between making 0.2 cents a click or 2 cents a click and making a fortune. And I watch how people do it with YouTube and SEO, and I look at the numbers and I listen. Now that I don't drink, I go to the marketing meetings and I sit at the bar and I just listen. Best thing ever, get sober just so you can learn marketing. And I'll listen to numbers people say. And I'm like, wait a minute, I'm getting like 30 times that. And if I showed them my website, they wouldn't even believe me because I'm doing these little things.
Yeah, it was great stuff. When you do your videos with the crazy riding around your backyard with your Lambo and all the fun things that you do, first of all, is that a passion for you to be silly like that on your videos, or do you do it to gain subscribers? Is it more like, is it just the playfulness of Marcus, or is it because it works?
It's probably more because I like it. Yeah, that's probably more of it. Because like, if I look at the data, technically what works is the videos we've all seen from the channels that are manipulated and duplicated. That is obviously what's working. Hi, I'm this person who's never marketed a day in my life, and I'm going to show you this new website that makes money that, that kind of stuff will get the views. But what I find is I'm after a much more valuable to me visitor. And this is the secret to making it work, because I just want the people that I want. Do I want people in countries that can't afford my stuff? Not really. I could get more views, but do I want that? When I do SEO, do I want someone who's looking for free this? Or do I want something else? Years ago, one of the things I learned was I could go for the word make money online. And you would think that that would be the number one converter for me. It's not.
Right.
It was actually AdSense. Yeah. AdSense was the king, and there was no competition. What you want to do is figure out either how to take that visitor and make them your ideal person so you can make money, or how to only attract the people that you want. Because if I can make the same amount with 1/10 of the people, might as well, because that's wasted effort,
So your growth on the channel that you've had, you contribute to being super consistent and doing a produced thing Monday and Friday and doing a live stream on Wednesday. So what kind of impact did that consistency do over the last year or so? Because I think I noticed you said something on there, but I just wanted to hear that from you here, because I think people need to hear that, consistency. I know it isn't sexy to not, be totally free, because I'm sure, Marcus, there's days you don't want to do this,
I didn't want
but
to
you
today.
made a commitment. You made a commitment. So tell me a little bit about that, like that consistency and how you bust through,
Sure. And I didn't mean for your show. I meant for the video I put out today.
I thought that, though.
No problem.
That's okay. That's all right.
But no, what you want to look at is this. And I hear this from lots of people with content and YouTube. It's the 80-20 rule. 80-20. 20% of what you do is going to do really well. 80% will flatline. Now, what's going to happen is I started doing 3 times a week. I was doing like once a week, sometimes 2. It was all over the place. But when I started doing 3 times a week, now the live stream, I will tell you in all honesty, there is debates that it might hurt rather than help. I don't know. Verdict's not really out on that. But I do try to make my live stream now. It used to be a sales webinar. Now it's just free stuff. So what's going to happen here is your 80-20 rule. So if you're going to do, let's say 10 videos, 2 are probably going to do really well or better than average. 8 are probably going to do okay. But you're going to get 10 videos worth of data. This is where the key is. Forget about how good it does, because people look at stuff that doesn't work and they go, oh, it didn't work. This sucks. Not me. I look at it and say, like today's video, I'm not happy with how it's doing. It might do better later because it does have the Craigslist word, but I'm not super happy. I kind of slammed it out. But it's going to give me data. So now, instead of 5 or 6 data points a month, now I'm getting 20. And now, instead of waiting 3 months to get my zinger videos, I call them, this would be 6 zingers, I think it is. If you do the 20 rule, it might be, I don't know, it might be 4. I think it's 4. You know, we're going to look at that and say, okay, 4 over here, we're 6, but that's 3 months to get that. This is 1 month. So I'm already double plus 4. So what would that be? Something like that, or double by the time we're there. So I'm getting all that data, and the consistency is teaching me stuff. Now, if you're consistent putting out content just for the sake of putting out content, no, you're not going to grow. You have to be consistent in watching what it does and following the trends and looking at the data and looking at your thumbnails and looking at your SEO. Whatever you're doing, you have to be in it for the data. You have to. And what this did is it actually 3x'd, even 4x'd my viewership. Pretty much, it took about 4 months for it to really peak, and it's attributed to the Cotton Eye Joe video. That one is one of the ones that skyrocketed, but I wouldn't have got that if I wasn't consistent.
Yeah, Walter asked the question, kind of, I think that you answered this, but what about adding a chatbot to engagement on the pages that you have?
It's not going to compete with me hiring someone or me doing it myself, because what you're going to learn, again, it's about data. I'm going to listen to people in their own words tell me what they want. And, you know, it's funny.
Yeah.
If you had to guess, I'll do a little guessing game here. If you had to guess what the number one question I get on live chat is, what do you think it is? The number one, say, come on, and they're like, okay, hi, it's Marcus. How are you? Number one question they ask.
Is this really you? Is this really you?
It's exactly the number one question, because they're afraid that it's not. And it's funny because, like, if it says it's me,
you know what? You use provide support, which I used probably 10 or 15 years ago. You probably used it back then and just kept using it. But there is a retro look to it as well that kind of matches up with sort of retro, you know, we're humans. We're not these fancy chatbots that we've all seen. Like, we've gone to the website and there's a little thing and you start chatting and it starts off like you got a human there. But as you start talking, you know, nobody's home. You know?
Exactly. And the reason I like it is because I hate learning curves. I detest them. If I don't need to get the newest fancy software, I'm not going to.
Right.
Like, it took me forever to do WordPress. I was like, I could do it in HTML. What are you talking about?
When I told you we're using StreamYard, you were like, oh, what's that?
Yeah, I'm using old-fashioned OBS, you know, the old free version. And, you know, I don't want a learning curve because it's going to cut into my profit and the time that it takes to learn it. ClickFunnels, beautiful software. It's good. A lot of people do great things with it. Do I want to sit down and learn it? Do I have the time? No. Is it going to make that much difference? Probably. I probably won't even notice it. It might even have a reverse effect because I don't know how to use it. And that's what people don't realize is, you like the shiny object thing. You don't need shiny. The same thing I'm doing today is the same thing I did with the cigar site back in 1999. It's the same exact thing. Now, today, it's a little different because I'm not going for cigars. I'm literally of the mindset of there are, like, if I go to Ahrefs, and I'm going to do this off screen because I know this one's going to get results we don't want. If I go to Ahrefs, and you guys can all try this, but disclaimer, you will see stuff you don't want to see. You go to Keyword Explorer, you put nothing in the box, and you hit search. Okay. When I do that, that brings up 4 billion keywords with an insane search volume. Then I'm going to go to KD. I'm going to drop it to 1 or less, which is pretty much the worst SEO in the world can usually get a 1. Now I'm going to hit go, and I have the first result has 50 million searches a month. The second one, 9.8, 6.8, 6.6. 4. So I am literally looking at 84 million keywords with 0 competition or 1 competition. And all I need to do is go through this list and be like, okay, so this guy's looking for whatever. What do I do with that? Okay, now there's a lot to weed through. Sure. One of them is Craigslist Sacramento. Okay, interesting. And then I can go through and look at all these other ones. And all I have to do is think about the fact that, I mean, there's people that get 3,000 visitors a month that make a living if you get the right 3,000 visitors. And that's where I look at it. And there's really no excuses when I could go through and just start going through this list. Like we did a video about phone numbers. I did one about how to make money reporting spam calls, right? And literally phone numbers are looked up so much. I think it was Kelly Felix, the rich jerk guy, years ago. He had a software and he made a site that ranked for every phone number known to man. Is that ethical? I don't know. Debatable. I wouldn't do it. I'd probably just go for the spam ones if it was me. And that got him a bunch of traffic. He was making, I think, 7 figures off that one because it was just so simple. There you go. If you're looking for these, here it is. Easy stuff.
Awesome. Well, I want to be respectful of your time, and I know you're not feeling great. I really appreciate you coming on with us. Do you want to do the spinning of our wheel for the domain name? We've been having our guests do that. We have a $3,400 name worth value domain that we're going to give away here for the 9 o'clock hour, and you're welcome to do the spinning if you're interested.
Sure.
All right, let me just bring this screen up. And this is the last prize of the day. We basically overshot the $20,000 giveaway numbers here. These are all the people that have won so far today. We're going to reach out to them and get them hooked up with their various softwares and things like that we've given away. So if we go to the wheel of names, we will see these are the people that have not won yet, that have been through the sign-up process here. And so all you have to do, Marcus, to give away a $3,400 domain is to go ahead and tell us to spin it, and we'll do it.
All right, spin it.
All right. Let's see where it lands. Who's lucky today? Rejoice. I've seen Rejoice on our podcasts. Awesome. So Rejoice,
Well done, Rejoice.
Congratulations.
Cool.
Awesome.
And then, oh yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
No, you go ahead. That's fine.
Oh, I was going to say, I'm supposed to do like a bonus or something. So what I'll do is if you guys like that offer that Daryl was looking at, the high ticket niches, all you got to do is go to highticketniches.com. I'm going to drop the price for the next hour or so, or I'm going to go finish up my dinner and then I'll change it. So I don't know if it'll be an exact hour. It'll probably be a little longer, but I'll drop the price for you guys if you guys do want to learn from me and get that. Otherwise, check out the Blog Profit Network. I think you guys will like that. Let me see. Okay, domain name. I have to find the product. But yeah, otherwise, check out blogprofitnetwork.com. That's a great place to learn as well. Those Tuesday calls. I mean, from what I've found, and I've done this a long time, there's nothing on the market that's like that.
Yeah, I'm thinking about sliding into that myself. I mean, even though I'm not a beginner, I really think that the way your mind works is actually helpful for me. I'm a bit creative, I guess I'd like to say. And so sometimes I'm just looking for a challenge for my brain, right? To always be inventing something different and creative and things like that. But the way that you do this is sort of a no nonsense approach of no waste. I love that idea because I know all the tools that you know of. Like I know probably of more tools than you know of because you've been putting blinders on and just focus on the one thing, which is what I need to do is to do that. So I might ask you to do some coaching with me or just join that program and ask some questions and stuff like that. Cause I really, I've been attracted to your information because I really think that you say a lot of the things that people need to hear. And I think that's really good.
Well, and if you look at the testament to, because like I know for a fact I could spend a couple months. I could learn SEM Rush because they have an affiliate program, and I could probably put an extra 6 figures a year in my pocket. But I purposely don't do it because I'm like, I know the data is better, and I know Ahrefs is good. They don't pay me a dime, but you know what? It's good. I'm not going to do a disservice to you guys just because I want a couple extra $100,000. Well, now that I say it, it sounds kind of bad, but you know, hey, I'm going to keep doing it, you know, because that's really what I think. And I'm going to tell you guys the way that I think it and the way that I go for niches and people that come to me and they say, I want a high ticket niche in this. I'm like, I'm not going to build it for you because as much as, you know, I'd like another $1,000 or whatever, I'm not going to do it because I don't think it's going to work for you. And I've had that happen several times where people are just stuck. And I'm like, you know what? I don't think I'm your guy. But if you want to do what you just learned over the last hour and a half, I might be your guy.
Well, keep doing what you're doing. It's very entertaining. If you missed an episode, I would probably be one of the people that would notice. So I think you're doing a great job.
Thanks, man.
Great. Thank you. Thanks, Marcus.
Yeah.
Love it.
Awesome,
Thanks
Marcus. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have a
Thank
good night.
you. All right.
Take care.
Yep.
Thank
Bye
you.
bye. So guys, you know, go ahead and check out his website. We'll go ahead and put the things up here. First of all, he has a YouTube channel, Affiliate Marketing MC is the name of that. Let me just pop that up here. Affiliate Marketing MC. And even under the weather, he followed up with his commitment to do this with us today. So I really appreciated that he did that. I want to be respectful of his time as well. So he added a lot of value. Did you pick up anything, Simon, that maybe we could use with Menterprise? I mean,
Yeah, 110%. I mean, some of the keyword research he's talking about there, you know, mesh that in with mass page.
Yeah.
You know, there's some really interesting things. Obviously, Menterprise mass page is really good at absorbing, soaking up those long key is getting late here, long tail keywords.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And I tell you what, I really liked also is his focus on data. I mean, I like data, and I think it's just great to be able to sort of, you know, prove the theory and get that, and you know, obviously talking about some of the tools that we also use as well. So yeah, really inspiring. I'm new to affiliate really, so the other thing about this thing of making the links, the conversion part of the page, and not necessarily putting a fancy banner in, that, you know, that really struck home with me, you know. So yeah, really inspired, a lot to take in. Brilliant.
Yeah, I mean, it was a little bit like drinking from a fire hose today. There was an awful lot.
There's a lot.
I mean, literally, there's been a lot. I mean, right from the beginning, Craig Campbell's stories and, you know, some of the experience of, you know, some of the things we did. And, you know, Paul Andre really has some SEO chops. When we were talking about, would you pick this over that? Like we were just, that was totally unscripted. And he was ready to answer those questions, right? And we never practiced that ahead of time, but they were well answered, I would definitely say. But what a nice way to end there with Marcus. You know, I really feel like, you know, everybody loves authenticity, and if you watch his stuff, you see that he's, you know, he talks about things that are personal to him, about his dad and about his, you know, former alcoholism and his recovery and all of these kinds of things that make you say, I want to get to know this person more, right? And so remember that, guys, when you're doing things, is to bring your authentic self to the situation. It's in style to be authentic. It's authentic, you know, authenticity sells better than a countdown timer. You know, that's one of the things that I really liked, you know, the whole FOMO thing. He's like over that, you know. There's just like a lot of nuggets, just a ton of nuggets.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, some great feedback from people coming through here. So thanks for your comments, and obviously thanks for everyone having us through the whole journey of today, each speaker and the giveaways and everything else. It has been quite a marathon. I know we're kind of approaching the end of our 12 hours. It's 20 to 2 in the morning here in the UK, but we're still firing on some cylinders, maybe not all, but you know, it's been good from that point of view. some questions just there. When are the replays available? When we end this has just been streamed live into my Facebook channel, into MassPage channel, into both of our Facebook groups, and it's just available there. You'll be able to watch it pretty much instantaneously. There might be some processing the video needs to do, but they're there, ready to go. So my channel is Simon Hogburn YouTube. If you want to look me up and subscribe, that would be great. Or there's MassPage tools as well, which Daryl's looking after. So yeah. Both those YouTube channels.
Would you like to? Would you like to open up the guest line for everybody if they want to come up?
Yeah, it's a great idea. If people want to come in and have a chat and say hello, that would be great. Some people. Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, so let me go ahead and get the guest link together, and we'll open it up. So if you want to congratulate or tell us anything about how much you watched today, what you learned today, what you picked up. This is the very first Webbython. It was sort of just started very organically started with a yes from Craig Campbell, really. And then we're like, hey, now we got to do this, right?
We've got to do it, yeah. And make a success of the rest of the day. Craig's setting the bar very high. He's a speaker that's in demand. It's like, okay, wow, we've got Craig. We can't just make it a sort of half-baked effort. We've got to go all in, and that's what we did. And we started asking people and putting these ideas together. So yeah, it's been quite an experience. That's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm gonna update the guest line here. So that is now updated. It looks like
nice feedback coming through there. Thanks, Paul. Good to have you. I know Paul's been watching long. I know Paul well, and Rakus. Yeah, great to see you. I know we've not spoken, but I know you've been with us throughout most of the day. I've seen a lot of comments, so thanks for contributing. Dana as well. Thanks. Good to see you. So yeah, it's there's been a lot of people with us through it. Yeah, Rakus is saying watch most of the day in between working on his sites. I think Daryl was doing that as well. Actually, just catching up on a few.
No, I was sending out emails to let everybody know. You know what? I sent out individual emails for every guest that was coming up, so that way 10 minutes before. So I had to schedule those and write each one.
Don't take the bait. Don't take the bait.
But so if you want to join us, if you want to be our 10th guest, come on up. Go.ht/guest. We've been going for quite a long time, so we're running on fumes. So if you want to help us out, join us at go.ht/guest. We'd love to have you up here on the Webbython.
Come and ask us some really difficult questions. Yeah, just say schema or structure, schema or CTR. just some of those. That's what we need.
I can answer those. I'll just steal Dre's answers for that.
Well, that was good.
His answers.
Rakus is asking here about how he redeems the prizes and what for the people that have won. What's the process to go through?
So go ahead and reach out to me at daryl.chat. That's http://daryl.chat, just in a browser, daryl.chat, and reach out to me. I have your email addresses and everything like that. We'll also message out to everybody that we have that is won. This 3:00 winner, I had it down as Rock, but I had somebody else come back to me, and I don't know if it's the right person or not. So I'm going to have to go back to, and I think it is the one that's talking right now, Rakus. So I'll have to take a look and see if that was who won, because I don't remember now, because it was just a block. Or maybe it was.
We'll check it out.
I'll double check. Yes, it was me, he says. Okay. I just we'll double verify, but yeah, you were there for it probably, Rod K. Okay.
Rod K. Okay.
All right.
Fair enough.
Yeah. So that's the one I got screwed up. But we'll get things out to everybody, and they're all on GoDaddy. So it's real easy if you have a GoDaddy account. They weren't purchased recently, so we could do the transfer pretty easily. If they've been transferred, purchased, very recently, it's hard to transfer the domains to you. But yeah, so that's it. The last person that won was shapola.com. They won that domain, and then we gave away a whole bunch on the page. Let me see if I can bring this up here. You can see these are the winners that have come through so far. today, and this is the last of it. So 9 o'clock is the last winner for the broadcast. All right.
Yeah,
Does
I
anybody want to
think River
join?
X is in my group. Yeah, I think I recognize River X actually. So
Oh, good.
yeah. So
I misspelled. Your name is misspelled in the header of the 3 p.m. prize as well. The header. 3 p.m. winner. What is he saying? I'm not sure what he's saying, but it's been a long day, so maybe I did misspell
we'll
something.
clean it up tomorrow.
Yeah, next year we'll get it right. But anyway, we do have also some great data from people that popped by. What I would like to do is show. I think I can show a survey response for this to kind of show what people were mostly interested in. I'm not sure if I'm able to do that, but I did have a graph before, and I thought that was interesting. The results that came through. But yeah, so anybody want to join? Please come up and join. We have a little bit of time here. We're going to try to make it across the finish line for sure. I don't want anybody to say that we cut out too early, right?
We skipped off early at 11 hours and 45 minutes.
Yeah, I got to cross the finish line. I mean,
didn't deliver
we're
full
like
value.
this, but we're crossing the finish line. We did have some people that were interested in Menterprise content. We do have a webinar coming up for this on Wednesday if I get my energy back. So if we go to webby.link/Menterprise, that'll get you signed up for that as well. We did have Pitch Ground up here earlier. So if you go to go.ht/Pitch Ground, you can support them. I think they've got something going on with being able to really find the best software versus having more. I think he's smart with that. I think that's a good approach.
I agree. Yeah,
guy.
I think some of the marketplaces are likely to get a bad name. I think because there has been some interesting failures, and I think some of the stuff that's being shared is pretty threadbare in terms of the development on some of the deals. So I think that quality approach is good to see.
So we got that. Go.ht/guest if you want to come up here. You only have a few more minutes to do that. SEO Underground, that was Paul Hodgins' website. If you want to get the recordings from there, you were there to attend live, but would you suggest people to get the recordings, Simon?
Yeah, I mean, as I said when we spoke to Paul earlier on, that there were a lot of really eye-opening insights. Peter van der Graaf, Mike Martin, some of the speakers, and I mean, it was stuff that's not generally discussed in the mainstream, and some of the experiences there. I mean, Paul was talking about a half-price deal for Cyber Monday, so it's £49 or something along those lines, 47 or something. Definitely worth it. You can't go wrong, and stuff that you won't generally hear in the mainstream. Very interesting.
We had Bradley Benner on, who gave so much information, like stuff that you would expect in a really expensive masterclass. He was discussing some really high level stuff. He has a playbook. If you go to smshort.link/cm-playbook, you can get that whole playbook that he's talked about that you can show to a VA and have them set up that kind of stacking. To give you sort of a really good setup there. So I think that was really cool. Our good friend Dre has a checklist as well. It's SEO.video. I like his is a little bit shorter. It's SEO.video/checklist. If you want to get that checklist, he's going to keep adding to it. So bookmark that and go back to it from time to time because he's going to keep adding more and more value to it. And the guy knows his stuff. So I think it's definitely smart to bookmark that and go back to it often. I'm going to do that. We had Kingmaker software on here, the QA grabber, and the whole bundle. So if you go to go.ht/Kingmaker, special invitation for this software. If you don't already have it, you want to get this because he's adding additional software that'll go into the bundle as well. So he's doing some really cool stuff. And I use the tools quite often. I use it with Menterprise. I use it with other sites that I'm building to get the frequently asked questions, to have them rewritten for mass pages and things like that. So super great. And then we just had Marcus, and he has a website, blogprofitnetwork.com and highticketniches.com. And you can go to affiliatemarketingdude.com to reach out to him. There's a little live chat. Say hello to him, and I think he said he'll be back here in like 30 minutes after he finishes his dinner. I think we interrupted his dinner, and he'll go ahead and hook you up with something.
I've just looked at his High Ticket Niches website. It looks like the price of the program's gone down actually. So I think he did say he was going to reduce it for a short time. So it's now currently at $977. I think it was 1,200 and something. Don't quote me on that, but I think he has made a change there. And the other program I think is $37 a month. It looks like, which is the Blog Profit Network. So yeah, take a look.
Awesome. Is there any things that stood out to you, Simon, today that you want to recap here?
Yeah, I mean, a few the stuff on Marcus. I think I've mentioned a couple of times that the data and the making the links, the call to action part of the website. I think that was really interesting. Dre's points all about personal branding and that I think were really interesting. The stuff that we all think about there, and certainly his lighting and setup was all very impressive. Right throughout the day, I think Bradley's presentation, just the layers of detail in there, in those diagrams, the silos, all the way that he's approaching that is just really sophisticated, next level stuff. And for him to come on here, one to share it, and then to also back it up with SOPs and diagrams and a training course, I think is just fantastic. I mean, it's great for people to just come and give stuff like that. I think all speakers, all the guests today have come with something different and added something. So yeah, that's been fantastic. But there's some of the things that stick out to me, but I'll probably wake up tomorrow morning remember a whole load more. But yeah, well, how about yourself? What sticks out in your mind?
I'm definitely going to watch the replays again. I'm going to get them cut up into some morsels and things like that for people to consume. But yeah, I was struck by a lot of stuff, especially Udit. I think he stood out to me.
Oh, yeah.
His business sense. I could really talk to him for a lot longer than we actually did. We talked to him for what, 90 minutes or so, like that. That conversation
just over an hour, I think. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, with all the guests, you could speak for 3 hours, 4 hours. There's
that's true.
There's so much stuff to cover off. Yeah. Absolutely.
I think that also a little pick me up was when we had Dre come on. It felt real loose and friendly and stuff, and it was great because it was a combination of kind of this, it was a combination of like happiness and fun and that kind of stuff, but it also had some good knowledge information about some of the things that he's doing and how what struck me is that he's doing Toastmasters. He's reading books, right? He's getting mindset right from the best books that you can get, right? He's doing all of these things to just sharpen himself, to make him a better person for being a speaker in the future or being an entertainer, right? And all of these kinds of things. So guys, working on yourself and your strengths, like Simon, you've been honest with me about, this is not easy for you to be in front of a camera. You've always been behind the camera, right? It's not easy. I don't like it.
Yeah. I'm putting myself out there. It's totally new. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And you've done a great job. I mean, absolutely great job. And, my comfort was always behind a microphone, not as much in front of a camera and lights and that kind of thing. I never really felt super, super into that kind of thing. I'm still not, but I do it because it's important, right? Because I can help people. If I can be out in the front here and learn things, experiment with things, find new ways, and then help people with it. And that fills my bucket, right? That makes me feel good to be able to do that. But yeah, you really impressed me today with your interviewing abilities. It was very natural for you, I think.
No, it was good. I enjoyed it. It just felt like a sort of very natural discussion after a while. And yeah, I mean, I enjoyed speaking to you and Paul just earlier on. Those two interviews were great. Yeah. So we'll do some more. No, definitely.
Yeah, we maybe unlock the monster here. You're
Well,
gonna start your own channel, and you're gonna have Saturday
sure.
Live and get rid of me.
Not sure. Saturday Live, yeah. I'm not sure about that. I mean, I think I do want to do more stuff on my own just through the week. Because I have got my own Facebook group and my own channel, and I think that's something I'll be doing in parallel to obviously what we do together. But yeah, I mean, I think that thing about consistency is, don't just come out once a week, but put out stuff through the week, build up your audience, and yeah, there's definitely things for us to learn on that for sure.
That's awesome. We gotta fill the last few minutes here.
Well, I'll tell you what. If people do want to support my channel, because I appreciate we've got about 1,000 or so on Mass Page Tools, but it would be great. I've actually got a banner, so if people are not subscribed to my my YouTube yet, they can hook me up, and you go to simonhogman.com/YouTube. That will give you a link through to my YouTube channel. It would be great to have some more subscribers follow me there. Not I'm hoping to compete with Mass Page Tools, but it'd be nice to balance things up a bit there. And if you want to join my Facebook group, it's focused on SEO. It's mainly local SEO, but I've changed the name and expanded it because I'd like to do more on affiliate. And obviously, I'm doing a lot of mass page building as well at the moment. So if you go to simonhogman.com/group, SEO Superheroes is the name of the group there. So go from Google Zero to SEO Heroes, the strap line on that. So, but yeah, it'd be great to see you over there and try and ask some questions. And all of this is a journey, and we're all learning. I learn new stuff on SEO every day. I watch a lot of videos, and I'm in some of the groups and speak to various different people, and I just love it. I feel completely in the zone here, and it's great to be part of this community. People are a lot friendlier than you'd imagine, and I think also reaching out to people to put this webathon together just showed us that people really do want to help you. So thanks to everyone that's been involved, and yeah, it's been fun.
We're almost there, my friend.
All right, okay. Are you going to get on with the day's work? I'm driving home after this. It's 2 o'clock, and I might have a little sleep in tomorrow. I think so.
It's 58:25, guys. So we're not faking this. If you're watching on the replay, we just want to make sure you know.
Just the proof.
We're staying to the end. This is it. We're staying all the way to the end. We did take a little bit of a break when we got messed up between the two parts for a little bit, and I grabbed a little sandwich and things like that. So I mean, it was almost a 12-hour.
Yeah. We've got some compliments coming in through here. Simon's a great interview. Thanks very much. Maybe not need a little bit more practice, but that's great to get some feedback, guys. And yeah, both sides of the lens, photographer and interviewer. That's all good. Somebody's joined my Facebook group. Great to have you on board. And Paul, who I know well, the industry is much friendlier than the most. I really believe that. I don't think that's necessarily what people see from the start, because there's a lot of mavericks and SEO and some larger than life characters, and it might not be as obvious. But a lot of people, Craig Campbell has helped me recently. I've had some good discussions with him and some guidance on things. Obviously, meeting Daryl, and everyone I've met has been very friendly. So yeah, it's all good. So yeah, good to see you again as well, Paul. And then
Awesome.
What's this? New Year's. It's like New Year's Eve in Times Square.
Done.
That's done, isn't it? Yeah. Okay.
Oh, I hope we can do this again some other time. The Webbython.
Yeah,
it's been fun, we figured ourselves out here. So there we are. We made it. It's 9 o'clock. We did our 12-hour Webbython.
Brilliant. Yeah, well done, and well done everyone for sort of tuning in and watching. I think I know a number of people have been there throughout the day, so it's absolutely fantastic. Thanks for the support. It's been great fun. A crazy idea turned into reality, so it's been awesome. Thank you, guys.
That's awesome. Thank you very much, Simon, and thank your
Yeah, thank you, Daryl. Yeah.
in-laws for giving you a place to do it because
My
of
father-in-law's in the
we had some
kitchen next
internet
door.
problems.
Yeah, I had
Yeah,
some
we had
terrible
the
internet
problems with the
yeah.
internet, and they
Yeah.
were very kind to give you a place with some copper.
Yeah, no, it's been great.
So
Some decent broadband.
awesome.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay, thank you
well,
then. Thank you,
so
Daryl, as
much.
well. Yeah, thanks for your crazy idea. It's worked out great. So it's always good working with you.
Yeah.
So thank you very much.
Awesome. Take care, everybody. Good night. Good morning, wherever you are.